was hier so ein bisschen angesprochen wurde, sind 2 Stück im Topfloor, die muss man auf dem Schirm haben.
Und kann nicht gleichzeitig irgendwie eine Waffe haben. Wer eine Waffe in der Hand haben kann, ist Two-Face. Eben, mit dem Tatanka. Ja. Und er holt sich dann hier auch die ersten Frags raus. Mit dem ACOG an der Garage. Und ich frage mich, will Regaming einfach nur ganz schnell in die Defense?
Nein! Two-Face, Quad-Kill hier! Er geht hier einfach straight gegen den Glass und am Ende bleibt es beim Quad-Kill, denn
Close Range und holt sich den Kill raus, aber mit dem Knife noch dazu. Das 2 gegen 5 steht. Man macht ein bisschen Schaden, nicht ganz für den Kill. Und während ich das sage, Zeido piekt nochmal rein, holt sich noch einen weiteren. Wird zwar gerefragt direkt, aber das 1 gegen 5 steht. Es ist zwar jetzt ein 1 gegen 4, hätte fast eine Flawless sein können. Aber es muss ihn auf den kommenden Spieltagen. Aber da auch wieder gut verbannt von der Seite von NotBC.
Das Feuer, die Clashes raus!
Panoza wird mit dem Feuer rausgeholt. Richtig gut, das ist ein Shield Operator weg. Jetzt könnte man eigentlich
Execute gut sind. Und jetzt haben wir noch 15 Sekunden. Leute, ihr müsst auch on Zeit kommen. Der Head wird jetzt gedroppt, C4 kommt allerdings raus, kann gerade noch rechtzeitig zerschossen werden. Aber man hat den Pro nicht auf dem Schirm, das ist ein 1 gegen 3 und Faith ist einfach in Service. Eine kleine Maschine.
Tubarao, Kaid-Kombo. Wir haben den Tubarao gesehen. Schöner Runout-Versuch von Pangoro und der zweite Peak erfolgreich. Auf Shens.
Diese Aggressivität dann einschlägt, dass du dann mindestens so eine Positionhaltung hast, dass sich entweder einer reframen kann oder du da selber den Kill noch holen kannst in der ersten Allüre. Aber Claudi, Aggressivität, kaum angesprochen, outjumpt und dass er dann einen Doppelkill holt, ist mehr als verboten für ihn und wenigstens da.
City fällt gegen Joker und jetzt müssten sie eigentlich nur mit 2 Leuten rausspringen und einer müsste den Diffuse gehen, aber sie verlieren leider erst. Fantasy holt den zweiten. Was macht ein NXT hier? Das ist ja ein Hühnerhaufen bei denen. In 10 Sekunden, er muss für den Diffuse gehen, hat 1 AP und damit geht diese Runde an Oblivion Gaming.
Fantasy, ganz ehrlich, der Mann des Matches, er kriegt sogar noch den letzten Kill. Was macht er? Also, er Raptor, gut gemacht, covert das und NXT.
Safe wird rausgenommen, allerdings auch Nero. Blitz ist jetzt direkt im Gesicht, kriegt allerdings keinen Flash raus auf Vino, der damit im Execute gut sind. Und jetzt haben wir noch 15 Sekunden. Leute, ihr müsst auch on Zeit kommen. Der Head wird jetzt gedroppt, C4 kommt allerdings raus, kann gerade noch rechtzeitig zerschossen werden. Aber man hat den Pro nicht auf dem Schirm, das ist ein 1 gegen 3 und Faith ist einfach in Service. Eine kleine Maschine.
Wir haben Crasher im unteren Stockwerk aufgebaut, wobei der jetzt natürlich down ist. Der liebe Alpton. Stu fällt ebenfalls, Überzahlsituation ist aber jetzt bei Secret Powder nur noch Schmoben, der hier um die Side drumherum arbeitet. Ist hier aufpassen gegen den Montagne, hat einen Injure, bekommt den Kill, könnte hier zum Held werden. 1-1-Situation, solange man Volto hier nicht aufheben kann.
Oh, das ist... Nein, die Floor ist in die falsche Richtung. Man piekt rum, verpasst ganz halb die Hits. Ja, Volto geinjured, The Red Cannon noch am Leben. Gegen Schwubbin, Low HP, kann sie nicht mehr geheilt werden, einfach weil man die Roboter nicht heilen kann. Volto jetzt wieder auf den Beinen. Schwubbin, der will hier zum Held werden. Flashbang geht durch, kann ihn nicht flashen. Schwubbin wird den ersten für den Quad-Kill. Und jetzt ein 1 gegen 1. Schwubbin, ein Kill vor dem Ace. 8 Sekunden auf der Uhr. Bitte runter, HE ist durch. Er geht einfach weg. Er wartet einfach. Er swingt. Findet niemanden. In den letzten paar Sekunden Schwubbin mit dem Ace. Holt sich...
Team. Somit wieder Vorteil für Jungs von Fox. Und die Hedge kommen, Cracks. Das ist diese Präsenz, die ich meinte von oben. Und jetzt ist es ein 1v1. Ja, Crack ist zwar, sag ich jetzt mal, higher im HP, aber Cracks mit dem Quad-Kill. Cracks mit dem Quad-Kill. Was dieser Mann hier macht, ist mehr als sensationell. Also 12:0 die K-Kontrolle noch zu halten.
Ja, sie haben so halb die Vertikalkontrolle noch. Der Breach ist oben nicht ganz offen, da kommst du nicht durch, aber auch das wird alles gut gecovert. Man weiß, auf den Stairs, da wartet einer Ehrenbarber, zieht sich hier Rexton raus und ohne Probleme kann jetzt auch schon auf dem Feld gehen. Aber hier geht es stark auf stark. Seht ihr jetzt noch gegen Skipper, packt und zieht die Schocks raus. Und es ist der Triple Kill von Ehrenbarber.
Die Top-Floor-Kontrolle nimmt, weil der komplette Bereich oberhalb von der Bombe natürlich hier breachable ist.
Aber er sieht ihn nicht. Er sieht ihn nicht. Longarm. Er kann ihn nicht. Er sieht ihn. Snoop gegen Claudi. Holt sich das. Ich dachte schon, er sieht ihn nicht, da ist aber noch das Loch offen. Er sieht die Knie und schießt der Solus gerade mal so die Kniescheiben raus und kann sich somit die erste Tag-Runde für Secret Powder sichern.
Er wirft dann noch den Toxic Babe, der so ein bisschen Zeit rauszuholen, aber geht nicht auf den Diffuser, er muss jetzt ran. Striker ist drin, hat ihn reingebaitet. Jetzt muss man hier gucken, ob Jack den Kill ziehen kann. Jack holt sich den Kill und hat genug Zeit, in aller Seelenruhe diesen Diffuse zu tätigen. Somit stellt man hier seitens Chillguys auf 3:6. Die Hälfte hat man geschafft. Die zweite Hälfte kommt erst noch.
Junge, ey, die sind wirklich nicht tot zu kriegen. Das ist unfassbar. Also also Just Chillguys, die wirklich halten sich mit der letzten Kraft irgendwie noch im Game. 3 Runden.
Auf den kommenden Spieltagen. Aber da auch wieder Verband von der Seite von Nord. Shield
das Feuer, die Clashes raus!
Panoza wird mit dem Feuer rausgeholt. Richtig gut, das ist ein Shield Operator weg. Jetzt könnte man eigentlich
sich über die Vertikale im ersten Stock aufzubauen, um auch da nicht wirklich zu riskieren, dass man hier einen Shot von dem C4 auf die Vertikale hintergeworfen bekommt. Jetzt
also,
Chase und Shenzo.
Ich wollte sagen, ich bin auf dieser Distanz von dieser Shotgun aber auch schon gewone-shottet worden. Pelletsverteilung her sehr günstig für den lieben Corey, der das dann am Ende trotzdem abgeben muss. Shenzo jetzt hier mit dem zweiten Kill in dieser Runde, macht das gut mit dem Sledge und leider hat, glaube ich, Plunderstück so ein bisschen vergessen, was ihre eigentliche...
Von Sograna jetzt, Ben auch. Ben raus, Watchdog, Triple Kill, 1 gegen 1. Man sitzt auf dem Diffuser und Watchdog, der stickt das. Pros never fake. Sograna kommt angerannt, schafft es.
Oh mein Gott.
Sograna schafft es ganz knapp nicht mehr. Aus Heaven mit einer knappen Kiste sichert sich hier diese Map und wir gehen auf Map Nummer 3.
Besser einsetzen zu können, um den Plan zu dienen. Nein, wir sehen auch schon, am Default-Plan-Spot brennt der Boden schon ordentlich. Gleichzeitig hat man eine Corey wieder auf dem Smoke, glaube ich, wieder hier in Richtung von diesem Balcony, der jetzt glücklicherweise von Stiz gebreached wird. Damit wird es Corey da deutlich schwerer fallen, überhaupt Damage zu machen. Und da ist auch der wichtige Kill tatsächlich auch Blunted. Corey, Entschuldigung. Kai Coxe da immer noch am Start. Corey hat sich längst zurückgezogen. Es ist Inside Console Office unterwegs und wirft seine Toxic Babe Canister in, die er gut verstecken kann. Zusätzlich ist Max ebenfalls noch mit am Start. Das sind 3:4 Situationen. Ja, schade, Gisela geht jetzt hier down. Somit sind es nur noch 2 Leute, die das hier irgendwie regeln können. Max bekommt hier bekommt hier 2 Kills und dann ist die Runde auf einmal wieder drin. Es sind allerdings nur noch 16 Sekunden, kein Diffuser und Kili kriegt den Headshot auf Striker. Es wird eine 1-1-Situation wieder zwischen Kili und Max. Der ist allerdings im oberen Stockwerk unterwegs und kann über die Vertikale den Diffuser halten. Kili rettet mal wieder die Runde für die Just Chill Guys und bringt ihnen einen Fight aufs Scoreboard.
Also mein Herz...
Eben gerade wirklich wie so ein Rebenscheinwerfer vielleicht wirkt. Belandet, und zwar in der Runde war gerade der Fahrer und der wollte nicht ausweichen. Der hat draufgehalten und hat sie einfach mal gnadenlos kalt gemacht gerade.
Ja, im wahrsten Sinne.
Ja, er hat einfach draufgehalten. Und es macht er 1, 2, 3 und schwuppdiwupp war die Runde wieder vorbei. So kannst du auch Runden beenden. Regaming jetzt aber auf der Defense-Seite. Sie haben jetzt einmal noch eine kurze Verschnaufpause, müssen erstmal den Operator bannen auch erstmal prompt den Blitz rauspulen.
Es ist, wie schon Meile gesagt hat, es brennt gerade in seiner Buchse. Also nicht wirklich, es brennt, es ist nur sehr warm.
Sich gesichert haben.
Genau, was jetzt als erstes wichtig wird, ist genau diesen Spieler auf den Solar-Stairs hier rauszuklären. Ich bin mal ganz interessiert, hier richtig schön zusammengespielt, die Koordination, um das Fenster aufzuschießen und dann gleich den Angle in die Side reinzuholen. Da fällt Shio dann auch direkt als erstes und das ist auch, zieht sich Nero jetzt langsam ein bisschen zurück, weil er weiß, dass die Shotgun da auf Close Range absolut den Vorteil im Gunfight hat. Die Zwischenzeit Osama rausgezogen, das war's für Ivan und jetzt muss Claudi ganz alleine auf der Shotgun.
Last Alive mit dem Rappel, wo war der? Da!
Schießt er! Die Prophezeiung! Ja, siehst du, und Nero weiß auch genau, wie spät es ist. Nero weiß absolut Bescheid. Natürlich. Es ist allzeit bekannt. Es ist Claudi. Claudi im Upside-Down-Repel ist wie Corey zum Teamkill. Es ist 1:1 das...
Jetzt ist Macho Man alleine gegen 2. Civil 1 HP, ein Treffer reicht, der liegt auf dem Boden oder ist gar tot. Und bei Lucid brauchst du ein paar mehr Treffer oder einen Kopfschuss. Aber Civil macht das ziemlich gut. Nutzt den Deimos-Track, weiß genau, okay, da ist er, ich nutze den Insel. Und ja, man redet vom Insel. Insel ist weg. Und jetzt ist Macho Man alleine. Lucid hält einen Long Angle, gewinnt den Gunfight und Da Vinci. Nach Startschwierigkeiten gewinnen sie diese Runde und gehen damit 3:2 in Führung.
Die dritte für Da Vinci.
Trade mit der Gumine. Aber, wie schon angesprochen, das reicht nicht.
Ja, und was aber auf jeden Fall reicht, ist Rorik, der da einfach Ehrenbaba rausziehen kann. Jetzt ist es Schroxel alleine gegen 4 und die Gumine, das war nochmal schön knapp, aber am Ende kommt da noch einer dazu, killt einfach die Person raus und kann einfach sagen, hey, hier, ich rette dich. Und es ist Rex am Ende, der sich Schroxel rauszieht und somit gehen wir auf 3-3, auf den 3-3 Road Swap.
Und 3-3 Roll-Swap ist, sag ich mal, ein sehr guter Roll-Swap für eine der zwei Mannschaften. Ich glaube, wir können beide sehr gut rauslesen, für welche Mannschaft das, sag ich mal, der gute Roll-Swap ist.
Wir sind im Gebäude, pushen uns langsam aber richtig sicher Richtung C-Spot. Das ist das Nomad-Gadget, trifft aber auch Nono auf der Nomad. Slorax gewinnt das Ganze, sieht da unten noch einen Geinjurten, kriegt auch den raus. Und AZB zu zweit, Team Vertex noch zu viert. Was geht's hier ab? Jetzt piekt Slorax einfach mal Top East. Da wäre Steno, kriegt ihn fast raus, aber Slorax ist da, kriegt fast Cory raus. Und was geht hier ab? Bitte was? Steno guckt im falschen Moment weg, kriegt Burstex trotzdem noch. Somit ein Frag gesichert, piekt die ganze Zeit auf Tolji. Hat ihn nicht in der Hand. Slorax aber mit dem Triple Kill kriegt ihn raus, Nate auf den Boden gedroppt. Cory im wenigen HP, unter dem er alleine gegen 3. Slorax am Ende mit der Diege.
Monty was anzustellen. Ein gutes Teamwork bis jetzt. Muss aber vorsichtig sein. Nono, wenn er ein bisschen oversteppt, könnte er rausgeholt werden, denn der Pinch wird gerade schon aufgebaut. Und Steno, er sorgt dafür, dass Nono wenigstens ein bisschen sicherer auf den Stairs spielen kann. Er versucht es doch nochmal um die Ecke zu swingen, aber wird leider ohne Erfolg sein.
Ich kann das Gekicher von Cory schon im Hinterkopf hören, wie er gerade mit der zweiten Echo-Drone da hochgefahren ist. Kanio schafft es auch noch, Sushi rauszuziehen. Und jetzt heißt die Devise wegrennen und zurückkommen. Denn wenn sie es schaffen, hier mit dem Man-Advantage wieder zurück onside zu kommen, dann sieht das Ganze richtig gut aus. Nono und Daya ziehen sich auch beide noch Gegner. Und Pandi bleibt jetzt hier offenbar ganz alleine. Und Nono, eine Flawless-Runde nach der nächsten. Die dritte in Folge hier. Und diesmal war AZB wieder dran. Die Frage ist, können die Old Men in der letzten Runde von ihrer Attack nachsetzen und auch noch eine Flawless-Runde oben draufsetzen? Oder sind wir jetzt mit 3 Flawless-Runden hintereinander ein bisschen am Ende angekommen? Auf jeden Fall eine starke Defense, der Echo da extrem nervt.
Managers Office. In der Hoffnung, dass ihn jemand da... Ja, das haben sie aber auf dem Schirm. Finde ich sehr gut tatsächlich, dass das nicht funktioniert. Und oh, das Tipp 4 von Roaring mit dem Teamkill. Sehr unangenehm.
Drauf und ja. Die Frage ist jetzt, was passiert? Man ist eingekesselt auf dem Bathroom, die Wände sind soft. Salzstreu jetzt in einer Aktion, probiert die Füße auf den Boden zu bringen. Oh. Und der schafft das, glaube ich, auch. Man holt sich den oben an der Hedge, die Füße ist auf dem Boden und jetzt ist... No! Raus! Salzstreuer Mini mit dem Knife-Kill auf Noxworld und dann ist es am Ende der Warden, der sich hier, ja, Salzstreuer Mini rausziehen kann und die erste Runde für MS Treuer entscheiden kann. Aber auch die Runde...
Ausbreiten wie möglich, um einfach zu sagen, hey, die Zeit lassen wir ihn gar nicht, um die Runden zu holen. Shio wird hier gedownt, Sushi wird noch vom Macho Mann rausgezogen, 12:4 steht er jetzt inzwischen. Noch einen holt er sich raus, 13:4 hier jetzt, er muss den Diffuser legen oder er muss den Kill ziehen. Panzer bleibt onside, er hat ihm die Chance gegeben, aber sich gerade noch so verstecken können und zieht Macho Mann raus. Das Ace wurde hier denied, unglaublich starke Runde für Macho Mann, aber da hat es nicht ganz gereicht.
Ja, das war genau das, was ich meinte. Wenn der will und wenn er die...
Und der verhindert auch nicht, dass dem das Schild kaputt geht, aber...
Player 45, was? Das darfst du nicht missen. Das ist das Player 45 gerade...
Wenn du denn mindestens so eine Positionhaltung hast, dass dich entweder einer reframen kann oder du da selber den Kill noch holen kannst in der ersten Allüre. Aber Claudi, Aggressivität, kaum angesprochen, outjumpt und dass du dann einen Doppelkill holt, ist mehr als verboten. Feno, wenigstens da.
Und Monty möchte wahrscheinlich die Kontrolle über Garage bekommen. Bin sehr gespannt, was wir hier dann am Ende sehen.
Oh, schön aufgepasst von Capitao. Man kann da einen injuren, jetzt kommt das Feuer hinterher, der HEE kommt hinterher. Man kriegt aber diesen Kill nicht confirmed. Burstex ist auch raus. Jetzt aber Everest von Shio rausgezogen. Und da ist dann auch ein Nerf gegen Tolji, kann sich den Frag sichern. Aber auch das wäre wieder fast ein Refrag geworden von Slot. Aber da ist Sushi. Der rappelt immer noch und kann genau diese Kills.
Interessantes Netz hier, welches sich Mixio aufgebaut hat oder für Shio hingegangen. Auch direkt mit der Granate, wunderschöner Kill von
matches where they maybe weren't expected to be as close as they were. But today we have the Qualifier 2, and we're going to see our next set of 8 come through the Qualifier to qualify for the next stage. And I'm very excited. I am Erebos, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in our casters for today, Mighty and Maxwell. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic as always.
Yeah, I can't say anything different. We two had the honors of casting yesterday's qualifier, so I'm pretty much delighted to be here back on the same page with Maxwell for the second one. I think we had a banger yesterday, and I'm pretty damn sure about one thing, that we will see the next banger here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much all you could say. We had some incredibly good teams. We had a lot of the kind of T2 staples that went through yesterday, especially. I think we saw teams like Good Intentions that really came through, Panhornet as well, Fans of Atex, the kind of teams that you would almost expect to come through as well. Like we said as well, some games that were a little bit closer than expected, but especially those teams really showing that they're the ones that really wanted to make sure that they get the business done early. And I think today we'll be seeing a lot more teams come through as well that you kind of expect up and around that kind of level. And I'm very interested to see how we kind of fill in those last 8 spots for the qualifier.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the next teams that come through are. And let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, because I have some questions for the both of you. We can just get the bracket pulled up. And apparently we do not have a bracket. So I'm going to have to rely on both of you to look at what we can see on our end of the bracket. Do you guys have any favorites for who you think are going to be making it? Who are the top 8 out of the remaining teams that have signed up for this qualifier too? Mighty, who are you thinking are the top 4 teams that you think from this list of teams that we have?
In general, we talked about a few teams yesterday on the very end of the first qualifier, and I think that I will try and rely back on 3 of those teams, and it will be Alula, it will be Nippon, and it will also be Owned, as I unfortunately haven't seen Owned in this bracket. I don't think that they will compete even more. That is definitely unfortunate, because I thought that is a team that will go beyond all points here, and pretty much would have been a team that we could have seen going all the way into the final today. Unfortunately, that did not happen. On the other end, I've seen interesting team names. Myth yesterday did not play their A game. Also, on the other end, we have Radiant back in the game. Also, a team that participated under another name yesterday. Had some good matches, but then fell back and out of the tournament in the 3rd round. But in general, we have also a bunch of interesting names that we saw yesterday in the name of John Terry, for example, is a team that has a lot of potential. Met a very experienced roster yesterday and fell through the roster there and out of the competition. On the other hand, we also have, as we casted yesterday, we have Team Faith GG, we have Old Man here, we have the Spanish Inquisition, but also a team that I want to name out here is Zack Gaming, and especially why I'm naming out that team right now, because Max, he knows a bunch of the players, and I think maybe he has some more words to say about that team, how far these guys potentially can go.
I do think that Zack Gaming are a team that can definitely bring a lot to the table. They've got a lot of those kind of Meisterschaft German edition staples. You have players like Eni, you have players like Blunted, Nero, Dramatic, and Coxe. Those are really like staple names that you'll always see in the German seasons of the Meisterschaft. Definitely a strong team. I don't think they've been playing together for a very long time in this constellation. And so I think it's going to be a little bit of a mixed bag. And especially with them having a kind of difficult side in their bracket, they're playing against B, which is a very experienced Hungarian team. And then in the round after that, they are most likely, probably, in my prediction at least, to be playing against Kokosi, which is a team that has been playing together a lot of time, a very long time as well, with a lot of Russians in it. It will be a very challenging bracket for them to be able to qualify, but I definitely think, especially those kind of household names in the German scene, have a good chance of making it through as well.
Yeah, I like the insight there. And one thing that I want to mention, John Terry, we saw them adapt pretty well. They've ended up falling yesterday in the qualifier 1. If they end up winning their first match, they're likely going to be up against Neponin, so we might see one of those 2 teams drop out and not make it through to the next stage, which will definitely be a shame for one of those teams, but that's just the way that it goes. Sometimes it's just a little unfortunate. Some teams that you might expect to get through don't end up getting through because of the quality of teams that we have throughout the bracket, all the different teams that have signed up. We saw pretty similar maps end up getting played yesterday throughout a bunch of the different matches that we saw. Are we expecting anything different, Max? Are we going to see Chalet over and over again, or are we expecting to see a little bit more diversity here?
I fear that there's a very good chance that we'll be seeing a lot of the dreaded Cs, as we call them in Germany. We'll be seeing a lot of that kind of clubhouse, a lot of that chalet. I think that's just kind of the nature of best of ones, especially as both teams get to ban 4 maps. You will always kind of naturally tend to a map that teams kind of maybe not are the best on necessarily, but just maps that they don't mind playing. And those just tend to be the maps that are played the most in the map pool, because teams have the most reps on them. They feel the most comfortable. They feel the most able to adapt. And I think especially yesterday, we saw as well how important it is in these kinds of best of ones to be able to play that adaptive kind of play style in Siege. Because if you can't adapt to teams that have such massive variety in their play styles, you can kind of tend to struggle. Mighty said yesterday already as well, there's a very big difference in the way that we play in Europe and the way that we play in NA, for example. But one of the beautiful things about European or international European qualifiers is as well that there's a massive difference in playstyle between nationalities in Siege as well. We were speaking about how Neponen and Panuhone play a relatively similar style, for example. But also if you look at some of the English teams, they play very similarly. If you look at how certain Spanish teams play, for example, or German teams even, they all kind of have these distinct styles that typically you would see in between regions, and we only get to really see at like big major events like SI or whatnot. But within Europe, there's such a big difference within the region that the adaptability becomes ever so important, especially because you don't get the opportunity to kind of prepare for teams beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. The play styles, the differing styles between the different regions and even the sub-regions of Europe specifically definitely makes things interesting and can lead to a lot of interesting clashes, just like as yesterday we saw on Lair. It was a very attacker-sided map, which is very different from what we normally are used to in the top tier 1 Siege that we're so used to at the different levels. And Mighty, we're going to see one singular map that's maybe a little different, like we saw Cafe yesterday get picked up, which is a little bit interesting to see in a best of ones. Is it going to be Cafe? Or are we going to see something different, like a Fortress or a Border? What's that one standout map you think we might end up seeing that's just a little bit different today?
My hopes are still high that we see a Fortress match, especially because Fortress brings like new layers back into the competition scene as a map that is a little bit unpleasant to play against as an attacker, because it is so defensive sided. But yet still, you can see so many great attacks if you like synchronizes your team well, speak well together, have communications. But when we talk about maps, you mentioned it out earlier. Lair was the map we saw yesterday that like pretty much spiked out of the ordinary, and I think that we will spike directly back into the ordinary we saw yesterday as we go back to Lair in our very first match. Max, I think we will take it away, won't we?
I think we might.
And so, Max, we're back. Sorry for interrupting you there.
No,
but
no,
I just wanted to throw back onto something that Erebus mentioned out. We had teams where everyone just pretty much had high hopes. We also had high hopes and said, okay, we don't need to cast them in the first 2 or 3 rounds because they will go far. They will go into round 4, 5, or maybe also all the way deep into the final. And we're starting with one of these teams that we couldn't catch yesterday, as we both thought Alula will go all the way, and they pretty much had an unfortunate match in the very first round, and they got first rounded. That is not a name that you see in the first round going out, don't we?
No, absolutely. Al Ula, we already spoke about it yesterday, kind of about what our expectations were with them being qualified to EWC, actually, which is one of the biggest international LAN events that you will have in the Siege calendar. And so we were thinking, hey, these guys are set on for being one of the favorites in the open qualifier. These guys, they're going to stomp through everyone. But alas, in the very first round, it was already kind of over for them. So we're definitely hoping that they're going to get a little bit further today. And so we decided, hey, what better way to kick off the day than having a team of the class of Al-Ula show us why they'll be going to EWC and kind of maintaining that level throughout as well.
Yeah, I'm totally on the same page there with you. And if we just look at the bans real quick. Yes, we had Lair yesterday. We also had we had all 4 bans on the very first half that we see here. We had Cade, Mira. We also had Ying and Grim. Holy, I could not remember how Grim was spelled. Okay, but in general, we spoke enough about these 4 bans, but yet again, I want you to take it all over. We're having a new qualifier today, new stream, maybe also new viewers from teams, fans of the teams that we are casting today that we didn't cast yesterday. Why are these 4 bans so, I would say, so standardized on a map like Lair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cade especially, you'll typically see Cade matched with the Bandit ban actually, but Cade especially is an operator that is just so strong on the Walden Island. We see directly in the top floor here on the very first site why that's so important, because keeping that breach clear is probably one of the key things, because it's so easy for teams once they take operational side to open up that breach and kind of go for a close plant, especially when there's limited plant denial like on the side of Nymph at the moment, who only chose to bring the smoke, Tachanka being one of the most played operators on this site at the moment. But we also see, again, the Grim and the Ying, 2 operators that are so strong when it comes to taking space, those being banned out just to make the power positions a little bit easier to play, and especially when you're going to be bringing a clash, banning out those kinds of operators is incredibly important.
Yeah, and as we see the first round opening, we also see the first damage points being dealt, and they're being dealt against the player of Al-Ula in the name of Valentino. Needs to be aware that he doesn't go too aggressive here, as he is the ace, and ace is still one of the most important operators for this attacking take.
We'll be seeing here the vertical coming in from Damon in a second. One of the most important things that you'll see in pretty much all of these operational takes is that Demos going below to try and track out the player that's playing aggressively. But they're doubling up here with the clash and the Azami and making it really difficult to clear anything out. But Valentino here with the very first kill, the entry onto Mirix. That's the Azami drop down. Meanwhile, GW is drowned as well, and another one for Valentino here, making it a 2 versus 1, or a 4v3, sorry, a 2 against 1 kill trade in favor of Al-Ula.
And Valentino also survives a Thorn Gate there. That is more than lucky. But the eyes, the vigils caught here by the players of Al-Ula is just showing what these players are made of. They have good visuals, they have good communications, and for that, best of all, they have great team players that just move besides each other to try and help each other out on the pushes. But here first, somebody gets Valentino. Will get swung here by the Deimos. Track is going out, so it's Bazooka alone. And also here, once again, Bazooka falls back a little bit, trying to bait out the smoke out of a position. And as soon as that happened, Nomad is on side, swinging deep from the 6 of the smoke and gets the smoke done and dealt as very from the first side.
A fantastic take from Valentino here with the very first kill. The entry onto Mirix. That's the Azami drop down. They were trying to bring it over to well. Make sure that it more than lucky.
But the eyes, the vigils caused here by the players of Al-Ula is just showing somebody gets Valentino. Will get swung here by the Deimos. Track is going out, so it's Bazooka alone. And also here, once again,
to pressure in up so much, put so much pressure in from different angles that it just was too difficult for Nymph to hold on at the end. I like the approach with the clash for sure, pushing over. Had a really strong hold on operationals, but they need to find a way to deal with that Deimos.
Yeah, they definitely need to find a solution for the Deimos. It is not being brought in the second round so far, but yet it is a new challenge coming in here, as now we will have a Blackbeard on the scales. Blackbeard, yes, of course, can be countered a little bit with both the Fenrir and also the Echo. It will be very unpleasant, as well as if you find yourself in the middle of Toxic Babe counters, as the smoke is also being brought here by Nymph. But that is in general something that I like. If you see teams like in generally trying to do different takes with doing different lineups very early on in the game, it won't happen here though, as we have to switch back to the Deimos. But then indeed it shows that Al-Ula, they're already in prep to switch their own game, switch their own lineups to make it a little bit harder to get a read on them.
Absolutely, and it kind of comes down to the way that teams like to play as well. Some teams have a really set way of playing. They really just only want to play these info ops. They only want to play these shields. They have a really set identity. And other teams are a little bit more flexible with the way that they want to do it. And we can see here that Al-Ula is making really good use of the info operators. GW here finding the gap using a solid snake scan. So manages to get that flank over onto the Fenrir, who gets taken down at the beginning. And now they're going to start to put some pressure deeper onto the site as well.
Yeah, and here also we had a few teams yesterday that aren't like among the most experienced, but still with good players in their rosters. They like had the problem that they pretty much stalled out in given scenarios and just moved until a certain point, and then it just completely stopped. Here you see the perfect example by Alula. We have intel, we know for a sake where the persons are going in, and we're going after the intel and trying to act upon what we're given, and that is what we see here. We see pretty much a frontal to front game play as both teams gather intel and just try to move in for these interactions, these gunfights as soon as possible, not letting the opponent give any certain amount of time to re-roam and better say take and retake a better position. As we see the next kills dropping in, somebody gets bazooka. Valentino on the refrag gets the echo out of the board. Somebody low on a mid of HP. Merrick's still full HP. Valentino is in a bit of a challenge in a little bit pity position. Needs to spot out or isolate one of these two players to gain himself a better advantage point.
The diffuser is down as well, so now it's just important that the players for Nymph don't overpeak here. They know exactly where Valentino is. He's going to be just trying to swing around to get the picks, but Merrick's manages to pick him off as well. Very well played at the end there in the 3v2 situation. Valentino did manage to pick the Echo. There's a nice little detail there as well, picking out the nade to try and bait the sound so that the Echo swings in. That obviously worked out fantastically for him. Then couldn't quite pick up the last two kills.
We have intel, we know for a sake where the persons are going in, and we're going after the intel and trying to act upon as possible. Not letting Nymph with a successful round on the boards, gaining themselves back very early in the game. Very important as well is that you get the grip onto the map as soon as possible, especially in the defense, as we talked about it yesterday. Lair is a map where you should try and win as many defender rounds as possible, as that gives you the best position for the second half when you have to turn over into the attacks. As attacks are quite unpleasant sometimes when you have a team that is so good based and strategized on a map like Lair.
Absolutely. Lair, we're starting to see it a lot more as well now, which is quite nice. So there's a bit more of a meta forming around the way that it's being played, especially on the attacks. And we tend to see a lot of these kind of informational ops being played, as we already said at the beginning, and as we're seeing Al-Ula do as well, just because it becomes relatively easy on horizontal takes to find these gaps. You have display, you have pebbles, or top green server, however you want to call it. These are all kind of opportunities where when you have the information, you can push in and really put in a lot of pressure on that top floor. Especially for this tertiary site here, when we're looking at bunks, it's played very similar to the top floor site, just because the entire site has vertical deniability. And so what we're going to be seeing here is Nymph really extending into that top floor and making sure that they hold on to it as hard as possible, and really not seeing anyone playing anywhere near site. You have the castle here who'll be playing close green and try to contest it a little bit. Aside from that, it's really just a pure top floor hold here from Nymph.
Yeah, and as you mentioned it out, like we are used to maps where we have expanded top floor controls, like trying to play on multiple elevations. But then you're used to like having 2 or 3 like standardized holes going for the vertical. We will have, I can't count how many different angles that are being open here on the vertical, just to uphold as many standardized plant positions possible, making it both hard to not only enter the bomb site, but also gain access to potential bomb plant sites. So here, the first kill is going out, and it's going against Valentino. So Nymph here on the first advantage point for this round, even though also the Ram is low on HP. Raps needs to be aware of his position. For C4 won't find anyone. Somebody makes the odds better looking as he gets crazy. Mag finds somebody though, so we have the refrag on the bases. It is a frag-refrag game so far. The damage points is speaking against Alula, and they're speaking for Nymph.
Yeah, it's an absolute dogfight here in the top floor, and I'm really surprised the Warden has managed to survive so long and get away with his life there. You see Bazooka and Maga here being the last two trying to push through the top floor, but they've managed to kind of close off these angles a little bit using the Azami. Especially Maga now, who's on really low HP. He'll be one shot to be down from absolutely any weapon here, and we see the first pre-fires coming through. The swing now as well. That's Maga down. It's all up to Bazooka with the F2, an unbelievably strong gun. If he can't hit his shots, it won't matter much. It's a 3 versus 1 situation here. He's got a minute to try and isolate these 1v1s, but it's looking really, really difficult from here as the vertical is being challenged as well. First shot's coming through, and that's Fliz down. That's a 2v1.
Great eye for the vertical, gets a kill done and dusted. And as you mentioned, I think the players of Alula weren't aware that the Warden is still upstanding, because the kill that fell on somebody on the smoke, I think that was meant to be the Warden, as they pretty much just lined up, and unfortunately it hit somebody and not the Warden player. Well, this time here, at the very end, it isn't Warden that takes home the last kill of the round, it's Nymph's Azami player, as Nymph Scoops beyond the point of being down after the count of rounds, and they're turning the map after the very first round and now leading with a 2-1 score after 3 rounds. Succeeded.
And what we saw there is as well a little bit of the danger of playing so heavily on those info ops and playing a little bit less on the drones, because yes, it does allow you to be more aggressive, but it also means that once you're kind of in the round, you don't have much information to go off of. And so operators on the defense can play in these slightly rattier positions. They can kind of worm their way around the site and around the map without the attackers having too much of an idea of what's going on. And we really saw why that can be such a deficit for Alula there as well. It's a nice try at the end from the Twitch to try and bring it back. Now we'll be going back to the top floor, and we'll be seeing that Tachanka that we spoke about in combination with the Clash again as well, as it hasn't been banned out. We won't be seeing an Azami anymore. We won't be seeing the Deimos either.
Yeah, also here's 2 more viable bans that we've talked about a lot, especially yesterday. Deimos being on the scale of more comfort. Meanwhile, Azami is like pretty much... yeah, she explains herself that she can be very unpleasant to like not only move within the building, but also like getting close to an Azami playing her position, because she can make so many ugly corners and angles with her keyboard barriers that it's pretty much hardly unpleasant to play against. But on the other end, Deimos, not only comfortable, that man, the revolver, it's a pure weapon of menace, and if you get hunted, to like not only be aware of where the Deimos is coming from, that he doesn't like shoot you from below, but also then have the eyes for the linear base, what happens on your floor, that you're not getting double crossed by one of Deimos's teammates, is not always that easy. So a comfort ban in my eyes, but a comfort ban that definitely is more than allowed.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a really strong ban to pick out. We do see the pick onto the Zofia straight away. I think Zofia is actually maybe almost better than Deimos in this situation, just because she brings the destructibility, but her stuns are also so effective against that Clash. And so she kind of does 2 jobs in one, which the Deimos wouldn't really have been able to do. As you see the first breaches coming around from operationals, and with 1 minute on the clock, we're already seeing the first Tachanka fires come in. Of course, he has another 18 of them, so it's going to take a little bit of time before he's burnt through all of them. But pun absolutely intended at this point. Here we see the Nomad charges coming out as well. Gets hit onto the Clash, but she has the safety of a Melusi gadget as well as some barbed wire, so that Maga can't push her down quite yet. But we see the fire coming in as well, and that's going to be used to try and push into this hallway here. Melusi, Zofia charge there into the fire. Fall back with Valentino, picks 2. GW picks another. That's the Clash gone, and they have all the control that they need. It's gone so quick all of a sudden. I didn't even realize all of these kills fell. Now they've got the 2 plant and eye operators left. Valentino with another beautiful shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody tries to uphold it as much as he can, like pretty much trying to bring some force against, but Mager is there, rocks into the room as he did privately in the first round, just pretty much spots him out and deletes smoke from the round on the very first glimpse of sight. Yet again, a successful top floor attack by Alula. Nymph now most likely open to go into the other bomb sets again, where they have been successful, directly leading us into the next round of basement. Pretty well explained itself why Nymph now goes back to the spots where they have won. They have both had rounds up in top floor now that did not go their way from all the first stage of the round all the way into the final stage where they lost it. So pretty much declares and informs why they're not taking it on the 3rd attempt.
Absolutely. I think on both the top floor defenses now, we saw a little bit of a passive approach for Nymph. In general, they're not really a team that like to get at it, that will swing you at every corner. And I think at the moment, that is playing a little bit into Alula's hands, at least for that top floor hold, just because it means that you can take so much control quickly. I mean, just then I was so focused on what was going on with the Clash that meanwhile, they just managed to walk in. Valentino kind of walked in, pushed that hallway and just took the 3 kills for himself. So I think I would like to see Nymph kind of contest it a little bit harder here, maybe use these echo cams to really actively drone out information and not just try and deny a plant. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here with this aggressive echo cam placement.
Yeah, maybe just not only trying to prevent a potential take on the angles where the echo will be positioned at, but also like getting pre-informative intel on where the guys are coming from, where the power positions are gonna be, and especially also like be able to like break down the pace a little bit and like pretty much just put the feet down and say, okay, you have maybe gained some access into certain areas, but you will not like reach the first key positions within the time we give you. So it's an operator that has so many layers to itself, especially the gadget to be played, that I liked seeing teams bring Echo, as it is an operator that definitely has lost a lot of pick percentage in the last few seasons.
Absolutely. I think losing that ACOG is kind of one of the things that's done a little bit of damage to him here, as we see Valentino already taking the first aggressive angle. The smoke is ready here. He's going to smoke it off so that Valentino needs to drop off the angle, but it is only 1 minute past. So using that plant in our utility already kind of shows that the pressure that Al-Ula is putting on is being felt, but a beautiful swing from Nordes managed to pick out Maga, but Bazooka with the refrag straight away. These long angles here are going to be dangerous, and so GW is taken out by somebody as well, and now it's the man advantage once again for Nymph on this bottom floor site. The flashbang comes in, the smoke denies the push from Valentino for now.
Yeah, well, that is something that we've talked about before. The team play, the coordination is so important from these teams that they bring that from scratch, that they go for these scenarios where they are able to put themselves in positions where they can go for frag refrags. Frag refrags, especially on maps like Lair, where you have so many tidy corners, you have so many tight corridors, just so important that you do that. And another thing that you don't are allowed to do are giving your opponent these lineups. Valentino gets the kill onto the smoke by the grenade, as the smoke has to forfeit his position, walks direct into the grenade, and luckily for somebody, he doesn't strike with it, as maybe yet to get with a good timing eye on Merix, gets the next kills and makes it an even 2-2 scenario. Valentino and maybe Crazy are widely spread away from each other, can't help out in an active meta, but they can be able to split the opponents. As they've done so, somebody gets downed and killed by Valentino. Now we have the reconnect back onto these two attacking players. Maybe Crazy going for that defuse. Meanwhile, now Valentino can hold the cross, gets the eye onto the Echo. Echo has nothing he can do, and just walks straight up into that cross. Makes it easy for Valentino to score that kill in the second attempt, and that way we yet again have a lead from Al-Ula. Nymph striking back with 2 rounds in round number 2 and 3, getting the lead, and Al-Ula yet over winning 2 rounds of their own, regaining the lead after the very first round. Now it speaks all for itself of seeing if we're going to go into the second half with an even 3-3 scoreline, or if Al-Ula are able to pick it up and also take it away with a 4-2. Max, what are your prediction going in after round number 6?
I definitely think personally that it's going to be a 4-2 that we go into the split here, and that Al-Ula probably going to start running away with it a little bit. And my reasoning for that is really just against teams of the quality of Al-Ula, you know, those top T2 kind of pushing onto T1 teams, because you have to remember Al-Ula really are pushing towards that T1 level. They're really starting to push towards there. Against these teams, you can't play the same thing too similarly over and over again. And we're seeing a slightly different defense here from Nymph, of course, considering that the Azami's been banned away. But on the basement just now, we saw a very similar setup and a very similar idea. And these kind of IGLs that have all of this experience, these players like Valentino that have been around for so long, they know how to adapt to situations. So once they've seen something once, they'll know how to counter it in the second round. And so if you do something that's too similar, you don't have a chance as a defense, because they're just going to roll over you pretty quickly. And so I think unless Nymph brings some really fresh ideas here, like they did in that second and third round, I think it's going to start looking really strongly in the favor of Al-Ula here.
But a team that will have a lot of things against what you just said will be Nymph. Nymph will try their very best to uphold the scoreline and make it an even 3-3, and they're beginning well with Merix catching Valentino in the early times and early seconds of the round. Yet again, we have maybe Crazy going in here and getting some intel gathered. I don't know if he only has 1 or 2 in his mind already. He now should have 2. First C4 thrown, doesn't find someone to pick it up. Meanwhile, Nordes now will get some pressure onto his shoulders, as maybe Crazy not only gets Nordes, as he gets creeps as well, and that way is a great clean by the players of Al-Ula, as maybe Crazy commits into the gunfight. And yet again, we have a passive lineup happening here by Nymph that they weren't aware of, and maybe Crazy is just absolutely punishing that from happen.
Yeah, Crazy went absolutely crazy there. He really showed them that, you know, you have to respect Mendo teams when they bring out the shields. That's one thing that actually the whole region is incredibly strong on. They just know how to play those shields. They know how to be effective with them. They know exactly when they need to be aggressive. They know exactly when they need to play it passively. That was really a masterclass there. If there's any aspiring Monty mains out there, this is a great round for you to watch back and learn from, taking that positioning quickly. And now they're going to have to try and work their way back in. If they've got the man disadvantage, the top floor control has been completely surrendered. They're going to be playing around that green area and that pillar area to try and fight back here. Of course, still have Miran, who's playing above on that sky bridge. So he's going to be key. If he can get off a flank here and kind of do some damage to that top floor hold, then there is hope yet for Team Nymph. Unfortunately, somebody's taken out by GW. Now it's only Merrick's left here on the top floor while the Jaeger's being cleared out, gets traded straight away. That's crazy down, but Bazooka gets the refrag, and Merrick's on low HP here, gets the first.
First picked up. Now it's all about if he can spot out the plant carrier and the plant trial from above. Doesn't manage to do so. Looks into the wrong bomb side. Bomb is yet indeed being planted on bomb site number A. Meanwhile, now we have Bazooka and Marguerite a lot of time to position themselves. But we go for the Verticus Midrix with a good eye. Catches Marger. So it's a 1v against 1 scenario. He has 20 seconds to get the kill onto the board. 50 now, time shrinking. Because he needs 7 seconds to defuse the bomb. But I don't know where he is. He's close. The Bazooka has an easy one picking up that last kill, as Merrick just doesn't know where Marger has positioned himself. That way, your prediction's right. You have read the script, my man. 4-2 world swap. And now the big question is asked. Nymph are down by 2 rounds. They're swapping into them, as we prefer to say, the weaker side of Lair in the attack now. What are the biggest and most important things that they need to keep in mind now going into the second half against Alula to be able to not only pick up some pace of their own, but like trying to get these rounds to make it an even?
Honestly, one of the funny things in these kinds of qualifiers and kinds of like tournaments where teams from different levels play against each other is I honestly wouldn't worry too much about what Al Ula are doing on their defense. They're a T2 team. They know they're playing on stream. They won't want to show too much of the things that they're doing. So I'm going to expect them to play relatively standardized holds. I think they're going to be playing a lot of traps here to kind of limit those lurks and such that teams will play. But I think the main thing that Nymph can do actually is play really kind of unorthodox siege. Play really weird and annoying operators. Play what's strong. Maybe, I was going to say play a Ying, but of course that's banned. But those kinds of operators, like bringing a Glaz, we're seeing here that there's a Blitz coming out. We're seeing a Sense coming out. Those are 2 operators that the Russian teams really like to play as well. And I think those kinds of pocket plays, the more things you can do to surprise Al Ula, the more things you can do that they don't see regularly, the better off you'll be. Because if you just try and play the standard takes against a team that is playing standard takes at a higher level than you, and sometimes you just have to be able to admit that to yourself, you're going to probably pull the shorter straw. And I think that's exactly what Nymph want to try and avoid doing here.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it will be a take that definitely would, I would say, impress not only us, but it would also impress Alula, as it will be a take that is not that easy to read. Especially it takes a lot of like build up beforehand going in. It also takes like a big surprise momentum, and that is something that Alula needs to be prepped for, because else us surprise momentum speak for itself. It can take them by surprise, and then if it does, it will be definitely unpleasant. But on the other hand, I think Alula, a team that has so much experience, we have said it 100 times, and I will say it 100 more times if I must. A team like Alula, with all the experience that they've gotten, I think they're prepped for everything. And it's also a roster, they're not afraid to like peek into these hallways, take these close proximity gunfights, and just pretty much make it as unpleasant to move forward for them as just barely possible.
Exactly, and that's what we see right at the beginning as well here with Maggot going for the aggressive run out here onto Merrick.
Sneaky.
Those are the exact kind of things that you'll do when you're playing on confidence, you know? It's not necessarily the highest potential play or whatever, and we see here the double drop coming as well to try and retake the position below. We're going to see a shotgun hole being pumped in here while another person peeks to try and make life so uncomfortable for the Buck here. We see also Nordus dropping down to support him, but GW with a pick here and Valentino onto Fliz as well. That's the entire downstairs hold taken care of so quickly. And now it's just the Blackbeard all alone here. He's smoked out. He can't fall back. The Azam, he's pressuring him as well. And all that's left is somebody here as the smoke canister come out. And I can imagine that there'll be 5 Al Ula players running down the spring stairs position quickly now.
Look at the movement.
Up in the hallway as well. One grenade here, well placed, could take out all of them. They all swing together. It's one for somebody, but they keep on coming. It's a second, it's a third. Can he get another one? If he can get a fourth?
No. Why are we trolling? What is happening? But also here, I don't understand. He's, of course, you give somebody 3 gunfights, 1v1. There's like no pacing coming in that you swing him together. You just, it is 1 by 1 by 1 every single time. But then when Valentino is the player with a shotgun and the very first player with a shotgun, it would be perfect for that close range, especially when he's proning on the floor. But then Valentino just said, no, okay, we have trolled enough. I will fall back. And I damnly hope that they win out this round now, because else it will definitely be something that they should be afraid of. And we have the quad kill somebody. It is Super Shorty against the SAS shotgun. And it is luckily for Alula, it's Valentino. Damn, if somebody would have pulled that off, he will be MVP. Doesn't matter what the results of the rest of this match will be. Holy troll.
The coastline there.
Holy troll. The last time I saw troll like that, I saw Corey commit team kills.
I knew you were gonna say it, man. Whatever. The last time I saw something like this was Nello back in SI 20. What was it? 2019, 2018 on Coastline.
Yeah.
I was getting serious flashbacks there. That was something I really was wishing for somebody there, that he manages to pick it up. But at the end of the day, it will just be stat padding. I think as an X-Siege player myself, I'll definitely take the exit frags, but you'd absolutely rather take the round for sure. And this way we go into a 5-2 for Al-Ula, going into the basement site now.
But just to sum up what just happened, if someone ever should need an excuse to shit himself while playing a game, I would say somebody has the golden way to explain how and in which situation you're allowed to shit yourself, because getting rushed by 4 opponents in the same tiny getaway like that is more than scary.
I will say it's terrifying, but at the same time, it's kind of a fantastic situation, because all he had to do was hold down his mouse 1 and he just farmed kills for free, you know? Who's isn't going to be farming any kills is crazy right here, but I think he's going to be sticking here and trying to take another one, but Maga gets picked off by Mirix. How many more times do you think we can make that joke before someone tells us off from production? How many more times can we call crazy?
I don't know, but I'm more than hyped to see if we, at the end of this match, we'll see a few more crazy scenarios from that player, so that we can say he can definitely cross out that maybe for the next qualifier coming in.
I've got another one locked and loaded. Rest in peace, my Mirix. He got hit by a bazooka. That's the Nomad off the board. You see the breach being opened here onto the site. Not as much vertical pressure as you'd be expecting from a take onto this bunk side as usual, as we see Flivs here fighting for the lobby control and somebody being downed by Crazy. Valentino being pushed here by the Blitz. He gives him a little knife to take along with him. The ADS coming through here. A little bit of damage out. Bazooka falls and Flizz does too. Oh, it's just the 2 here of Nordis and Encreps left, with Yellow approaching from behind, but she thinks better of it as she falls back to the site. The Blitz here can't really do much pressure, and as long as they can hold on to the top floor here, Al-Ula, I think they'll be good to go.
They'll be good to go. On the other hand, it's pretty much just all about that Al-Ula now. Read this the side straight and say, okay, we have the upper hand. We're in the lead by 3 rounds. We have a better man count, as we also downed Krebs on the Blitz. Gassing that one out, and that way it is all alone Nordis against 3 players, and it's all about a little. They can force it out, of course, and they will try to do so, as Valentino just pretty much blatantly rushes up and gets a kill with a pistol. Has nothing to lose. He said, oh, we will win this round either way, but I will take the kill gladly as an exit. And that way we have, for me, on my end, a little bit of a surprise moment that we now have the first matchman in round number 9 already, as I thought Nymph showcased well gameplay in the second and third round, fell off a little bit on the second end here of the first half, but this starting second half, good ideas, but not really anything to pick from as so far as we've seen.
Absolutely, and I think at a certain point, like, you can obviously say that there are mistakes in what Nymph are doing, that there's gaps in their attacks and also in their defenses, and it isn't true, or it isn't wrong, sorry. But at the same time, you also just have to put respect on the names of Al-Ula. What they're showing here is exactly why they should have been going a lot further yesterday, and it really makes you think that at a certain point, teams can kind of just turn on that level, you know? They felt so confident running down the hallway, for example, and at a certain point, there's a difference in quality where it doesn't really matter how good a Nymph are playing. because Alula just has the read on them. They just have the ability to kind of play rounds and control the pacing of certain things in a way that Nymph maybe aren't used to playing against. And so that's exactly why I was saying that they need to play these kind of more interesting or these more kind of absurd takes, you can almost say, because those are the things that Alula will struggle against. But of course, if you're losing operators to run out and all of these kinds of things, and you're just losing gunfights, then it doesn't matter how inventive your takes are. It doesn't really mean much. As we see here, Crazy going for another spawn peek. He sees the head of, I'm not even sure who that was. I think it was a Fliz. Zenkrebs also gets dealt a lot of damage by Bazooka.
And Norris makes a quick end of the Scopos. One of the shells deleted was the active one, so that is Crazy out of this round. Meanwhile, now Nymph on the very first attempt in the attack with an upper hand scenario where they have the advantage of having one more guy on the books. Also here, the first suppressing actions happening from Bazooka. First Toxic Babe out of his pocket against the Blitz of Encrypts.
Bazooka's going to be the next target here. The Grim Canister's coming out to clear him. You see here the double claim was being placed. Whatever, man. This is EWC level, guys. So if you think you can do it better than Maga, then maybe sign up for the next qualifiers and you can show us what we're doing here. But Murix gets another pick on Valentino, and this round is looking like it's firmly falling into the grasp of Nymph. So we didn't even really ask it before the round, but as we look at this here, I'm wondering if the Zac is Tsu, or if there might be a comeback on the hands here for Nymph.
I'll just say one thing, doesn't matter how this round goes. This is the first and only time you will ever hear me saying this. I'm so bummed that we don't have interviews after winning matches. Because I have one big question for Margaret right there. But doesn't matter. We're still 1 minute into round number 9, and the upper hand has slightly swapped tides and is going into the hands of Nymph now, as they have one more man onto the boards. Even though Bazooka was luckily deleting 2 of the players of Nymph before the strike came in, as we had a very short but slight 5 against 2 scenario. Now the next peak is coming in. Known for sure as we swing it onto with the DMR. Top 4's exit is gained by somebody. And they're trying to hunt some phenomenas and phantoms as they are yet indeed thinking that there's still someone upstairs. It isn't the case as Bazooka jumps out and gets his position known. Meanwhile, 3 against 1 now. And it's all of Bazooka that he needs to spot it out. He has no more Toxic Babes. He will be spotted out by Fliz, as Fliz then also puts his finger on the trigger as soon as he hits the first sight of that smoke and deletes him from the map. That way is Bazooka not being the golden hero of round number 9, as we will strike yet another round into round number 10 as Nymph successfully denies the first match point attempt by Alula.
That means we do get another 2 operator bans as well, which you never know. Maybe that's the exact thing that they need to kind of shift us over. Be seeing 2 more operators coming through here, the Mirror and the Ace, the 2 operators being banned out here. I think once again, these are 2 kind of very standardized bans. No team has really played any operators that have really been a massive issue for the other side, I think. It's been more so the setups at large. You can't really pinpoint it onto one specific operator. So I think these are 2 very reasonable bans to be bringing out as well.
Yes, and on the other hand, I'm a little bit concerned about one thing. Alula, great opening engagements, like great build-ups for the defense, but I feel that they are a little bit overconfident in a bunch of scenes, and we saw them 5 against 1 scenario in the first attacking round. We saw the Mager, okay, I will challenge to Claymore scenario. We also saw a bunch of, okay, I will just run down a hallway where I know there is a blitz standing right in front of me. Something in my head doesn't add up on the place of Alula. I don't know if it is that we are having Friday. Most likely of the players have been going to work before they have to play qualifiers, and they pretty much just act like this is a normal ranked match. So I just pretty much hope for Alula, for the god's sake of Alula, that they wake up now and don't get punished for doing these takes, because they're very risky. Yes, high risk, high reward and so, but so far they've gotten punished by them for these takes.
Absolutely, and I think that's one... Sorry, I think that's one key thing as well, is that no matter how good you are, there can always be an upset, and we've seen it already a few times. And so now they've given away 1 or 2 rounds they didn't need to, but Mag is going to do his very best to make sure that it doesn't happen again. The breach does get open because the Tubarão is busy somewhere else, but at least we've taken the Capital from the board as we see this gunfight here around Bathroom, such an incredibly important position as well, with Valentino playing in the hallway to try and make sure that we don't get any more pressure from outside, while we start seeing the utility clear coming in as well, while Valentino managed to pick off Mirix outside of Bathroom.
So good kill here. Mager also shuts up somebody very soon. It makes not any body out of him, but somebody that is dead. Krebs walks up on Mager, gets that kill onto the boards. That way we have the first kills of the round for Nymph. Also Nordis will be spotted out on the base on the first floor by Gwyn's. Next gun kill is coming in. The next gunfight is coming as Krebs gets maybe crazy. The next gunfight is coming in, and Valentino, he shuts up Krebs for good, as this will make the scoreline finished for the day, and it will be a 7-3 after the very first match. And by that being said, Alula successfully prevented to be first rounded.
I think, as expected, really, Alula showing that they can really step up the gas when they need to. They really had the individual plays locked in. And like we said, there was nothing really massively exciting about the things that they were doing per se, but it was just a difference in quality there. Obviously, there were some very good moments as well from the side of Nymph, but at the end of the day, Alula just too strong there, showing why they're one of the most kind of promising teams that we have in the qualifier, and one that we expected yesterday as well to be going through. Erebos, what did you think of our first game of the day again?
I think that Lair is a very interesting map. We saw yesterday it be very attacker-sided. I don't think we can come to any conclusions about the map in this one. I think that Nymph just weren't quite up to the task.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment of it as well. It's a shame because I do think Nymph did some really good things, and that's just kind of the unlucky nature that you sometimes get in BO1 qualifier brackets. You end up getting matched against a team that's going to an EWC in-person LAN event in a few months, and that's just kind of where your journey ends. But they definitely did give a really good account of themselves. So I think even though they maybe aren't qualified to this league now, that's definitely something that they should take positives from as well, and kind of work towards the next time that they get a chance to prove themselves.
Yeah, and I totally agree on that point. But yet, indeed, I saw another thing that I just wanted to point out, as we didn't talk about it, meanwhile, being in the match, because I think we did not look at the stats of the players, meanwhile going through it. But not on the very end, as we saw the MVP screen, Valentino popping out that game with a 15-4, nearly hitting a 4 of a KD in a match like this. Yes, of course, it's not a playoff match like a semi-final final, but yet indeed, as a best of one starting into the day, definitely showcased that Valentino is a force to be reckoned with, and it's also a play to be taken very serious, as that is a scoreline that you definitely need to have in the back of your head.
Completely agree, but we're going to head to a short break. Hopefully, very soon, we'll be back with your next match.
Clear anything out, but Valentino here with the very first kill, the entry onto Mirix. That's the Azami drop down. Meanwhile, GW is down as well.
That is more than lucky, but the eyes, the vigils caught here by the players of Alula is just showing somebody gets Valentino. Will get swung here by the Deimos. Track is going out, so it's Bazooka alone, and also here once again.
Play these shields, they have a really set identity. And other teams are a little bit more flexible with the way that they want to do it, and we can see here that Alula is making...
Here you see the perfect example by Alula. We have intel, we know for a sake where the persons are going in, and we're going after the intel and trying to act all possible, not letting the opponent give any certain amount of time to re-roam, and better say retake a better position. As we see kills dropping in, somebody gets Bazooka. Valentino on the refrag gets the echo out of the board. Somebody low on the mid of HP.
Important that the players from Nymph don't over-peak here. Know exactly where Valentino is. He's going to be just trying to swing around to get the picks, but
standardized plant position as possible, making it both hard to not only enter the bomb site, but also gain access to potential bomb plants. Finally, somebody makes the odds better looking as he gets crazy. Mag finds somebody though, so we have the refrag on the bench.
Any weapon here, and we see the first pre-fires coming through. Swing now as well. That's Maga down. It's all up to Bazooka with the F2, and unbelievably should play these 1v1s, but it's looking really, really difficult from here as the verticals being challenged as well. First shot's coming
good eye
through,
for the
and that
vertical
is down.
The kill that fell on somebody on the smoke. I think that was meant to be the Warden, as they pretty much just lined up. And unfortunately,
Charge there into the fire. Fall back with Valentino picks 2. GW picks another. That's the clash gun, and they have all the control that they need. Now they've got the 2 Phantom Eye operators left. Valentino with another beautiful shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody
shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody tries to uphold it as much as he can, like pretty much trying to bring some force, against, but Mager is there. Rocks into the room as he did partly in the
being putting on is being felt, but a beautiful swing from Nordes manages to pick out Maga, but Bazooka with the refrag straight away. Strong ankles. Smoke the nice, the push from Valentino for now.
Yeah, well, that is something that we've talked about. Another thing that you don't are allowed to do are giving your opponent these lineups. Valentino, he doesn't strike with it. As maybe we yet to give it a good timing eye on Merrick's. It's the next kills to make this an even 2-in-2 scenario, but they can be able to split the opponent as they've done so. Somebody gets downed and killed by Valentino. Now we have the reconnect back on. Gets the eye onto the Echo. Echo has nothing he can do. He just walks straight up into his shoulders. This may be crazy. He not only gets Nordes as he gets creeps as well, and that way is a great clean. One of players of Alula
yet. Unfortunately, somebody's taken out by GW. Now it's only Merrick's left here on the top floor, while the Jaeger's being cleared straight away. That's crazy down, but Bazooka gets the refrag. Merrick's on low HP here, gets the first.
First A. Meanwhile, now we have Bazooka and Marguerite a lot of time to position themselves. But we go for the Verticus Midrix with a good eye. Now time shrinking because he needs 7 seconds to defuse the bomb. I don't know where he is. He's close to Bazooka. Barely possible.
Exactly, and that's what we see right at the beginning as well here with Maga going for the aggressive run out here onto Merrick. Comfortable for the buck here. We see also Nordes dropping down to support him, but GW with the pick here and Valentino onto Blizzard. Just the black kid all alone here. He's smoked out, he can't fall back. His arm is pressuring as well. And all that's left is somebody here as the smoke cannon come out. One grenade here, well placed, can take out all of them. They all swing together, it's one for somebody, but they keep on going. Got all of them. They all swing together, it's one for somebody, but they keep on going. It's a second, it's a third. Can he get another one?
No. And I damnly hope that they win out this round now, because else it will definitely be something that they should be afraid of. And we have the quad kill somebody against the SAS shotgun. And it is luckily for Alula, it's Valentino.
Crazy right here, but I think he's going to be sticking here and trying to take another one, but Maga gets picked off by Merrick's. How many more times do you think we can make that joke? Another one locked and loaded. Rest in peace, my Merrick's. He got hit by a bazooka. That's the Nomad off the board. For the lobby control, and somebody being down by Crazy. Valentino being pushed here by the Blitz. He gives him a little knife to take along with him.
Down Krebs on the Blitz. Gassing that one out, and that way it is all alone Nordes against 3 players, and it's all, and they will try to do so as Valentino just pretty much blatantly rushes up and gets a kill with a pistol. Has nothing to lose. He said, "Oh, we will win this round either way."
Double claims being whatever, man. This is
ever hear me saying this? I'm so bummed that we don't have interviews after winning matches. Up by Fliz, as Fliz then also puts his finger on the trigger as soon as he hits the first fight. All
clear anything out, but Valentino here with the very first kill. The entry onto Merrick's. That's the Azami drop down. Meanwhile, DW's down as well.
That is more than lucky, but the eyes, the vigils caused here by the players of Alula is just showing somebody gets Valentino. Will get swung here by the Deimos. Track is going out, so it's Bazooka alone, and also here once again.
Play these shields, they have a really set identity. And other teams are a little bit more flexible with the way that they want to do it, and we can see here that Alula is making.
Here you see the perfect example by Alula. We have intel, we know for a sake where the persons are going in, and we're going after the intel and trying to act all possible, not letting the opponent give any certain amount of time to re-roll, and better said, retake a better position. As we skills dropping in, somebody gets Bazooka. Valentino on the refrag gets the Echo out of the board. Somebody low on a bit of HP.
The plays from him don't overpeak here. They know exactly where Valentino is. He's just trying to swing around to get the picks, but they're
standardized and positions possible, making it both hard to not only enter the bomb set, but also gain access to potential bomb plants. Finally, once somebody makes the odds better looking as he gets Crazy. Mark finds somebody though, so we have the refrag on the back.
Any weapon here, we see the first pre-fires coming through. Swing now as well. That's Maga down. It's all up to Bazooka with the F2. And unbelievably split these 1v1s. But it's looking really good from here as the vertical is being challenged as well. First shot's coming
eye
through.
for the
And that's
vertical.
is down.
The kill that fell on somebody on the smoke, I think that was meant to be the Warden, as they pretty much just lined up. And
The charge there into the fire. Fall back with Valentino picks 2. GW picks another. That's the clash gun, and they have all the control that they needed. Now they've got the 2 planted by operators left.
Valentino!
Beautiful shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody
Shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody tries to hold it as much as he can, like pretty much trying to bring some force against, but Mager is there, rocks into the room as he did privately in the
Being put in on Ismail fell, but a beautiful swing from Nordes managed to pick out Maga, but Bazooka with the refrag straight away. Wrong angles. Smoke denies the push from Valentino.
Welcome back, everybody. We had a fantastic first match, a little bit one-sided, but it's how it is early on in these qualifier brackets. But got another match, and fortunately, a lot quicker on this match than we had on a lot of the matches yesterday. Thankfully, a lot of the players are not causing us to be delayed. But yeah, we have a very interesting map. We have Clubhouse is our map, and just like Max said, the 3 C's, Clubhouse is one of them. Max, Mighty, how we feeling about this? Max, go ahead and start.
Yeah, Max, good well.
I'm an certified Clubhouse hater, believe it or not. If it got removed from the map pool tomorrow, I would be ecstatic, completely happy. They can put Favela in for all I care. Terrible map, absolutely hate it. No, look, at the end of the day, Clubhouse, you can't really reinvent the wheel much. It is always going to be very similar things. And the good thing about that is that there's always the opportunity for not a setup, for a mix-up. That's what I'm looking for. I have a certain favorite going into this game. I wonder if Mighty has the same one. But map like Clubhouse is one where there can always be a massive mix-up. So if the team that I'm not expecting to win here pulls out something maybe a little bit unexpected, I think we can see something good here.
Yeah. Totally agree. And on the persuasion of the teams that we're going to see, I think that you would cross over there a little bit, is G15 against Just Building, and we see a few familiar faces again. I see some familiar faces on both teams on the names of Just Building. I'm a little bit enlightened to see what this roster can bring, as I've never seen them pretty much playing that lineup before. But on the other hand, Max, G15, there are a few very known names that we know also from the German Meisterschaft, the going on, or better say from the DACH region. And I would like you to point out a few names and say why this team potentially has some experience.
I think there are 2 main things that we need to look out for on this team. And these are the 2 things that I can promise you. In life, some things are certain. You have death, you have taxes, you have Cloudy being last alive on an upside down rappel, and you have Rooney bumming shields for every single round in the game. So for anyone that doesn't quite know the people that we'll be seeing, I promise you from my heart of hearts, you will be seeing many upside down rappels from Cloudy on whatever which window he can find, especially when he's last alive. And we'll be seeing Rooney on a shield in whatever possible constellation. So there's some things for you guys to kind of look out for here.
Yeah, very interesting insight. I think Clubhouse is one of those maps where, yes, it can be pretty stock standard, but it comes down to who is the better team. That's why I personally really enjoy the map. It's because I feel that you get the best team that goes through, because in reality, every team should know how to play the map and should have the better team go through in the end, just because of that, with all of the strategies being fairly standard, but a little bit of room for some chaos, a little bit of room for some innovation to an extent, although the innovation usually goes back to how it used to be, which then becomes new because everybody stopped doing it. Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very interesting map, but I think we're going to be going in pretty shortly. So, Mighty, Max, go ahead and break it down what we think are the bans, what we think is going to be the play style, and exactly who we think are going to have the edge going into this one as we go ahead and send ourselves into the map flyover.
Max, pretty much as I have given it to you all the past qualifier that we had yesterday, I will keep on doing so. But yet, indeed, I will just give you my opinion very first. My opinion will be a boring one in the names of bans. I think that we go back all the way deep in with Breachers and Breach Deny.
I fear that you're probably correct, but I think if the team of Just Building have any clue who they're playing against, they should be banning at least a Montaigne. Because otherwise, I think they might be up for a pretty rude awakening here. Rooney, obviously, like I already said, being very much known for his ability on the shields. And it's not just that he likes playing them. He is genuinely very good on the shields as well. One thing I worry about for him is when that new operator comes out very shortly, that is going to be a direct shield counter. What happens to Rooney's career? But we don't see a shield ban first, but we do see a Capital.
Ooh, Capital, very interesting. It's also something that you see very often, especially in rank queues, that you have these two garage breaches that will be opened by the can openers, as we like to call them. Like, just put the catwalk upstairs there and top rafters a little bit on fire. Makes it unpleasant for an active top rafters player to not only play, but also trying to hold that position, especially when you can combine it with a shield player pretty much pushing up these rafter stairs, and it will be unpleasant because you then both compress the space the player and rafters has to move away, but also the space where he can actively defend himself against the shield player. So he has multiple angles to watch out. He has to watch his feet where he's stepping, that he doesn't step out of his cover, but also doesn't step into the line of sight to be blindsided by the shield player. But in general, first, that won't happen in the very first round because we're finding ourselves in a basement defense on the first end. And as we see on top of the screen here, G15 will be the attacking team in the very first half. Meanwhile, Just Building will do their build-ups, and these build-ups are being widespread all the way onto the top floor here. That is not seen that often, but it is not also something that surprises me, as we're trying to give certain defense holds, but trying to adapt those a little bit and change a little bit more to just make it harder for the attacking team not only to roam within the map, but also like having to waste utility on the first end.
Absolutely. I think we kind of saw the peak of roaming setups on Clubhouse when that SSG roam was really, really popularized, and what we see a lot more now is exactly what we see here as well, as the Azami kind of playing around blue stairs, trying to make it a little bit difficult, but we're already seeing a massive setup here towards blue. We see Rooney jumping in on that shield, immediately getting the flashbang and the very first kill here, while Cloudy also picks one up, and Alfred drops down, picks up a third straight away, and within 30 seconds, we've already got 3
the entire
kills
set is
here,
clean.
as they need to drop down. That's one pick here. The robot teleports as well. Another pick here, and we straight down. Maybe the fastest round that we've seen so far.
How fast? Like not only the sheer audacity of the pace, but the audacity of just saying, okay, we know for a fact there are 2 guys offside. We have 3 guys that are definitely not ready yet for the round to be committed. We are pushing the Azami on blue stairs and barrels. Meanwhile, we're just dropping oil pit, crossing off if she falls back of her position. We completely trap the player in generator in deep blue, and we just find the last player trying to play within church and arsenal to then have the site free within, what, 22, 23 seconds?
Yeah, pretty close to that, I would say.
Yeah, and then the 2 guys that just have to drop down and, better said, teleport them back on site. They can just look down the barrel of the guns from G15, as G15 completely not only reads the direct plan of just building and spots out the flaw within that strategy, but they completely punish it to the ground.
Yeah, I was planning on giving a whole little analysis piece on why these kind of roams aren't being played as much anymore, and I was going to say exactly because we're in this kind of like rush meta where there's so many good operators that you can use to really clear up power positions early. And I mean, I guess it would have been a good piece of analysis, because that's exactly what we did see, but they were just so fast with it that I couldn't even get my words out. I mean, it was a 30-second round essentially. I do think this is going to be a little bit of a slower one. We've seen 15 seconds already. That's already half of the last round gone. And we're only just starting to open up these breaches, make up as many pressure points as we can. We'll see Alfred here open up all 3 of these major breaches with Thermite most likely, and we'll then see them work across from that cache side.
Yeah, but also that rush to be committed doesn't surprise me. If you look at the players in the roster, we pre-talked a little bit about them, but if you just have a mind of both Lolo, Solar, and Cloudy, these three players have so much experience. When they spot out a gap like that within a defense hold line, they will change their strategy, whatever the strategy was before, and they will use it to their advantage. And here you just saw by perfection how you can destroy an entire defense hold by one gap given by the defenders towards the attackers.
Absolutely. That's why I'm happy as well to see that just building and playing a little bit more on the utility here. You can see the Jaeger, you can see the shield coming in. You can see Rooney taking that control pretty early as well. And we can also see that Solid Snake lurking down below. As the Blitz shield pushes up here, gets the flashbang off. You don't need a nade when you can just push forward on the shield, but there is a crossfire there, meaning that he's going to have to fall back here. Little angle is open on Cash as Alfred picks up the first kill here onto the Thorn. Now they're going to be working forwards to try and clear out that cast position. The aggressive swing here, which Cloudy catches out. The Blitz pushing forward now, and Jaeger's in a really tough position here.
We're playing Ring Around the Rosie here with the Jaeger. The Jaeger will find themselves in a clinch position where he can't do nothing against it and will be spotted out. Also, Alive is very low on HP. Aslor will be spotted out by the Blitz, blindsided, and now has regrouped with his team above his team. It will go down. Aslor finds one more kill on Solar, but will then be put to sleep by Rooney as Rooney just puts in a quick end to the mirror in a refrag meta. And yet again, as soon as G15 entered the building, they didn't stop. They entered the building, they found out where the first hold lines were of the defenders. They tried to just make a split between these two defenders to make it hard for them to play alongside each other, help each other out in the given scenarios to be committed within. And that way you give yourself the opportunity to play against 2 or 3 against 1 scenarios. First things happened with the Azami. You have Cloudy to watch the 6 of the Blitz. Blitz pretty much just trying to push away and push out the Jaeger away from Azami. Azami tries to go for the swing as she has no intel if there are more guys holding the Blitz or playing with Blitz. Cloudy just waiting for an angle, waiting for the Azami to swing by. Azami swings by, Cloudy gets the kill, and then you have the opening. You've taken out Azami, Jaeger's all by himself, and what do? You bring some more pressure. You bring even more operators in, and you push him out by 3 guys. You have 2 guys coming from red, pushing Jaeger towards the construction site, and then you just have 1 guy waiting for him to commit the cross either from Cash into CC where he is standing, or to wait for the Jaeger to try and fall back through construction. In both scenarios, you would have that kill done and dusted, and that's how you create a 5 against 3 scenario right off from scratch.
We do still have another round to play before the next round of operator bans comes through, but I would be pretty confident to hedge my bets that we'll be seeing a Blitz ban coming in from the side of this building here when it comes around to that point. But for now, we first have the Cash site, the site that used to be the absolute staple of this map, but we're seeing played less and less and less, and we see Cloudy here with an interesting breach approach, just opening up these bottom corners here, opening up the foot angles so that you can hold with the DMR here all the way down into that cross angle from the radio door. So we see the Blackbeard as well, clearing out rafters with that really strong angle, where the player on rafters can only see his feet. So now the Azami is a little bit locked into position here, especially with those reinforcements close. But Alfred gets the jump out here of the Jaeger. So it's Maus off the board with 1 minute off the board as well. They're starting to build up this pressure here.
Yet again, a good read here by the players of G15 as Alfred is yet again quicker on the trigger than Mauzinho can be. That way we have the 3rd opening engagement and successful opening engagement for G15. All 3 rounds so far, they have won the opening engagements and they have won the 2 first rounds. As I can just say, these things speak for themselves and they speak for G15 and all the way against just a building. Lolo, a little bit offensive there, needs to be aware that there are 2 guys in rafters. Shows himself a little bit too open. Well, good bullets coming in here from Zolar out of the doorway of Garage. And we are fighting. Lolo is trying to spot out the Ella. Doesn't succeed so far, but if you just look at it, MJ and Alive are both very low on HP. Alfred finds MJ, 3 and 5. Alive finds Solar. It's the first kill coming in here by just building, but Clancy can punish that straight from scratch as Solar also finds Alfred. 3 against 2 scenario giving here, and 1 more minute to go.
Yeah, they just needs to try and hold her position here, make sure that she doesn't overpeak. But Rooney, he's taking control of top Redstars here, and so the mirror falls on site as well. Now it is only the Ella left. She's going to have to try and do it all on her own, but Rooney just walks in and peeks that window, knowing roughly where she's going to be, as no one's rotated back from rafters. It's the 3rd round in a row for G15. They played so heavily onto that hold for Garage. They didn't even notice the Nomad walking up red stairs.
And it feels like Just Building has nothing that they can do to neither change or prevent these things from happening, as it just feels like G15 is all the more aware of every single position being played by Just Building at all times.
Well, I'm confident to say that G15 will win this game because they have decided to ban Solid Snake instead of the Blitz. And so I think that Just Building are going to have a terrible, terrible time on these next defenses. No, in all seriousness, it's a good ban, I guess. Snake is good to find these gaps. Maybe they're thinking, hey, they're using Solid Snake to spot out these gaps, and that's why they're being so aggressive. But I think they might be in for a rough time here when they realize that that's just how G15 play.
Yeah. And G15 will punish, as you mentioned before, they will punish that behavior as you're taking out a ban that you've taken just a sort of a gamble from. Yes, of course, you haven't spotted out every single opponent in these 3 rounds because they're playing so aggressive. They're pretty much splitting you away from your teammates and letting you out of the rounds if because they're just forcing you in these 2 against 3 against the 1 scenarios that you can't win out. But just taking a gamble and banning an operator that you haven't seen being picked by G15, as he hasn't been picked all maps so far, is definitely something that you should argue about in a group chat later, on later occasion, because as you just mentioned, there's one operator and only one operator on the board here that they should have thought about banning directly out to make it a little bit less dense to play against the G15, and that is the Blitz.
And I think the biggest problem as well is they're not really bringing any operators to counter the shield as well. They know how effective it was on these first 2 attacks for the side of G15, but they're not really looking to bring any operators like a Thorn, for example, or a Legion to kind of really slow down that shield. So we see the roam clear coming out here with Von being the first target of the Deimos track and the Dokkaebi call, as Solar is pressuring this window straight away as well. So he's going to have to try and fall back here, but the Blitz is already made as well into Dim as well. Alive with him here, he jumps through, and that's the Blitz off the board as well. The first pick here from Von. He has the ability to teleport. No, he doesn't have the ability to teleport back either because his phone has been broken, and so now he's stuck in bathroom, gets picked off by Solar as Cloudy on that ever-mentioned upside down repel, and just the pick up alive as well. And that's the roam taken care of from Just Building. G15 here showing that they don't only know how to hit the site, but they can clear out a roam as well if they absolutely need to.
Yeah. Cloudy shows what he's made of and shows how dirty he can be. But yet again, it works. And why should we talk negative about the biggest trades of players if it so oftenly works over and over and over again? Yeah. I can't remember how many teams have asked me, "Ayo, we're playing against Cloudy later," or the team where Cloudy was playing in MEISTERSCHAFT, and I said, okay, you need to be aware of these 2 things, because that is something that they bring. They bring a lot of aggression, and Cloudy loves to withhang on these windows and upside down rappels. And one of the things all teams say to me, upside down rappels will never be a problem. We will have those kills in no time. I can yet tell you, you don't. Because Cloudy, yes, he's an aggressive player, but he knows when to fall back on his rappels, and he's just waiting to get another chance to rappel down on the same particular window to then wait for a striking time to come.
That is, of course, only one of the players on G15, but it is something that they absolutely need to be aware of. If you worry too much about one thing, there's another thing that can do the damage as well. What we're seeing right now, though, is that they are stalling a little bit as the Yinkandelas come through, but Mauzinho has built himself a little bit of a fort here, making true to the name of the team. The phone call comes through here. He doesn't quite manage to get the drop, and now the sense wall is up, which means he can't deny the plant anymore. He's going to have to push through, but Cloudy's still on the hatch to cover as he gets that pick onto Mauzinho. The plant manages to go down, and now it's a 4v2 situation here. We've got Aslor and Jobe left. Aslor manages to pick one, but Jobe's not quite as lucky. So now it's the Melusi left alone in a 1 versus 3 situation with hatch control. And there it is. Cloudy manages to get the last kill as well, and it's yet another round on the attack for G15.
And G15 is just pretty much just not only taking away the lead, they're running away with it, as they just pretty much exceed all expectations so far. Yes, indeed, me and Max, we both know that team of G15 quite well, and also the players within the roster. But we also know a few players of the Just Building guys, and I'm a little bit bummed to say that I thought they could hold hold on a little bit longer and make a little bit more mayhem or better say, cause a little bit more mayhem for the players of G15. But as I said in the rounds prior, it just feels like that G15 have a good read on what their opponents are playing, where their opponents are being located at, who is going for the roam, and where they're going for these certain roams. And that way they just pretty much just point out the ways they play stage by stage. They go for intergathering, util clear, then you go for the roam clear, and then they still have yet more than enough time to go for the execute build-up to then file in for the final execute. Just pretty much damn well executed siege. And we talked about it earlier, Max. Clubhouse is a map where a team like pretty much say, okay, it's a qualifier. We like to play these maps because they're so old. It's all about standards. There's nothing that we can leak. We don't need to leak our new strats or how we play and whatsoever. And it's all about like which team has the better like standards, which team has the better set plays, and which team, obviously in the defense, has the better plan to stop these type set plays from happening. The big question I have here. You've seen a few facets of G15. What are the key things here that Just Build need to wake up upon to be able to strike back against G15? Meanwhile, Alfred gets the next opening kill.
I think G15, or sorry, Just Building, are looking a little bit too much into what they have said on paper, and they're not really looking too much at how they can adapt to the playstyle of G15 necessarily. Let's see a few aggressive runouts that they tried a few times to kind of try and contest what they're doing early, not to let them set up, not to let them gain too much confidence in the round. But those also got countered by G15 in an effective way, really. We saw it on the gym round, we saw it now this round with the live, for example. But what I would like to see is a little bit more adaptation when it comes to the operators, maybe bringing some more traps, some kind of things to counter these aggressive pushes. But aside from the kind of default positions that we're seeing here with the Denari, for example, we're not seeing any of those strong operators being brought. We're not seeing a lot of Thorn. We're not seeing a lot of Legion. We are seeing as Alfred, though, who closes the sight line here, manages to get a triple kill into the round as we see another aggressive jump out. Now it's Von and Aslaw as he gets taken out as well by Alfred, and let's see him on for the ace. Solar does take that away from him, and it's a flawless round as he ran up with the with the door launcher there. That doesn't do any damage, but luckily the gun does.
Yeah, the Doom panel is unfortunately not lethal, so we had Solar needing to swap to his primary weapon to commit that kill, but he had more than yet enough time, as it yet again felt like what Max just pointed out. The players of Just Building, they're a little bit too much aware of what they've written on paper, and they're not aware of the facts, what is happening around them in the environment, to like put an adaptation within their own strategies to be better set intact for the plays of G15. And G15, yet again, they get more than enough time not only to do their build-ups, but also react in all given scenarios, and they're, for my end, I have to say, more than well-deserved in the lead by 5 rounds. And I think this has potential to be the first 7-0 I've seen on Clubhouse in more than 2 years.
Speaking of 7-0s, we have Cloudy also rocking the reverse James Bond, the 7-0-0. That's something that you'll be hearing plenty about on Twitter later, ladies and gentlemen, whether you like it or not. But at the end of the day, you can't really say anything against it, right? If he's playing well, they're winning these rounds. It's well-deserved to be happy about the way that you're performing, but at the end of the day, this isn't the last game that they're going to have to play, so they need to make sure that they don't kind of shoot everything that they have too early, that they don't run out of gas, and that they can maintain this throughout the whole day as well.
Yeah, that is the big and important thing that you just pointed out there, because we saw it yesterday. Many teams made it through all the way into round number 3, and then when round number 3 strikes, when it's all about like winning round number 3, because then you're automatically in the top 8 and you're qualified for MEISTERSCHAFT, that is where team like went out of energy. They lost all the remaining energy they had in their reservoir in the tanks. They lost a lot of mentality. Overpeaked unnecessary scenarios, and they lost unnecessary gunfights that they didn't had to take. And that's just how it goes when your concentration is flowing, when your energy is draining. These days are gonna be long, and every single team should be prepped for those. And G15, if they're able to capitalize upon this round here as well, run it into a 6-0, maybe also winning the entire match out with a 7-0, they have definitely reserved themselves a lot of spare energy for the next round coming in.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we saw Jobe getting himself on the board finally with a pick out onto Alfred. Cloudy does get him back though, making it his 8th kill without seeing another gunfight. Every enemy he has seen in this game, he has killed. And once again, he's on that upside down rappel, holding the angle here into Rafters as they're going to try and clear out the Sasami next. Alive is going to be the next point of contention. He's playing it quite well on the Rafters there at the moment, making sure that he doesn't overpeak when he doesn't need to. Because the main goal for that player on Rafters is not to get any kills, but simply just to survive for as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, his challenge is to drain as much time for his teammates as possible, just to make it as much as unpleasant as possible for their opponents to tick in and also walk in and buy these spot lines that are able to be locked in from the deep of garage. The fuse is still outside. We have 50 seconds remaining for a final take, and we have a few openings to be intacted. Also here, a very cheeky position here being taken by Mazinho, as well as we have the next kill of Cloudy with a deep angle all the way, finding that Azami. Now we have Zoller able to not only cross in, but crawl up all the way in from after stairs. We're taking the blind side. Now we have the diffuser in the hands of Zoller. And now it's all about the distraction game. We need to distract the players of red, prevent the players to be able to roam with in and down into lounge, and also prevent them from crossing in to Zoller, as Zoller is having to going for that plant trial. He's jumping in the window. Mazinho is out of the board. Rooney gets an X kill. That way is Oslor and Vaughn alone against two, and Vaughn and Aslo, they take a piece, they both, and they prevent it to be an O, as I successfully cast a cursed G15 for not taking this match home with a 7-0.
The good news is it's not a 7-0. The bad news, however, for Just Building is that they do still need to win another 6 rounds on the attack now. So what G15 just did, they need to do the same thing, but a little bit better if they want to have a chance of winning this game, or at least another 5 rounds if they want to take it into overtime. And G15 just need the other 2. The bans coming in right now are the bands that we kind of predicted at the beginning as well, the slightly more boring bands, the slightly more standard bands. Just looking at the breaches and the hard breaches here, meaning that we're going to see a pretty standard few rounds of Clubhouse coming up as well. We're seeing a Capitao and a Bandit.
Yeah. We see Breachers, and we see a Capitao, and we see Breach Denial. So on one end, we both had correct on our guesses with the bans, how they will be committed. But just let us scrap these bans straight on and go for another thing. Yes, of course, you're down by 4 rounds in the names of Just Building. But that one round in the end there, what does that give you, Max? How important is that singular round that they won?
It's difficult to say really, because if the rounds before had been really, really close, I would say that that's an incredibly important round. If this was a map where the attack is so incredibly strong, it's such a difficult map to defend, I would say that one round is incredibly important, right? Like we see it sometimes on Consulate, for example, when teams win 5 defense rounds and then the attack win their very last attack round and they go into that side swap and they manage to pull a clean sweep out on the defense side. In this specific situation, I think it's nice that they got the round. It's going to be nice for confidence, and maybe they're going to feel a little bit more confident going into these attacks. But the difference in quality that we've seen here and those rounds being so dominant between these two teams, I do still struggle to see how they managed to convert from here. And yet another thing that we're going to see here, we see Jobe picking into the blitz, but it's Rooney yet again. Cloudy obviously can't upside down repel on the defense, but Rooney absolutely still can play his shields. Yeah, and Rooney will play shields. If there's one thing, if there's one thing that you can get out of shields, you can get shields out of Rooney. No, you can get Rooney out of shields, but you can't get a shield player out of Rooney. That's what it's supposed to mean. You can ban all shields and prevent Rooney from playing shields, but as long as you don't do so, you will never get that shield player out of Rooney. There is like 0 chance from that happening. But meanwhile as well, 10-1 scoreline. Cloudy, cheeky on his upside down rappels, not only from windows these days, but also from the breaches. That's no gone. The real question is he the same lethal? Does he have the same lethalness in the defense now when these rappelings are not a factor? I have my predictions, but out of respect for Cloudy, I'll keep my mouth shut for the time being, and we'll see how it goes after the map. see the first challenge coming in here, and we see that Blitz walking into that Clash shield, and he's immediately a little bit scared because the Clash obviously can play the things for the C4s. They know that there's no one there at the moment, and we see the floor banks coming through as well, so they're going to try and clear that C4 route so that Jobek doesn't lose his life before he needs to. Verticality being started to be delayed by the button here as well. So we have two players aggressive on the bottom of these main stairs here. It's full map control established for Just Building within 1.5 minutes. They've got another minute and 20 seconds here to start working towards the site. See flashbangs coming in here where Solar gets the first pick onto the solid snake onto main stairs.
And how annoying is a Clash on that main stairs? How annoying is she?
It's the worst. Genuinely, there's nothing I hate seeing more.
And why is it that way? Because that central staircase is one of the most key impacting positions of the entirety of that basement floor. So many teams try and play it through hatches and also along that staircase because they want to have someone roam down there and have an angle and have the position to like fight down that long corridor. But if you have a Clash playing there in close proximity, she will take away so much time, and also there's only a few footsteps from her being up in the first floor and the other 90 big corridor and just preventing everything that you wanted to do so far. And here the reads are coming in. It's a live drone coming in, and Cloudy will most likely suffocate to his own fire. No, he doesn't, but Cloudy yet indeed finds a double kill onto Jobe. No, it's Mazinho all alone. The plan is trial down. Mazinho finds Zolar, but we have the opportunity to not only... No, we don't have as Clancy, as Lolo and Claudia both are down, and it's Rooney all alone. What is happening here? How are we throwing this away?
Yeah,
Rest for Lolo coming in.
I don't think Mao knew that the plays are down here because he's playing this a little bit too aggressively at the beginning, at least. But I think he realizes now there are 10 seconds left, and Rooney does still have his Clash shield, so he's going to go for the reverse defuse here. That's the time down as well, and that's going to be around for Just Building because they don't have time to defuse, and he does get another few kills for his troubles. Manages to pick the round out there. It was a little bit confusing at times because of those two downs. You couldn't really tell how many people were still alive. But the verticality coming through at the end and the Buck doing exactly what he needed to, staying alive above to play that post-plant situation to absolute perfection.
I would just say the way it is. G15 with a phenomenal start of the round, taking away a lot of time, also preventing a lot of that vertical gameplay to be like put in place and also like prepped by the attackers with like the Clash being so active as she were on that main stairs. On the other hand, they stole successful time and just pretty much made it as hard as possible for Just Building not only to drop down on site, but go for that plan and have as few time remaining possible. But on the other end, as soon as the plan was committed, G15, they found a way to strike in, clear out 4 of the players of Just Building, made it even harder for Just Building to not only get in and away after the plan has been committed, but also then be in positions where they can save down and also do that post-plan play. But G15 then had a tendency to just overreact. They went into multiple crosses. They crossed each other, took away the fire lines, the free lines of sight for these gunfights, and they pretty much stalled themselves within their own team players, just trying to help each other out. And that way you find yourself in crossing positions where your teammate, your opponent, just sneaks down one kill after another, and then you have that scenario 3 against 1, and two of your guys are down. You lose a lot of time trying to go for the rescues, to then lose time going for the defuse, and then pretty much it's all about that you give your opponent very focused 1-by-1 scenarios, and there's like no biggie for him to take these scenarios down. So the sheer communication that was faulty there cost them the entirety of the round. Chaos and communications are 2 things they do not like each other, and that's what happened here.
What we're seeing here is some more chaos with MJ1 doing his best Rooney cosplay, running in, picking up 1, not managing to pick up a second as he gets knifed by Cloudy here. So it's going to be a 3 versus 3, but the plant is coming down once again from Jobe here. It's going to be setting it down, and it's another man disadvantage situation with the post plant. So now it's going to be up to G15 to solve those communication issues that you just touched on from the last round. See that they can
hold against this retake here. You see Jobe's dropped down below. He knows exactly from where he can win this post-plant situation. And if G15 don't have information on that, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to play this here. They think there's someone out on the breach. So Rooney is going to start pushing in here. The sense lines have been reactivated. The diffuse is coming through, and he just about can't see his head here. He doesn't know where the diffuse is coming through from. That means Rooney can just stick it. He doesn't know where the plant is. He picks up Cloudy, but Rooney can stick it here. And he couldn't find the angle onto his head. He had such a good position for the post plant, but he just didn't have what it needed to deny the diffuse. And so it's a match point round here coming up for G15.
And I have another question. Okay, never mind. I just saw in the replays what happened. Unluckily for the player down below here trying to hold up that diffuser with the sense, his teammate up on the top floor that didn't need to go as aggressive as he did before we got the first kill here. Names of the Thermite. He got down trying to cross into Jim. So that way there was nothing that he could have done in the linear base. So Asler, very unlucky there in the late seconds as he gets downed in the doorway of Jim. Just a hair flinch away of taking out that round and also securing a third round in the books of Just Building. Now we find ourselves in a position where G15 is in a match point meta, and they have at least 4 trials before this match would go into potential overtime.
Absolutely, and G15 are going to do everything that they can here. Rooney back on his favorite defense operator as they go back down to the basement where it didn't work out the first time. They probably know what the issues are that they need to fix, and so hopefully they can kind of change around a few things that they absolutely needed to. The bar hatch is still soft here, and so maybe that's something that they're doing on purpose. Maybe it's just something that someone's forgotten. As a live here after we just saw a fantastic Rooney cosplay in the last round, he's going to be doing his best to play like Cloudy. As we see the solid snake scan coming in as well to kind of try and clear out the beginning roam here. Alfred being the first point of contention, but Clancy being taken out by Alive on that upside down rappel. And that's yet another opening kill for the side of Just Building.
Opening kill for Just Building, also expanding their lead, scoring a down on the Zolar. It's all about if they're able to rest him, and he is crawling back. Unfortunately, time here by Alive that he crawls back in that momentum and just pretty much goes for the reload, as he could have spotted out Solar and got a second kill on the boards before he then gets spotted out. So unfortunate timing from him going away from the rappelling position to reload to then crawl back, and that way he will be found by G15 and cross out of this round. So an opening kill gained by Just Building, punished by G15 in a relatively quick re-engagement. Opens up to a 4-on-4 scenario, and we have around about 100 seconds left to go in round number 9.
We've seen now that they've reinforced off all of main stairs, and so even though the Ram has made a bunch of vertical here, the Clash can fall back, and now they're kind of in a situation where it's going to be really difficult to make any proper progress into the site. A little bit more vertical coming out from the Ram here, as it looks like it's going to be shaping up towards a main stairs take, maybe dropping in through that bar hatch as well, downstairs into Moto. See Solar here is going to be tasked with making sure that that drop can't happen, as Cloudy is yet making an aggressive play down into dirt. He's going to be tasked with coming back and holding the kitchen hatch drop. There's a little bit going to be what Just Building need to play for here to be able to get onto the site, just because that Clash Shield is going to make it so difficult to walk down the staircases. Traps are being placed in all sorts, and the more time ticks away, the bigger the benefit is for the side of G15. We're going to see the Sense gadgets coming in here from Jobe. He's going to cut off all of the lines of sights that he needs to. As we see the diffuser being dropped down on main stairs, and so with 50 seconds to go, they have it all to do. Mao drops as well, and it's only 2 left on the side of Just Building. You see the verticals almost getting Jobe down, but he manages to pick off Solar. Now it's a 3 versus 2 at the end.
And I think this is a pretty sealed deal. Von and Jobe still have the chance to drop down on the side. They have kit in hand. They have 30 seconds still remaining. But if you just look at HP bars, if you look at the utility that is still left reliable for G15, it's a better take from them now for the second attempt of this basement, as they still have all 3 players upstanding. They also have the Clash in an active position. Now we walk in, Alfred against the first into Jobe. It's Von all alone on low HP, and Alfred just walks in from blue into church and gets the kill done and sorted. And that way we have a done and dusted scoreline with a 7-2 yet all over again for G15 as they walk their path down into round number 3 of this today's qualifier to number 2.
G15 incredibly strong, as I had expected towards the beginning of the game at least. We saw exactly kind of what we predicted in a lot of these rounds, but I will say that Just Building did show off some really good rounds as well. I don't think that they left too much out on the server here. And at the end of the day, I think there was some slight miscalculations when it comes to the bans and such. I think that's what cost them at the end, because they just didn't ban out the operators that were so strong for the side of G15. So they will be advancing through into the next round. Of course, they do still need to play a little bit to be able to qualify themselves for the Meisterschaft. There's some very good rounds, some good plays there from both sides towards the end. Erebos, you're back. Better or worse than the first game? What do you think?
I think it was better just because of the master. I think it was just better because of the master class on Clubhouse via the attack. I think that, I mean, honestly, I didn't hate the attack from Just Building. I think that if maybe they had put themselves in a better position in the first half, they might have been able to cook. They might have been able to make it a little bit more competitive. But when you put yourself on that much of a deficit with the momentum, with the round count, it just really, really makes it difficult to come back, especially when G15 just looked really, really strong. They were winning all of their gunfights, and their strategies were really, really solid. They knew exactly what they were trying to do, and they executed on it perfectly. And for G15, they're going to be going up against the Spanish Inquisition for a chance to get into that top 8. Whoever ends up winning that will be qualified through to the next stage of the tournament. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see exactly what goes down there.
I think we're kind of getting to that stage of the qualifier as well now. It's turning into a bit of what we would call squeaky bum time for a lot of teams. It's one win and done, I think, for quite a few of these rounds now. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 rounds that are lagging behind a little bit. Mighty, do you have a read on kind of the teams that we have left and who we might be thinking to see go through?
What I see so far is that teams like Jumpers have succeeded in going into round number 3. Maybe also we have a wonderful matchup of Myth Esports playing against Al Ula in round number 3. So one of these 2 teams will make it through. Jumpers still waiting on the results from Clav Academy against Derv Esports. On the other hand, we still wait for Deja Vu to play against VLDU, and we'll meet up against Perka. Neponen won successfully against Ever and waits for their opponent against John Terry or Project Penguin. G15 plays against the Spanish Inquisition. As we've spoken about, Old Men have succeeded very far in the path so far. Got a first round 3 win. Won against Team Faith with a 7-5. So there will be no Froxy going in into this next stage of Meisterschaft. So we're currently waiting on the results there. So Old Men will face up against Team Zolak there. Zack Gaming have made it all the way into round number 3, awaiting on their opponent from Kokozi against Kaizen. And then we have Gap against Fight to Win. So we have a bunch of teams here that are quite known in the community. And I would say teams that we definitely should look into or have in the back of our head are still Alula. We have Neponen. We have G15. We have the guys of Zack Gaming, and we also have Gap in my eyes. But still, the path is laid. A lot of matches still to be played. And by that being said, I'm just more than ready and hyped to see which match we were going to carry and have our eyes on the 3rd round of this tournament.
Yeah, and definitely don't sleep on Jean Terry. We saw them put up quite a performance yesterday to almost come back in that crazy lair match. But I mean, it is to be seen exactly who's going to go through. And the next couple of matches are going to be telling as to who will be in that top 8. But till then, be right back with a quick break before our next match.
Setup here towards Blue. We see Rooney jumping in on that shield immediately, getting the flashbang and the very first kill here, while Cloudy also picks one up, and Alfred drops the very first kill here, while Cloudy also picks one up, and Alfred drops down, picks up a 3rd straight away, and within 30 seconds we've already got 1 pick here. The robot teleports as well, another pick here, and we straight down, maybe the fastest round below. As the Blitz shield pushes up here, gets the flashbang off. You don't need a nade when you can just push forward on the shield, but there is a crossfire there. Blitz can have to find clear of that cast push. This is the aggressive swing here, which Cloudy catches out. The Blitz pushing forward now, and Jaeger's in a really good position here.
We're playing Ring Around the Rosie here with the Jaeger. Jaeger will find himself in a clinch position where he can't do nothing again. Spotted up by the Blitz, blindsided, and now has regrouped with his team above his team. It will go down as Lord finds one more kill on Solar, but will down be picked by Rooney as Rooney just splits in a quick end to the mirror in the refract matter. And yet again, as soon as GV
Alfred gets the jump out here of the Jaeger. That's Mao's off the board. 1 minute off the board as well.
Olo, a little bit offensive there. Needs to be aware that there are two guys in rafters. Shows himself a little bit too open. Alive finds Solar. It's the first kill coming in here by just building, but Clancy can punish that straight from scratch as Solar also finds Alfred.
Just walks in and peeks that window, knowing roughly where she's going to be, as no one's rotated back from rafters. It's the first pick here from Bomb. He has the ability to teleport. No, he doesn't have the ability to teleport back either because his phone is broken. So now he's stuck as Cloudy on that ever mentioned upside down repel. And just to pick up Alive as well. And that's the phone taken care of from just building. G15.
One of the key things here that just will need to wake up upon to be able to strike back against G15. Meanwhile, Alfred gets
operators being brought. We're not seeing a lot of Thorn. We're not seeing a lot of Legion. We are seeing is Alfred though, who closes the sight line here, manages to get it around as we see another aggressive jump out. Now it's MJ, or sorry, Bond, and Astor as he gets taken out as well by Alfred. And let's see one last game that they're going to have to play. So they need to make sure that they don't kind of shoot everything that they have too early. They don't run out of gas and that they can play
strikes when it's all about like winning round number 3, because then you're automatically in the top 8 and you're qualified for MEISTERSCHAFT. A very cheeky position here being taken by Mazinho, as well as we have the next kill of Cloudy with a deep angle all the way to Solar, as Solar is having to go for that plant trial. He's jumping in the window. Mazinho is out on the board. Rooney gets an next. Jumping in the window. Mazinho is out on the board. Rooney gets an next kill. That way is Oslor and Vaughn alone against 2, and Vaughn and Oslor, they take a peek.
It genuinely does nothing I hate seeing more.
And why is it that way? Because that central staircase, if you have a Clash playing there in close box zone, she will take away so much time, and also there's only a few footsteps from her being up in the first floor and the other 90 big corridor, and just preventing everything that you wanted to do so far. And here the reads are coming in. It's a live drone coming in, and Cloudy will most likely suffocate to his own body. Yet indeed finds a double kill onto Jobe. No, it's Mazinho all alone. The plan is trialed out
a little bit too aggressively at the beginning, at least. I think he realizes now there are 10 seconds left, and Rooney does still have his flash shield. He's going to go for the reverse defuse here. That's the time down as well, and that's going to be around for just building. They don't have time to defuse.
And going for the defuse, and then pretty much is all about that you give your opponent very do not like each other, and that's what happened here.
What we're seeing here is some more chaos with MJ1 doing his best. Rooney cosplay, running in, picking up one. Running in, picking up one. Not managing to pick up a second as he gets knifed by Cloudy here. So it's going to be a 3 versus 3, but the plant is coming down. One been reactivated. The defuse is coming through. He just about can't see his head here. He doesn't know where the defuse is coming through from. That means Rooney can just stick it. Rome here. Alfred being the first point of contention. But Clancy being taken out by Alive on that upside down repel. That's yet another.
Omni kill for just building, also expanding their lead, scoring it down onto Zola. Unfortunately, the time here by Alive that he crawls back in that momentum and just
sense gadgets coming in here from Dobe. He's going to cut off all of the lines of sights that he needs to see the defuse. They have it all to do. Mao drops as well, and it's only 2 left on the side of this building. The verticals, all
3 players upstanding. They also have the Clash in an active position. Now we walk in, Alfred against the first into Jobe.
It's a setup here towards Blue. We see Rooney jumping in on that shield, immediately getting the flashbang and the very first kill here, while Cloudy also picks one up, and Alfred drops the very first kill here, while Cloudy also picks one up, and Alfred drops down, picks up a third straight away, and within 30 seconds we've already got 1 pick here. The robot teleports as well. Another pick here, and we straight down. Maybe the fastest round below as the Blitz shield pushes up here, gets the flashbang off. You don't need a nade when you can just push forward on the shield, but there is a crossfire there, meaning that he's going to have to flank here with that cast push. This is the aggressive swing here, which Cloudy catches out. The Blitz pushing forward now, and Jaeger's in a really tough position.
We're playing Ring Around the Rosie here with the Jaeger. Jaeger will find himself in a clinch position where he can't do nothing again. Spotted out by the Blitz, blindsided, and now has regrouped with his team above his team. Will go down as Lord finds one more kill on Solar, but will down be hit by Rooney as Rooney just splits in a quick end to the mirror in the refract matter. And yet again, as soon as G50.
Alfred gets the jump out here of the Jaeger. So it's Mao's off the board with 1 minute off the board as well.
Lolo, a little bit offensive there. Needs to be aware that there are 2 guys in rafters. Shows himself a little too open. Alive finds Solar. It's the first kill coming in here by just building. But Classic can punish that straight from scratch as Oslo also finds Alfred.
He walks in and peeks that window, knowing roughly where she's going to be. So rotating back to rafters. It's the first pick here from Bomb. He has the ability to teleport. No, he doesn't have the ability to teleport back either because his phone is broken. So now he's stuck as Cloudy on that ever mentioned upside down repel. Manages to pick up Alive as well. That's the roam taking care of from this building.
One of the key things here that just will need to wake up upon to be able to strike back against G15. Meanwhile, Alfred gets
operators being brought. We're not seeing a lot of Dawn, we're not seeing a lot of Legion. We are seeing is Alfred though, who closes the sight line here, manages to get it around us. We see another aggressive jump out. Now it's Bond, and Aslor as he gets taken out as well by Alfred, and it's even a hot box game that they're gonna have to play. So they need to make sure that they don't kind of shoot everything that they have too early, so they don't run out of gas and that they can maintain
strikes when it's all about like winning round number 3, because then you're automatically in the top 8 and you're qualified for Meisterschaft. A very cheeky position here being taken by Mazinho, as well as we have the next kill of Cloudy with a deep angle all the way to Zola, as Zola is having to go for that plant trial. He's jumping in the window. Mazinho is out on the board. Rooney gets next. Jumping in the window. Mazinho is out on the board. Rooney gets next kill. And that way is Oslor and Vaughn alone against 2, and Vaughn and Aslor, they take a peek.
Genuinely, there's nothing I hate seeing more.
And why is it that way? Because that central staircase, if you have a Clash playing there in close boxing, she will take away so much time, and also there's only a few footsteps from her being up in the first floor and the other 90 big corridor, and just preventing everything that you wanted to do so far. And here's the reason coming in. It's live drone coming in, and Cloudy will most likely suffocate to his own, but it indeed finds a double kill onto Jobe. No, it's Mazinho all alone. The plan is trialed out.
A little bit too aggressively at the beginning at least. I think he realizes now there are 10 seconds left, and then Rooney does still have his flash shield. He's going to go for the reverse, the fuse here. That's the time down as well, and that's going to be around for just building. They don't have time to defuse.
And going for the defuse, and then pretty much it's all about that you give your opponent do not like each other, and that's what happened.
What we're seeing here is some more chaos with MJ1 doing his best. Rooney cosplay running in, picking up one. Not managing to pick up a second. He gets knifed by Cloudy here. So it's going to be a 3 versus 3, but the plant is coming down. Been reactivated. The defuse is coming through, and he just about can't see his head here. He doesn't know where the defuse is coming through from. That means Rooney can just stick it. Rome here. Alfred being the first point of contention, but Clancy being taken out by Alive on that upside down repel. That's yet another.
Only kill for just building, also expanding their lead, scoring it down onto Zola. Unfortunately, the time here by Alive that he crawls back in that momentum and just...
Gonna see the sense gadgets coming in here from Jobe. He's gonna cut off all of the lines of sights that he needs to. As we see the defuse, they have it all to do. Mao drops as well, and it's only 2 left on the side of this building. You see the verticals
all 3 players upstanding. They also have the Clash in an active position. Now we walk in, Alfred against the first into Jobe.
So set up here towards Blue. We see Rooney jumping in on that shield immediately, getting the flashbang and the very first kill here, while Cloudy also picks one up, and Alfred drops the very first kill here, while Cloudy also picks one up, and Alfred drops down, picks up a 3rd straight away, and within 30 seconds we've already got 1 pick here. The robot teleports as well, another pick here, and we straight down, maybe the fastest round below. As the Blitz shield pushes up here, gets the flashbang off. You don't need a nade when you can just push forward on the shield, but there is a crossfire there, meaning that it's going to have to find clear at that cast position. This is the aggressive swing here, which Cloudy catches out. The Blitz pushing forward now, and Jaeger's in a really tough position.
We're playing Ring Around Rosie here with the Jaeger. The Jaeger will find themselves in a clean.
Welcome back, everybody. We have our next match coming up very shortly, and I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Mighty, I'm going to go ahead and leave it to you to tell everybody exactly what matchup we have on our hands, because I think it's one that you're a little excited about.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for this match because we yet again have a match where we know a few of the fellers. For this time, definitely both rosters are more than known in this competitive scene. But in general, we will see and follow up on the match of Kokosi against Zack Gaming. And as Max also mentioned earlier, we're in the hot phase of this qualifier because whoever loses this match has played the other rounds priorly for nothing. There's no second chance. You either win now and qualify for the stage of the upcoming tournament, or you lose and you're out for good. No more chances, no more best of ones, no more qualifiers to have it all over again. So both these teams should give it their best that they can. They should bring it their A game, especially on the map that we will see now. It's yet again a map of the standard category, as we have talked about yet all over again. We're back with the great C's. We went from Clubhouse. We will not have a rematch on Clubhouse, so we will go to another map that's called Chalet. And the rosters: Max, Zack Gaming, Nero, Blunted, Dramatic, Kokse, Kokozi. 3 of the players formerly known under Diavoli, and 2 more players from the same bubble. We know what these 10 players are capable of, but what are these players gonna do on a map like Chalet? I think you have some more insights because you have not only played with a few of those players, that you know them in and out as teammates, but you have seen also the other opponent in the tournament called Combine.
Yes, absolutely. We played against Diavoli, which obviously kind of makes up the core of the Kokosi roster here recently in Combine as well. Incredibly strong team, so definitely an opponent to respect a lot. Chalet also one of the maps that they played the most in their time as Diavoli. Zack Gaming, breaks my heart to see some of these boys here. Nero won my first Meisterschaft season with him in my team as well. Kokse, Blantella, or Blunted as you might call him, 2 players that I played with together for a very long time as well. I actually qualified for a previous season of Combine with them as their coach as well. So it's really a team of players that I've spent a lot of time with. And so I'll be, I have my favorites for this game for sure that I really hope make it through. Whether or not they'll be able to win against such a strong team as Kokosi, that's another question, because both of these rosters haven't been playing together for a very long time. So I think, again, we'll be seeing some relatively standardized things, but also this is a game where both teams are playing on a very similar level. I think in the past 2 matchups, we saw a little bit of a mismatch between the 2 teams, and this is definitely a game where we have 2 teams that are playing on even footing.
I definitely agree. Both of these teams are very good rosters individually, but maybe a little bit disappointing for both of them not to have made it through yesterday in Qualifier 1. So leaving it this late, one of these rosters is going to have to go home. They're not going to make it through to the next stage of this tournament. And that will be devastating regardless of how short amount of time that these rosters have been together, because these players expect so much out of each and every single one of them. And for one of them, it will be joy. It will be going through to the next stage. For the other, it will be disappointment, because you will not be going through to the next stage. You will be out. You will not have another opportunity. But as I say this, it's all going to happen in the server. It's all going to happen between these 2 teams. Go ahead and send us in.
And by that being said, we are in the map fly. We are very short away from the ban phase. Max, as you have heard it, I think a total of 8 times before now, take it away with the bans and tell us which bans we're most likely going to see and why.
On Chalet, we can definitely expect to be seeing some trap operators being banned, but on the same, in the same vein, also, pardon me, on the defense or from the defender side, we can see bans of these kind of information operators, the kind of bans like maybe a Solid Snake or a Deimos or a Dokkaebi perhaps as well. Those are always strong. Shields can be pretty strong, but sometimes you also just see the breacher bans. So it is a little bit more flexible with what you can see here. I'm definitely interested to see if we're going to be seeing a little bit more standardized Siege in these next few rounds, or if we're going to be seeing something a little bit more interesting. Zami and Blitz, 2 very strong operators being banned out first, and I would say not a massive surprise so far.
I totally agree. The first ban wave would be concluded in a way that we both more or less awaited from happening. Same happens here in the second wave, as I think for one's sake, Zack Gaming has done their homework on Diavoli, or better say on Kokosi, as they're participating here. They have a shield player amongst their own that is not only as well as Rooney, but also has a damn well amount of T2 experience on a shield. So that we're banning a double shields on the side of Suck Gaming definitely shows that they are afraid from that shield player to play his style. But on the other hand, that they say, okay, we will not give him the benefit of a doubt that he can showcase how well he is on him. We ban those out, and let's play the way that we like to intend. After Kokozi bans out Azami, key position player, and the same thing counts also for the Mirror, an active player that can like prevent takes on certain areas or defend certain key positions a little bit longer, drain time from the clock from the attacking team, and that way we have 4 well-concluded bans that also make up a lot of sense in both takes here. I'm just happy to see what these players are going to bring in the server in 50 potential rounds of Mayhem Siege.
I'm actually quite surprised that we didn't see a Monty being one of the 2 shields banned, especially if you are planning on banning 2 shields, just because, in my opinion at least, Monty is one of the stronger shields on this map. It makes it so easy to take that kind of mezzanine position, and it also makes it so easy to go for these solo takes like it looks like we'll be building up for in the first round here. So I think that might have been a small oversight on Zach Gaming. They obviously want to ban out the slightly more aggressive shields. Blitz obviously so strong for those rushes. BB has the ability to ADS with his AR or his DMR, but that does leave open the Monty, who we see make very quick progress here into West Main. And Blunted is going to have to fall back into Kitchen Hallway early on as he sees the pressure coming in through West Main.
West Main rush coming in, and they're already gaining some space. Again, not only gaining space, but also gaining some respect there. Falling back a little bit on the position. Hella already on the windows on top Solar. Monty already walking up Solar stairs. It's all about the factor if Zach Gaming are aware of that take to be committed. Also, we have a player on that bathroom window. There's no there's like no wall reinforcements really, all the way in towards bathroom and Solar. It's all about that we maybe get some access points here from Dramatic to like gain access in towards Solar to also suppress the game style of Kokozi a little bit, because of my liking right of now, Kokozi has a little bit too much space to play and also input their plays. Bro, you see the guy standing there on the door.
There is a reinforcement in the way. They did manage to reinforce it off just in time, of course, so that does make it a little bit more difficult, but that's why the breach is going to open up here. And now the plant can go down on that bed position, so the name of the game is the retake. The flashbang comes out in the perfect time to deny any here. Coxer manages to pick out the ace, but Helamob and Maratz pick out 2 of the defenders as well. That means the flank can be reset. Now the shot's just about not coming out, and the smoke canister is going to be too late as well to deny it. Any here doesn't quite manage to finish off anything. And so Hella can swing around here and pick up the last 2 players on the side of Zach Gaming. And for a second, it looked quite promising. It looked like they would be able to deny the plant there, but the flashbang coming through in just the right moment here. The player that was playing in closet here, the smoke, not quite able to swing around just in time. And we see it there. The timing was so unfortunate. And then after that, the retake was kind of dead and in the dirt. The swing coming out from the Capitao to confirm the last 2 kills as well. It was well played first round here from Kokosi, taking in some really aggressive pressure early on, not really being contested too hard, and then being able to convert it to a good plant position, well identified from them. And now we'll be heading to Bart and Games for the second side of Zach Gaming.
Yeah, and I think we can agree on one thing. The biggest problem that Zach Gaming had there in the very first round is that Kokosi just had hella lot of space in deep of Solar, and they pretty much didn't have any force against them. They could play the way they wanted to play it, and they intend to do so, and they also were successful doing so in the execution. So for the names of Kokosi, you know how much experience that roster has, you know what styles they're capable of pulling off as of this server in this game, and Zach Gaming, they should just be aware of that fact that if you give Kokosi the space that they need, they will definitely make it very hard for you to take these retakes on, and especially if you just try to face them front up first only, they will make it as hard as possible to play against. But here, Dramatic with a very dramatic outrun is longly pinged before he gets into the interaction, but still has the better aim in that scenario. Devil's not pointing down and pinning down the position of Dramatic as quick as he would like to, and that way Dramatic has gained enough time to not only aim down and aim off the player of Devils, and that way we have the first advantage coming in for Zach Gaming in round number 2.
I heard last round as well the pun you were trying to bring in with Hella. I've decided that I'm just not going to acknowledge them anymore and just kind of let you do your thing because it's so bad. It's getting worse and worse every single time that we hear something.
What are you talking about? You were on and for it on the very first match we had today, and you brought even more than me.
That's because I was making the jokes, so obviously they were funny.
Okay, I get you. But yet again, Dramatic is taking it back with another kill to his name. That way we have gone and dealt with the shield player. So there will be no walking up that library stairs from the main staircase all the way from deep fireplace and upwards. Now we can play a little bit more relaxed and also freely. And able to start gaming all the way into mezzanine. We have to re-rotate of Kokozi, and Kokozi will be caught off guard by Blunted, but Hella is there to go in for that retake, and also Allred is there to position themselves in a clutch scenario against Dramatic. Cleans them out, that we are finding ourselves in a 2 against 1, 2 against 3 scenario. Still in the names of Zach Gaming, but yet again here, the numbers are shrinking.
We can see here already struggling a little bit with that repelling at the moment. The repelling on that balcony isn't the most forgiving thing. He's going to have to rotate around to the single window to be able to rotate in, as we see verticals being opened here, and the Capitao taking some serious damage from the smoke canisters that are coming through. With 50 seconds left to go here, they're going to have to try and see where they can get picks. They're going to work here with the Capitao bolts to clear out the smoke from stock, which should allow them to go for the drop here. Hella getting ready to play that drop onto the hatch. The firebolt's coming out now, trying to catch the rotate away, but he's just sticking into stock here, and he just about misses the rotate out. But that does open up the ability to drop down the hatch. There's only one more position where Any can play, as we see Cox also going for the retake there. They decide for going against the drop here. Maybe they have some information on the retake, so they're going to try and force into these blue stairs here. Cox being the first point of contention, Hella being taken apart by him, and Nero getting the kill on the Capitao as he pushes down the lobby stairs. It's a 1-1 round count.
Yeah, a better performance here coming in by Zach Gaming as they find some answers onto the playstyle of Kokozi, and also gain some access to punish Kokozi's playstyle, as they pretty much just intend to roam in free into the areas that they're given by Zach Gaming. This time, Zach Gaming found solutions to roam into positions where they just pretty much can border off Kokozi's players away from each other and just pretty much isolate them in one-on-one scenarios. That way they had the upper hand with 2-1 scenarios. We saw that multiple times, especially here on the player of Bohobobat that played the Monty, as he just pretty much tried to walk up these library stairs all the way from deep fireplace. We had one guy coming in all the way deep from dining, that was Nero, that put some pressure on him. That made it a little bit easier. As soon as Monty then tried to turn and watch his 3 o'clock line, he got then knocked down by the player of Dramatic that stood on top of Mezzanine watching down the staircase. So that way, good team play coming in by Zach Gaming. The thing that we had a little bit missing in the first round, especially the re-rotation bit that Zach Gaming used a lot of time for and weren't so successful on the first round. Now they succeeded in the second round. So I'm delighted to see how this is gonna go for the rounds coming up, as it seems now that Zach Gaming should be in and on it in their focus barrier.
So really we'll be seeing a take coming out over from the Solar side once again. Nirvana opening up the pressure early onto Solar here. They're going to be working to clear out this owl position early on as well. Need to be aware of the lurk in basement, as we see already the player there getting ready for a run out. I'm not quite sure who it is, but I'm sure that they're going to be looking to make an explosive entrance out onto these rappel plays here. Hella holding the upside down rappel angle onto the door to make sure that no one can come out from there. But the garage wall obviously being soft is something that they need to be aware of, as we see Allred here going in with his Brava drone to try and clear out the utility pings coming through onto the smoke. Not quite able to clear him out early on yet. At the moment, it's a little bit of a waiting game for Kokosi. They just have to make sure that they get open all the angles that they need to clear out all of the utility that they can, so that they can make the more direct go onto the site. We see here the aggressive positioning of Any as well. They really want to make sure that they're making life as difficult as possible with Nero in their basement as well.
Janelle will also be in a very unpleasant position. Devils will get the first one to Nero, and as I spoke, Janelle will also find against Allred. both in clinching positions, wanting to over-aggress themselves and try to play against as soon as possible. And as we speak, we're already on side as Kokosi yet again finds a lot of space and also just walks in through the space that they're given by Zack Gaming. Zack Gaming only has the vertical to play against, really. The plan is going down merits, puts the plan down on the floor and puts it through. Now we have the last player of Hibana that strikes not only one, but strikes 2 kills. And yet again, everything falls apart because Zack Gaming just give away all way too much of space free to Kokosi to play in.
You can't really allow yourself those mistakes. Obviously, the run up being baited fantastically there, so I can clean up Nero pretty easily. And after that, the round just kind of falls apart because they don't really have the manpower anymore to hold on to certain things. They need to rotate back onto the site. But by that point, it's already a little bit too late with Kokosi being able to take the control, setting up the key positions that they have there. And so Zack Gaming need to come up with some different ideas on what they can do. Of course, the site's not necessarily the easiest to hold here on Chalet. It is a little bit more of a balanced map. But then being behind 2-1 now, they're going to want to try and switch some things up. We've seen 2 more bans come through since. Seeing the Aruni and the Capital taken out. 2 operators that both sides played quite a bit of and were quite effective as well in the previous rounds.
Now that we have seen 1 successful round coming in here by Zack Gaming and 2 rounds that didn't go as they most likely intended, fault ways with giving them a lot of space, better say giving Kokosi a lot of space. What are like the biggest key factors that you would suggest Zack Gaming that they need to fix to get back into that into this match and especially back into this 4th round, as they definitely will be a little bit desperate to win it back and make it an even 2-2 scoreline?
I think Zack Gaming quite clearly wants to bring the aggression to the side of Kokosi, but one thing that you need to be careful of is when the opposing team kind of tries to or starts to figure out what you're doing yourself and see how you can adapt around it. Zack Gaming do have the experience to be able to adapt to what the other team is doing, especially on their attacks, but they need to kind of be careful here that they don't lose their identity too much. They can't be giving away these entry picks like they were in the previous few rounds. So I would say personally, try and play a little bit closer together, try and play a little bit more around what your teammates are trying to do and work together on solving problems, rather than going for these more solo positions like Dramatic is right now.
Yeah, you split yourself a lot away from your teammates, and that way you give another free chance for Kokosi not only yet again to roam in through the free space, but yet again it is easier if you're outspotted early on. You put yourself in a position where Kokosi can clinch and pinch you down to your position, and then just pretty much go in for these 2 against 3 against 1 scenarios. Here, good read on Allred as he finds Nero. Nero yet again quick on his feet, but walks straight up into the trap. Allred will be found and spotted by Bluntella, as Blunted is there to save the day a little bit for Zack Gaming, and he makes an even 4-4. Hella also very low on HP, needs to be aware where he is tapping because he's just 1 little flinch of a bullet left away from falling in this round.
And Monty's going to be making some progress here as Indy gets picked off by that glass that is so dangerous here as they push on in. Now they have the control that they need over for the top floor site. They've switched it up completely, going for this library, take this window position, going to be so critical here. As we see Coxa fighting with the bathroom player, but the plant is going down in the meantime, and now Monty can kind of sit back and just wait. The verticality from Blunted coming through way too late there. He could have spotted out the plant, of course, but couldn't quite get into position just in time as Monty now stands on the diffuser. He will be spotted out as well. The Yin Candela coming through and flashing him, meaning that he's going to be sandwiched out here on the stairs, but Maratz gets jumped out on by Dramatic, who gets the first pick here. But Monty is still alive to kind of protect the diffuser as Blunted gets picked off by Heller as well.
And here you just see the masterclass of Kokosi. Kokosi, they are walking around, they're switching positions with their teammates that have the better weapons for these given positions. Also, Monty falls back all the way deep when he gets the help of his teammates to get out of that position where he was standing right up straight on the diffuser and just pretty much get some access over the door of K9 to just give free intel where the movements are coming from and going to be by Zack Gaming. And it's pretty much yet again, one thing that I have a feeling of, Zack Gaming need to be better in position and not give away the space. Yet again, this is the 3rd time Kokosi puts down a plant and has a perfect post-plant execute. And yet again, the pace, the timing, how fast they were on site, not half of the round is gone. You have cleaned only 2 of 5 players, 2 of 5. That is normally the roamers. One of them was a roamer, the other one was an onset player. but yet you've cleaned only one onset player and one roamer after 1 minute 20, and you're on site putting the diffuser on the floor. That is nothing that should be able and possible if a team defends the site in the right way. Suck Gaming definitely need to rethink their strategy. They definitely need to rethink how they want to play, because right now the thing that they're planning on doing and the place that they're giving, it's not working.
Absolutely, and I think it comes back down to these bans once again. Like I said, I'm quite surprised that the Monty was allowed to be open, and we've seen it pretty much every round since then. And I understand why the Capital's been banned out for sure, because it does make it so much more difficult to play in these power positions that they want to play in. If you just don't want to play for these gunfights, it seems like Zach Gaming, that's where they have their confidence. If he just swung around there, he would have been able to find Devils as well, but he decides to fall back instead. Nero, so they can now go for this opening here on the breach, but Allard getting downed outside of Master here with a spawn peek from Dramatic outside of Bathroom. My whole point being that Monty is kind of the problem child at the moment. That's the reason that they can take so much space, that's the reason they can go into these plant positions. And especially now that the stock position is basically cleared, they can start going for the site and start going to put down that plant once again.
Yeah, and once again, you're not only taking away a few of the advantage points, but you've like yet again shrink the possibility to move and like cross the spots for the defenders. You pretty much just cut off these two spots away from each other. Now it's only about just trying to deny the vertical entry as long as possible. Coxie knows for a fact that he has down 2 different players now. He does also know for a fact that they will have 2 players that will be low on HP. And everything that he has to rely on is only if he can be able to swing out one of these 2 players. He's missing his shots on Allred, and Allred will punish him for it, as Kokozi yet again snipes the first advantage point in the name of man count.
And Kokozi have all of the positions cleared that they need to clear now. There's no one playing in suicide corner anymore. There's no one that can play in stock because they have that verticality. That means the only position that they can deny the plant from is that exact position that Eni is playing on site. They have 2 C4s left that they can use to deny the plant. There's no Thatcher up on the side of Kokozi, and that means that they can go for this plant. They can go for this jump in. They're gathering intel here a little bit. They don't want to overextend themselves. Devil's getting into position to hold the stock retake here, and he's going to be the one that the whole round clinches on, as we see the jump in here from Hebu Hoba on the Monty. He starts putting down the plant, and the first kill coming in here, but the retake will be successful, and that means that he can push through, deny the plant. Blunted here manages to get the round back for Zach Gaming, but there's only him left now. He does have the horizontal or the vertical play. He does have the diffuser down, and so it's him against 3 with 30 seconds left to go. If he plays only for the diffuser, he'll be pushed upstairs. So now he has to try and catch out these rotations somewhere, as the players of Kokozi are going to start rotating upstairs to pick him off. With one window up on 51, one player up on 51 as Devils is retaking the diffuser now. All players back downstairs. He's going to set down the plant again, has to break it off because the impact comes through from Blunted. He's going to be dancing around the bar here, and he just has to find the right angle, but he won't be able to see him here, and so the plant will be able to go down to Devils. The drop comes through from Blunted, but he drops into the waiting arms of Hella. And so it's going to be another round here for the team of Kokozi.
Yeah, Blunder with a good play here for Suck Gaming, but yet again, it crumbles by the teammates. Suck Gaming is a little bit like a headless chicken. I feel bad for saying it the way it is, but they play a little bit like a headless chicken. Very often, as soon as you see Kokozi enter, you see at least 2 guys of Suck Gaming completely forfeiting their spot, trying to re-rotate, and you've seen it like Nero. I don't know how many times I've seen it. I think he has crossed the lines of an opponent that he isn't aware of that he is there 3 times now. He's died to it twice. And on the other hand, you have very aggressive positions that do not work for you. They always work out well for Kokozi because Kokozi is aware of these positions to be committed by Zach Gaming. And it always feels like not only that Kokozi is like being 1 step ahead. They have intel and they act upon that intel, but it also feels like that Zach Gaming feel the stress on their shoulders. They need to win this match to be qualified. They feel the stress of, okay, we're falling down in rounds. We need to find an answer, and a very prompt answer, to not lose more rounds, because every round that we're losing will be even harder for us to fight back in the attacking second half. And that is some stress on the shoulders that I would not underestimate, but I will also say it doesn't get you far if it's the only thing that drives you going in and going forward with that aggressive style, because we have seen it now multiple times. The aggressive style against Kokozi doesn't work. They're punishing it for you every once in a while, and it hurts so damn much.
I I think Zach Gaming have identified that they can't let Kokozi kind of set their play up, because the second that they get set up, the second that they set up all of the kind of angles they need to go for this plant, they will just walk in and they will plant, and it's going to be incredibly difficult to play for the retake. And that's why they're playing this slightly more aggressive playstyle now. In the past rounds, they were still a little bit too loose. They weren't quite coordinated enough with that aggression, and that's why Kokozi managed to pick them off early, kind of on the hold, kind of predicting where their runouts were going to come from. We see now in this round that Korksa was successful on the aggressive spawn peek out onto ALRD, and so he manages to pick up the first entry kill here for Zach Gaming in this round. Blunted, aware of the fact that there's an upside down rappel on the window, and the issue kind of remains the same. The second that they let them build up their gameplay, the second that they let them do what they want to do on the side of Kokorsi, Zach Gaming won't be able to find an answer, so they need to continue to try and disrupt this as much as possible.
One of the big things here is just pretty much trying to take as much time of the clock as possible, just to make it harder for Kokorsi to get in the building and also like have enough time to do their build up, as they will definitely intend to do so, as Maritz is the first player to punish Kokse. Dramatic will also fall into the hands of the Hibana. Bluntella is there to yet again even the odds a little bit, gets a refragging kill, makes it a 3-3 scenario, takes away the advantage gained by Kokorsi in a very prompt matter. Now we have 1 minute left. The guys of Kokorsi have gained full top floor control, and now finally we see some change of play. We see, okay, Zach Gaming know for a fact, okay, we have lost top floor, we're going back on side. Nero also lurking a little bit on the basement stairs, waiting if their interact is coming down towards the solar stairs, that way that he might get a kill on a position that isn't as known. Also, he waits to be in a position where he can also drop in with a late flank, if that shall be the case of needing, yes.
You can see here the big difference. There's no Monty on the board this time. That means they can't just kind of walk in, but he does it anyway. And so Hebu is going to pick off Ini here, showing that he doesn't need the shield in front of his face in order to be influential in the round. This time playing on the Hibana, and now we can secure the flanks on top floor with the gridlock track stingers, meaning that they can start working towards the site, working towards the plant. Here, Hella drops. I don't know if it was intended, but he drops into a great crossfire here from Blunted, who gets refragged. Nero also down and Blunted all alone now against Maratz. Blunted with a great game so far, and the time is on his side. So we go into the round swap with a 4-2 split, with a very close round towards the end, and maybe a little bit of an unlucky drop there on the side of Hella.
Unlucky drop for Hella. I think it was not coordinated the way it was intended to be. On the other hand as well, it was a chaotic round for Zach Gaming yet again. Of course, they won the second round now, even out the score a little bit more with a 4-2 first half going into the attack. It's nothing lost yet, as of the point of yet, but it wasn't so structurized that I have the feeling, okay, Zach Gaming have full control of their doings. So I'm a little bit concerned going into the second half, because we know for a fact, but I know for a fact, I've seen Kokosian players before also over in other tournaments. They are quite confident in the defense as well on maps like Chalet and also Clubhouse. So it won't be an easy one to crack open for Zach Gaming to come back in this map and also like try and even out the scores even more. But new half, new bans, Max, your call and your feeling about the second half.
I think that the bans, again, are relatively standardized. Obviously, Ying is one that gets banned out quite a lot these days. Same with Grim, just because they're so good at clearing these power positions. And again, Kokorsi, I feel like on attack, they kind of have the advantage of being able to play these more irritating ops, like, for example, the Monty or the Glaz, which we saw being used very effectively as well. And they have slightly more limited possibilities when it comes to these kinds of pocket plays onto the defense. And so we'll be seeing a little bit more standardized play from them here. We see a pretty normal setup when it comes to the extension out into library. Sometimes you'll play a player onto mezzanine. But here, when we have the DMRs open, they're choosing to play these kind of long angles all the way out from the default breach that you see here. Maratz will be playing that with his DMR, and we'll be seeing a mirror window extending to hold open Solar. While we see another aggressive play here as well from the Fenrir potentially. So I think the attack definitely benefits the way that Kokorsi want to play, and I think that Zach Gaming kind of have that surprise element on their side now, and I think it's where they feel a little bit more comfortable as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this game go into overtime and see this game get a lot closer as well.
Yeah, I hope that you spug up some good things here, that we will have a more tied up match going in for the next rounds. because else this could also be a quick one if Kokozi just pretty much nails the first nails into the coffin of Zach Gaming, and Zach Gaming just pretty much need to be aware of all these settings and all these parts of an element being how to play Siege. There are many elements and many layers of to the way of playing Siege, and Zach Gaming, they need to be aware of all of them, because if you're forgetting one of these layers and one of these elements, Kokozi will find that as a clue, and they will definitely punish you for it.
Absolutely, but both teams have that ability to punish people. Both teams have the experience, something that we didn't see so much in the previous games. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes through here. But Marat's manages to get the first pick out onto Dramatic as well. So we see the contest now here downstairs in the bar with Blunted getting the pick onto Ollard as well. And so the man count gets re-evened out. As we see the extension coming in from the Fenrir here being flashed out. And Blunted gets another kill onto Devils as well. The Buck from below doing all the damage at the moment as he's going to be pushing towards the blue stairs. And Marat also the next kind of point of contention with Nero here on the K9 balcony, looking to see if he can spot out some info here. Marat is going to drop all the way back into Master as well, meaning now that the default breach suddenly becomes available for the side of Zach Gaming. Blunted now just below, making sure he can get the timing with the nade coming through. Great pick here onto the Blackbeard as well as the Nomad. It's all down to Blunted, who has to clear him out here, but there is info on him with the Bulletproof Gammon here, but with another one, a triple kill on blue stairs. Who are you peeking? And from the depths of the round, they managed to pull it back here. It looked so promising for Zach Gaming, but they've brought it back.
Yeah, they brought it back, and not only did they bring it back, but yet again, you give the player of Kokozi 3 individual 1v1s. Yes, of course, you have 2 guys in close proximity to the Blackbeard. I still didn't catch how the Blackbeard died there because the grenade was already thrown. The shield was back on the side. I think there will be a few pixels, if max, where that face was seen by the Blackbeard, so that you can take the hatchet down, because he was not aiming downside. That's for sure. That's one thing. But the close proximity, you have one guy close on window and you have one guy coming in from the first floor, that he just needed to be walking up, like pushing up the stairs. But where is the aggression? You saw Zach Gaming had a lot of points where they would just want to bring aggression onto Kokozi. Weren't successful. Now they have a chance to bring aggression, to like go for the refrag, bring some aggression and like pretty much punish out the player of Kokozi who just gained a kill that he, in my eyes, shouldn't have gained against the Blackbeard. Well, here, you're sleeping. The guy on the windows is over-aggressing, even though he has no active swing against the player. Then the Fenrir comes in at a perfect moment and just needs to spray out and gets a kill. Is a 50-50 chance. We all know that. But that the player downstairs doesn't bring any force against as soon as the Blackbeard falls doesn't make any sense to me.
Absolutely. Had the good idea on the here there, and it looks like they'll be going for a similar take here. Going directly over from the library side in here, almost picking off the head of one of the defenders in that closer position. Not quite managing to find the angle there. Checking real quick for some verticals, Coxer making sure that the ace chargers won't be shot out from above. So now that same stock angle that was so dangerous was that getting the defense has been opened up as well. And they can work on clearing this library corner, but the C4 is already ready. He gets thrown out here, doesn't quite manage to finish off Eni. But it was Shaw very close. That would have been some of the nades off the board as he goes for the swing through here, but Blunted on the rappel manages to pick off Marat. And that's also an efficient way to clear the suicide corner if the player just swings out. And so now Hella here in Closet is going to be the next point of egress, together with Devils playing up on the balcony. They have cleared out the positions that we need. We spoke about it already on the defense. They can no longer play in Closet and they can no longer play in suicide corner as long as they can hold the retake here. That means that they can go for that default plan.
Dramatic onto with the next kill. Bluntella finds a double. Dramatic was there to find also Hella. Hella moved away in good time. The way that he is not to be found. Dramatic also finds next kill on Allred. We are on side on the names of Zach Gaming. And also now Hella finds the first into Nero. We're on the plan. The plan will go through. We are watching these drops. Hella finds 1-1 Bluntella, but Cooks is there to go for that refrag. Perfect timing, goes up the stairs, retakes the elevational, forces out the gunfight onto the linear base in top floor, gets the kill on the books for Zach Gaming, and finally, Zach Gaming with a good read, a good way, and also a way where I say, okay, we have team play, we have one that pretty much just baits out an aggressive action by Kokozi, and one player that is lurking, watching over a little bit dirtier of an angle over these shelves and gets the kill into library. Well played and well done by Zack Gaming, abusing all angles to their advantage. And Kokozi, they took up these fights, lost them fair and square. So a good life sign and a good lifeline take here by Zack Gaming. Just more happy to see if that is the case also for the next rounds upcoming. So there's still hope in these players, but there's still a lot of work in front of them.
Absolutely, but Zack Gaming have something to build upon now. They had the right idea for the take. They managed to clear out all of the relevant positions without being challenged too aggressively, and I think that's the key thing that they're gonna have to be looking for, is making sure that these aggressive swings don't become punishing, because if that mirror swings out and is facing anyone other than a Blackbeard, it looks a lot more difficult there because the nades get cleared and they can't clear out the position anymore. And so it's incredibly important that they stay with this kind of motion that they have now, that they stay clearing out these power positions, and that they make sure they value their lives as well and while they're doing it. Because if they lose their players and they can't hold the positions that they worked for, it won't make much of a difference towards the end anyway.
Okay, we are having the next round. Yet again, we will try to go in for a library take by Zack Gaming, and they have a lot of space to clear as they play it all the way from the other side of the map, going in for the take onto the top floor control. Need to annihilate the top floor control by Kokozi to gain access of their own, to then play down into kitchen dining. Trying to open up the breach we have on top floor first, and then need to go down and drop below for a breach leading in towards dining. Also crossing off the edges of the staircases, preventing the read roam waste from Kokozi.
Rao here doing exactly what he's brought for, just making sure that that breach stays nice and close for as long as possible. I don't think he'll be able to keep it closed permanently, but he's just going to try and delay as much time as he possibly can, which together with the Fenrir and together with the Goyos onside as well is going to be the win condition for Kokozi towards the end here. They're going to need to make sure that they stay alive for that, though, as Nero is going to start rotating around here to the big window to try and put on some pressure from an alternative angle. Just needing to find the right place for the rappel. They're quite unsure where he needs to go down from. The long angles being opened up by Dramatics. That breach has been successful now. So they're going to have to start working towards clearing the top floor control. And with this rappel angle being played, it looks like side of Zack Gaming will go for a full clear through the floor. They don't know that there's someone prone behind this piano here, and that could become dangerous here as Devils decides to go for their stand up, and he gets Dramatic, swings into the fire as Allard also picks off Nero, and that's all of the cut positions taken care of now. We only have one left on the windows with the Coxer, but two attackers from Zack Gaming fallen as he Coxer also falls to the C4. Now all of a sudden it's only Blunted and Ian left alone. 13 kills between the two of them in these 8 rounds, and another one for Blunted, make that 14. They have to pick up at least another 4 to be able to win this round.
And it finally finds his first kill onto the board. Here goes 1 and 6 now. Finally begins to be some more helpful in the name of kills. Helpful in the name of information. He has already been multiple rounds privately. Also here he misses his knife against Hella. Hella gets the knife onto the Blackbeard, clears him out, and that way we have also the control way. Blunted tries to swing around to get an angle onto Hella, but his teammate of Kokozi was there to save the day and save the back of Hella. So that way we're going in with a 6-3 scoreline into round number 10, and 6-3 scoreline means only one thing, and it isn't good for Zack Gaming because Kokozi now is in a match point scenario. Meanwhile, we also will have the last bans and Max. Last bans, you know your word.
I mean, Solid Snake and Cade, I don't think we've seen the Solid Snake be played that much, or at least that successfully, but it will slow down the take of Zack Gaming a little bit more. And Cade kind of working as the exact counterpart to that. It gave them so many problems during these rounds. They did always manage to get the breaches open when they wanted to, but just taking that time and using it for the clear is going to be very useful for them as well. And obviously you see 4 off the board as well. But my main question here is, and it fits so perfectly, is the Zack zu, or will it be a comeback? So perfectly, doesn't it?
Pretty sure about one thing, and that is that this match will definitely have some more Zack in it. But the big question is for who? If Zack will be able to come back even more. Once again, they had a good read in the last approach in round number 9, but yet again they couldn't steal it. Kokozi just had the better answer, and I'm a little bit, yeah, I don't know how to word it the right way, but I think Kokozi will have the better read of this match and pretty much close it out now, as I pretty much don't see that Zack Gaming has more layers to themselves and are able to like not only find a new solution but also like adapt their own playstyle that much that will be harder to play against, and also harder to read by Kokozi. Kokozi is just a team that has too many ways and too many facets to themselves as they would jump out here, and that is the jump that we've seen before. That's the jump that Dramatic did in the first half, and this time it finds Blunted, and Blunted is indeed the player of top fragging position for the guys of Zack Gaming. Neo can punish Devils though, important kill here, makes it an even form for scoreline, but that kill onto Blunted will definitely hurt the Lions of Zack Gaming.
Absolutely, the idea here is to go for that solar take, and so they will open up the breaches with Eni slowly pushing up these solar stairs. But Nari gadgets in the way, going to make it a little bit more difficult to push through. Lucky smoke grenades brought on the side of Eni to kind of clear out those positions, but there will be another set of Denaris that he has to work through before he can make his way into sight, and it's the same idea as before. Smoke's coming down here now from Nero so that he can't be run out on from Lobby. Interesting use of the smoke utility there. Gonna have to work to hold the cross, but he gets challenged anyway. Jump out from the mezzanine, make sure that that big window position is cleared, and now it won't be possible for them to hold that cut anymore, so they have to hold it from the soda repel, but they've already pushed up close. Coxer picks up Hela, but gets immediately refragged by the Fenrir, and now the ADS from Eni here. Well played against Maratz, who doesn't manage to pick him up. Now, the problem is that they have one player on the repel and one player in the site, and if they don't over-peak here, it looks promising for Kokozi.
Yeah, but still a lot of time left here for the guys of Zack Gaming to find a solution. It's only the big problem is that Enil is left alone by himself already on a take, and that way we have Bohubat that gets the last kill onto the players of Zack Gaming. And by that being said, match is over. 7-3 is the last scoreline for the guys of Zack Gaming, as they have been eliminated of the qualifier and also have been eliminated of all dreams having a chance to go into the next stage of the tournament. Meanwhile, though, Kokozi finally pull through. They go in through the qualifier and they take a space of their own and are guaranteed to be into the next stage of MEISTERSCHAFT. And I have to say, it was a showcase of Chalet, how you're supposed to play Chalet. A lot of different facets of Chalet was seen, and also I was surprised to see the playstyle that changed a little bit throughout even the rounds on both sides, especially from Kokozi. Yes, of course, Zack Gaming also tried to like find adaptation, change their system, and like pretty much get new reads on the ways Kokozi were playing, but Kokozi made it very hard. As soon as the guys of Zack Gaming tried to change something in their system, Kokozi have already changed two more priority steps, preventing the read from coming in. So Zack Gaming always played into the cards and into the hand of Kokozi, and Kokozi were absolutely there for it. And by that being said, I just think the experience won out that match. What are your thoughts, Max?
I think one thing I kind of already spoke about why I think that I almost called them Diavoli, but why Kokozi had the upper hand on their attacking side at least. They know how to use these shields. They know how to abuse operators like Blitz and like Glaz, which just make it very uncomfortable for the defense to play. But I think what was nice to see from them when they were then faced on the defense side themselves is they knew exactly how people plan to play against their own defenses. So not only did they think about, hey, what do we have to do as defenders, but also what are the attackers going to do to counter that? And what that meant is that we saw them make plays together on power positions, which would become troublesome for their defense instead. On the top floor, for example, we saw C4 kills coming out onto the window positions on bathroom and on piano. We saw them forcing out players on that big window repel, for example, because they knew that those are the power positions that the attackers need to play in order to win those rounds, and they had plays prepared. They had ideas on how they can counter those power positions to make sure they win the defenses. So not only relying on what they have on paper, but also calling back to their experience and really making sure that they use that experience to counter out the takes that they can see coming in from other teams. I do still think it was a much closer game than some of the other games. I don't know, maybe Erebos, you saw something differently to me there, but I think it was definitely, despite the scoreline, quite an interesting and quite a high-level game, you can say.
Yeah, and we finally broke the curse today on stream of 7-2 scorelines. Was a lot closer, but unfortunately for Blunted, his teammates just didn't show up in the server today because Blunted was absolutely insane, just destroying everybody on the side of Kokozi. But it is a team game. You need your teammates to show up. You need a little bit of help, and it just wasn't there. It just wasn't there for Blunted's teammates. And for the side of Kokozi, yes, Hella was fragging a lot and doing a lot of work, but the rest of his teammates were also putting in work too. Everybody else was pretty much even to themselves, and it was a pretty nice spread amongst Kokozi, but the same really couldn't be said for the side of Blunted, because to be fair, the team should rename it as Blunted, given the fact that that man put in so much effort, and it just wasn't their day today.
Yeah, but a guy that is definitely happy with the performance that we saw by Blunted will it indeed be Max, because Max, you had the honors of coaching that guy. So you see one of your prodigies being successful on the server maybe gives you a small smile on their face, even though the German-speaking team and German-speaking roster couldn't pull it off against Kokozi. But another thing that we can't pull off before we go into the next round will be that we have to go to a small break because I have to get some more water. Do nothing again. Spotted out by the Blitz, blindsided, and now has regrouped with his team above his team. It will go down as Lord finds one more kill on Solar, but will down be by Rooney as Rooney just puts it in quick end to the mirror. And we put their place. Bro, you see the guy standing there on the door.
There is a reinforcement in time, of course, so that does make it a little bit more difficult. But that's why the breach is going to open up here. And now the plant can go down on that bed position. So the name of the manages to pick out the ace, but Helamob and Marat pick out two of the defenders as well. That means the flank can be reset. Now the shots just
Kokozi the space they need. They will definitely make it very hard for you to take these retakes on, especially if you're just trying to.
That's because I was making the joke. So obviously they were funny dogs.
From deep fireplace upwards. No, we can play a little bit more relaxed and also freely. And we start gaming all the way into Mezzanine. We have to gaming all the way into Mezzanine. We have to re-rotate off Kokozi. Kokozi will be caught off guard by Blunted, but Hella is there.
Yeah, Hella getting ready to lay that drop onto the hatch. The firebolt's coming out now. He's gonna catch the rotator wave, but he's just the retake. He's gonna try and force into the blue stairs here. Coxa being the first point of contention. Hella being to really want to make sure that they're making life as difficult as possible with Mira in their basement as well.
Janelle will also be in a position. Devils will get the first one to Nero, and as I spoke, Janelle will also find against Allred. Both aiming to over-aggress themselves and try to play against as soon as possible. And as we speak, we're already on side as Kokozi yet again finds a lot of space and also just walks in through the space that they're given by Zakeming. Zakeming not only has the vertical to play against, really. The plan is going on Merits, puts the plan down on the floor and puts a good read on Allred as he finds Nero. Nero yet again quick on his feet, but walks straight up into the
picked off by that glass that is so dangerous here as they push on in. Now they have the control that they need over to the top floor site. They've switched it up complete, couldn't quite get into position just in time as Monty now stands on the diffuser. Will be spotted out as well. The Yin Candela coming through and flashing him. He's going to be sandwiched out here on the stairs, but Marat gets dropped out on by Dramatic. Gets the first pick here. Monty gets dropped out on by Dramatic. Gets the first pick here. Monty's still alive to kind of protect the diffuser. Gets picked up by Hella.
And here you just see the masterclass of Kokozi. Kokozi, they are walking around, they're switching positions with their teammates that have the better weapons.
Could have been able to find Devils as well, but he decides to fall back instead. Nero will now go for this opening here on the breach, but Allred getting
taking away a few of the advantage points, but you're like yet again shrink the possibility to move and like cross. There's also know for a fact that they will have two players that will be low on HP, and everything that he has to rely on is only if he can be able.
Whole round clinches on as we see the jump in here from Hebu Hoba on the Monty. He starts putting down the plant, and their first kill coming in here, but the retake will be successful, and that means that he can push through, deny the plant. Blunt comes through from Blunted. He's going to be dancing around the bar here, and he just has to find the right angle, but he won't be able to see him here, and so the plant will be able to go down to Devils.
The attacking second half. And And that is some stress on the shoulders that I would not underestimate. But I will also say it doesn't get you far in time to do so, as Maritz is the first player to punish Cox. Dramatic will also fall into the hand.
Just kind of walk in, but he does it anyway. And so Hebu is going to pick off Ini here, showing that he doesn't need the shield towards the site, working towards the plant here. Heller drops. I don't know if it was intended, but he drops into a great crossfire here from Blunted, who gets refragged. Hero also down and Blunted all alone now against Maratz. Blunted with a great game so far in the top. It's going to be interesting to see what comes through here, but Maratz manages to get the first pick out onto Dramatic as well. So we see the contest now here, timing with the nade coming through. Great pick here onto the Black Kid as well as the Nomad. It's all down to Blunted, who has to clear him out here, but there is info on him with the bulletproof Gavin here, but with another one, a triple kill. Quite managed to finish off Ini, but it was Shaw very, very close. That would have been some of the nades off the board as he goes for the swing.
The way that he is not to be found. Dramatic also finds next kill already. We are on side on this names of Sakemi. Hella finds 1-1 Blontella, but Cooks is there to go for that refrag. Perfect timing, goes up the stairs.
Devils decides to go for their stand up, and he gets Dramatic, swings into the fire as well. It also picks off Nero, and that's all of the cut positions taking kills between the two of them in these 8 rounds. And another one for Blunted to make that 14. They have to pick up at least another 4 to be able to.
And he finally finds his first kill onto the board. He goes 1-6 now. Finally begins to be some information. He has already been multiple rounds quietly. Also here he misses his knife against Hella. Hella gets the knife put there, plays it. Bro, you see the guy standing there on the door.
There is a reinforcement in time, of course, so that does make it a little bit more difficult, but that's why the breach is going to open up here. And now the plant can go down on that bed position, so the name of the manages to pick out the ace, but Helamob and Marat pick out 2 of the defenders as well. That means the flank can be reset. Now the shots just
Cozy the space that they need. They will definitely make it very hard for you to take these retakes on, especially if you're just trying to fit.
That's because that's because I was making the jokes, so obviously they were funny. Okay.
From deep fireplace and upwards. Now we can play a little bit more relaxed and also freely. And we start gaming all the way into Mezzanine. We have to gaming all the way into Mezzanine. We have to re-rotate on Kokozi. Kokozi will be caught off guard by Blunted, but Hella is there.
Yeah, Hella getting ready to lay that drop onto the hatch. The fireball's coming out now. And catch the rotate away, but he's just the retake. Try and force him to use theirs here. Possibly the first point of contention. Hella being to really want to make sure that they're making life as difficult as possible with Nero in that basement as well.
Janelle will also be in a position. Devils will get the first one to Nero, and as I spoke, Janelle will also find against Allred. Both aim to over-aggress themselves and try to play against as soon as possible. And as we speak, we're already on side as Kokozi yet again finds a lot of space and also just walks in through the space that they're given by Zakemi. Zakemi not only has the vertical to play against, really. The plan is going down Maritz, puts the plan down on the floor and puts a good read on Allred as he finds Nero. Nero yet again quick on his feet, but walks straight up into the
picked off by that glass that is so dangerous here as they push on in. Now they have the control that they need over for the top floor site. They switched up the team, couldn't quite get into position just in time as Monty now stands on the diffuser. Will be spotted out as well. The Yin Candela coming through and flashing him. He'll be sandwiched out here on the stairs, but Maratz gets jumped out on by Dramatic. Gets the first pick here. Monty gets jumped out on by Dramatic. Gets the first pick here. Monty is still alive to kind of protect the diffuser. So gets picked off by Heller.
And here you just see the masterclass of Kokozi. Kokozi, they are walking around, they're switching positions with the teammates that have the better weapons.
Would have been able to find Devils as well, but he decides to fall back instead. Nero is now go for this opening here on the breach, but all getting
taking away a few of the advantage points, but you like yet again shrink the possibility to move and like crop. There's also no
clear anything out, but Valentino here with the very first kill, the entry onto Mirix. That's the Azami drop down. Meanwhile, DW is down as well.
That is more than lucky, but the eyes, the vigils caught here by the players of Alula is just showing somebody gets Valentino. Will get swung here by the Deimos. Track is going out, so it's Bazooka alone, and also here once again.
Baby shields, they have a really set identity. Other teams are a little bit more flexible with the way that they want to do it. And you can see here that Alula is making.
Here you see the perfect example by Alula. We have intel, we know for a sake where the persons are going in, and we're going after the intel and trying to act upon possible, not letting the opponent give any certain amount of time to re-roll, and better say take and retake a better position. As we skills dropping in, somebody gets Bazooka. Valentino on the refrag gets the Echo out of the board. Somebody low on the mid of HP.
It's important that the players for Nymph don't over peek here. They know exactly where Valentino is. Maybe just trying to swing around to get the picks, but
memorized plant positions possible, making it both hard to not only enter the bomb site but also gain access to potential bomb plants. Find anyone, somebody makes the odds better looking as he gets crazy. Mag finds somebody though, so we have the refrag on the base.
Any weapon here, and we see the first pre-fires coming through. The swing now as well. That's Maga down. It's all up to Bazooka with the F2, and unbelievably late these 1v1s, but it's looking really, really difficult from here as the vertical is being challenged as well. First shot's coming
Good eye
through,
for the
and that's
vertical.
Fliz down.
The kill that fell on somebody on the smoke, I think that was meant to be the Warden, as they pretty much just lined up and
Charge there into the fire. Fall back to Valentino, picks 2. GW picks another. That's the clash gun, and they have all the control that they needed. Now they've got the 2 plant and eye operators left.
Valentino!
Beautiful shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody
Shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody tries to uphold it as much as he can, like pretty much trying to brace a force against, but Mager is there, rocks into the room as he did privately in the
being putting on is being felt, but a beautiful swing from Nordes managed to pick out Maga, but Bazooka with the refrag straight away. Long angles. Smoke denies the push from Valentino for now.
Yeah, well, that is something that we've talked about. Another thing that you don't are allowed to do are giving your opponent these lineups. Valentino, he doesn't strike with it. As maybe we yet to give it a good timing eye on Merix. Gets the next kills and makes it an even 2-in-2 scenario. But they can be able to split the opponents as they've done so. Somebody gets downed and killed by Valentino. Now we have the reconnect back on. Gets the eye onto the Echo. Echo has nothing he can do. And just walks straight up onto his shoulders. This may be crazy. Not only gets noticed as he gets creeps as well, and that way is a great clean by the players of Alulas.
Hope yet for Team Nymph. Unfortunately, somebody's taken out by GW. Now it's only Merix left here on the top floor while the Jaeger's being cleared straight away. That's crazy down, but Bazooka gets the refrag. Merix on low HP here gets the first.
First A. Well, now we have Bazooka and Marguerite a lot of time to position themselves. But we go for the Verticus Merix with a good eye. Now time shrinking because he needs 7 seconds to defuse the bomb. But I don't know where he is. He's close to Bazooka. Barely possible.
Exactly, and that's what we see right at the beginning as well here with Michael going for the aggressive run out here onto Merix. Comfortable for the buck here. We see also Nordes dropping down to support him, but GW with a pick here and Valentino onto Fliz. Just a black kid all alone here. He's smoked out. He can't fall back to his arm. He's pressuring him as well. And all that's left is somebody here as the smoke canister come out. One grenade here. Well placed. Could take out all of them. They all swing together. It's one for somebody, but they keep on going. Got all of them. They all swing together. It's one for somebody, but they keep on going. It's a second. It's a third. Can he get another one?
No. And I damnly hope that they win out this round now, because else it will definitely be something that they should be afraid of. And we have the quad kill somebody against the SAS shotgun, and it is luckily for Alula, it's Valentino.
Crazy right here, but I think he's going to be sticking here and trying to take another one for Maga. Gets picked off by Merix. How many more times do you think we can make that joke? Another one locked and loaded. Rest in peace, my Merix. He got hit by a bazooka. That's the Nomad off the board with the lobby control and somebody being downed by Crazy. Valentino being pushed here by the Blitz. He gives him a little knife to take along with him.
Downed Krebs on the Blitz. Gassing that one out, and that way it is all alone Nordes against 30 players, and it's all, and they will try to do so as Valentino just pretty much blatantly rushes up and gets a kill with a pistol. Has nothing to lose. He said, oh, we will win this round either way.
Double claim was being whatever, man. This is
ever hear me saying this? I'm so bummed that we don't have interviews after winning matches. By Fliz, as Fliz then also puts his finger on the trigger as soon as he hits the first fight. All
right, well, we start seeing the utility clear coming in as well. Valentino manages to pick off Merix outside the bathroom.
Somebody very soon. It makes not any body out of him, but somebody that is dead. Gets that kill onto the boards. That way we have the first kills on the round for Nymph. Also Nordes will be spotted out on the base on the first floor by Gwyn's. Next gun kill is coming in. The next gunfight is coming as Krebs gets maybe crazy in the next.
It's a setup here towards Blue. We see Rooney jumping in on that shield immediately, getting the flashbang and the very first kill here while Cloudy also picks one up. And Alfred drops the very first kill here while Cloudy also picks one up. And Alfred drops down, picks up a third straight away. And within 30 seconds, we've already got one pick here. The robot teleports as well. Another pick here. And we're straight down. Maybe the fastest round below. As the Blitz shield pushes up here, gets the flashbang off. You don't need a nade when you can just push forward on the shield, but there is a crossfire then that he can have flank here at that cast position. The aggressive swing here, which Cloudy catches out. The Blitz pushing forward now, and Jaeger's in a really
Ring
tough
around
position.
Rosie. We're playing Ring Around Rosie here with the Jaeger. Jaeger will find himself in a clinch position where he can't do nothing again. Spotted out by the Blitz, blindsided, and now as we move with his team above his team, will go down as Lord finds one more kill on Solar, but will down be picked by Rooney as Rooney just spits it and quick end to the mirror in a refrag meta. And yet again, as soon as G50
Alfred gets the jump out here of the Jaeger, so the Mao's off the board. 1 minute off the board as well.
Lolo, a little bit offensive there, needs to be aware that there are two guys in rafters. Shows himself a little bit too open. Alive finds Solar. The first kill coming in here by just building, but Clancy can punish that straight from scratch as Oslar also finds Alfred.
Rooney just walks in and peeks that window, knowing roughly where she's going to be, as no one's rotated back from rafters. It's the first pick here from Bomb. He has the ability to teleport. No, he doesn't have the ability to teleport back either because his phone is broken. So now he's stuck as Cloudy on that ever-mentioned upside-down rappel. And just the pick up alive as well. And that's the roam taking care of from just building. G15.
One of the key things here that just Bullen need to wake up upon to be able to strike back against G15. Meanwhile, Alfred gets
operators being brought. We're not seeing a lot of Dawn. We're not seeing a lot of Legion. We are seeing is Alfred though, who closes the sight line here, manages to get it around as we see another aggressive jump out. Now it's MJ, or sorry, Bond, and Aslor as he gets taken out as well by Alfred, and let's see on the last game that they're going to have to play. So they need to make sure that they don't kind of shoot everything that they have too early. They don't run out of gas and that they can maintain
strikes when it's all about like winning round number 3, because then you're automatically in the top 8 and you're qualified for MEISTERSCHAFT. A very cheeky position here being taken by Mazinho, as well as we have the next kill of Cloudy with a deep angle all the way to Zoller, as Zoller is having to go for that plant trial. He's jumping in the window. Mazinho is out of the board. Rooney gets the next. Coming in the window. Mazinho is out of the board. Rooney gets the next kill. That way is Aslor and Vaughn alone against 2, and Vaughn and Aslor, they take a peek.
Genuinely, there's nothing I hate seeing more.
And why is it that way? Because that central staircase, if you have a Clash playing there in Cloak's proc zone, she will take away so much time, and also there's only a few footsteps from her being up in the first floor and the other 90 big corridor, and just preventing everything that you wanted to do so far. And here the reads are coming in. It's live drone coming in, and Cloudy will most likely suffocate to his ult, but yet indeed finds a double kill onto Jobe. No, it's Mazinho all alone. The plant is trialed out
a little bit too aggressively at the beginning, at least. I think he realizes now there are 10 seconds left, and Rooney does still have his flash shield. So he's going to go for the reverse defuse here. That's the time down as well, and that's going to be around for just building. They don't have time to defuse.
And going for the defuse, and then pretty much it's all about that you give your opponent do not like each other, and that's what happened here.
What we're seeing here is some more chaos with MJ1 doing his best. Rooney cosplay running in, picking up one. Not managing to pick up a second as he gets knifed by Cloudy here. So it's going to be a 3 versus 3, but the plant is coming down. Been reactivated. The diffuse is coming through, and he just about can't see his head here. He doesn't know where the diffuse is coming through from. That means Rooney can just stick it. Rome here. Alfred being the first point of contention, but Clancy being taken out by Alive on that upside down rappel. That's yet another.
Only kill for just building, also expanding their lead, scoring it down onto Zola. Unfortunately, the time here by Alive that he crawls back in that momentum and just.
You see the sense gadgets coming in here from Jobe. He's going to cut off all of the lines of sights that he needs to. As we see the diffuse, they have it all to do. Mao drops as well, and it's only 2 left on the side of just building. You see the verticals
all 3 players upstanding. They also have the Clash in an active position. Now we walk in, Alfred against the first into Jobe. Put their place. Bro, you see the guy standing there on the door.
There is a reinforcement in time, of course, so that does make it a little bit more difficult, but that's why the breach is going to open up here. Now the plant can go down on that bed position, so the name of the manages to pick out the ace, but Helamob and Marats pick out 2 of the defenders as well. That means the flank can be reset. Now the shots just...
Kokozi the space that they need, they will definitely make it very hard for you to take these retakes on, especially if you're just trying to fail.
That's because
even more than me.
That's because I was making the jokes, so obviously they were funny.
No. From deep fireplace and upwards. No, we can play a little bit more relaxed and also freely. And able to start gaming all the way into Mezzanine. We have to gaming all the way into Mezzanine. We have to re-rotate off Kokozi. Kokozi will be caught off guard by Blunted, but Hella is there.
Yeah, Hella getting ready to lay that drop onto the hatch. The firebolt's coming out now. Trying to catch the rotate away, but he needs just the retake. So they're going to try and force him to the blue stairs here. Pops being the first point of contention. Hella being to really want to make sure that they're making life as difficult as possible with Nero in their basement as well.
Janelle will also be in a position. Devils will get the first one to Nero, and as I spoke, Janelle will also find against Allred. Both aiming to over-aggress themselves and try to play against as soon as possible. And as we speak, we're already onside as Kokozi yet again. As Kokozi yet again finds a lot of space and also just walks in through the space that they're given by Zack Gaming. Zack Gaming not only has the vertical to play against, really. The plan is going on Merits, puts the plan down on the floor and puts a good read on Allred as he finds Nero. Nero yet again quick on his feet, but walks straight up into the...
Picked off by that glass that is so dangerous here as they push on in. Now they have the control that they need over to the top floor site. They've switched it up completely, couldn't quite get into position just in time as Monty now stands on the computer. Will be spotted out as well. The Yin Candela coming through and flashing him. He's going to be sandwiched out here on the stairs.
Welcome back in, everybody. We have a lot of our teams determined for the top 8 qualified, but we're not going to get into that. We're going to save that till the end of the show before we go on and spoil exactly who's made it in. But we have a banger on our hands. We have Clav Academy up against Alula Club Esports. Alula, the one that has been so strong and has made it to EWC. So a lot to be expected from them, and some pretty good practice nonetheless for them throughout this tournament, and they're going to be looking to win as much as they can. I am back with Mighty and Max. We know what our map is. Mighty, what are you thinking?
I'm so happy about the map that I'm seeing in front of my screen because it doesn't involve a C in the wording of the name of the map. It begins with a letter of the letter B for Bravos, and the Bravo map that we will have here is Border. And Border is a map that we definitely don't see that often. I love casting Border. It's a map that has so many great elevations to itself. There's a lot of ways to bring on different strategies. It's a map that also invites for hefty fast plans to come in, fast trials, pushes. There are many different facets to this map that you can bring on as a team, both in the attack but also in the defense. In the defense, you see defense holds that go throughout the entire elevation of a map. You have multi-elevation going in for these vertical angles. So also there are many different types of defending styles and attacking styles that you need to consider and also have in the back of your head when you're playing against your team. And that way, I'm just delighted to say Border is a map that I have looked forward to casting yet again for a long time. And finally, the time has come.
Absolutely. Border is one of those maps where you need to play together as a team very well. You can be very aggressive. You'll see teams contest very early on the defense, but you'll also see teams kind of play very aggressively around the way that they enter the map. Top E-stairs and CCTV are 2 of the most important positions on that map for pretty much every single site. So you'll see teams kind of gravitate towards one of those 2 sites when it comes to attacking, and obviously when it comes to defending as well. So I'm very interested to see how this will go. We have 2 teams that are incredibly strong as well, that kind of know their way around the T2 circuit. So we'll be seeing teams that know that they need to play for refrags and know how to play these power positions as well.
Yeah, I think Border is definitely a map where power positions are the name of the game. Lots of potential for long sight angles from the defense, but again, angles are angles. They can be used by any player. So the attacking side can make use of those angles. Max, what makes Border so special and so chaotic?
It's just because it's such a small map, so you really have to contest everything. You need to play close onto one another, and if you don't have the refrags there, then teams will just kind of walk over you. They're really going to try and make sure that they have this kind of like sweeping wave go through the whole map, and that's just not really something that you see on any other maps. It's by far the smallest map that we have in the competitive map pool, and you can really feel it, especially when you're playing as a defender inside of the map as well.
I definitely agree. What are we thinking about bans, Mighty? What might be the bans? What are we thinking? What are some really key operators on a map like Border? And what can you do to kind of make it a little bit easier to defend, and on the other side, make it a little bit easier to attack?
Something that is very oftenly banned out in maps like Border, especially in the attacks, are like the breaches. You have standardized breaches that are the key and angle point of many different attacking styles. Still, we also have the key of banning out operators like Grim, like Ying, for example. You have the shields. So it definitely depends a little bit on which place that your opponent is bringing. That way, you definitely see a culture of teams banning out what they're thinking what they will face. Meanwhile, on the defense, you have operators like Mira, Thorn, general trap operators. You have operators that hold the breaches. And in that case, I say you will see a trap operator and shield in the first one, as we see here with Thorn and Monty. And then I will say we will see an Azami or a Mira popping down to alongside a breacher.
Yeah, exactly. I think the bans, those are kind of very standardized things that you'll see often. Traps, especially on such a small map, become so important just because it's so easy and so quick to get into the building. So you really need to use those kinds of operators to kind of try and delay people from getting into the map. And Shield's also so strong at taking that space. And because there's not a lot of space to take, it's really important for the defense to be able to prevent that from happening. And that's why you see kind of those bans like Monty, kind of like Deimos. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Capitao, a Ying again, those kinds of bans coming out, just because they're so effective at taking the space. And obviously that's something that's important across every map in Siege, but Border's just one where it's amplified so much more.
Yeah, and on that take, I'm sorry for interrupting there if that was the case, but yet again, we had some talks priorly behind the scenes backstage, and we had a little of an opinion from your end, Max, because you know these teams, you have heard about these teams, you have seen the players, and also here there's a small trend going on that one team here is facing off on a map that is not quite in their specter where they have succeeded in the past matches, isn't it?
Yeah, so Clav Academy kind of have a history of struggling a little bit more on Border than Al Ula will do. Also, I think from the way that they kind of play the game, I will have to admit, I've seen Clav Academy play less than I have Al Ula, but I think it's a map that suits the defending or the side starting on the defense a little bit more here starting off with. So there's always the opportunity and the chance that they have managed to change up and fix some mistakes from the last time that I've seen them. So by no means would I count Clav Academy out of the game. They obviously have very high level players that have played at an incredibly high standard as well. And so they have the experience that they need to be able to fix problems whenever they arise. And so I think that there's a very good chance that they've done that. But from what I've seen previously, I definitely think that Al Ula have a little bit of an advantage going into this matchup.
Yeah. I totally agree. And if, as you spoke about it, if they wouldn't have the quality within their roster and have the talent to play maps like these, like figure out problems, solve them, and be better suited for another match coming up, they wouldn't have made it all the way deep into this second qualifier. Now we're in round number 4. That means both these teams already qualified. It's only about seeding points. And by that being said, no team that doesn't have what it takes would make it all the way down here. So I'm just hyped to see when we're gonna drop into the very first round, especially with the 4 bans that we have seen. There is a lot of breach potential, there's still a lot of trap potential, and there's still a lot of cheeky positions to be gained by potential Mira or Azami plays. But on the other end, if we just think a little bit into the future of this map, potentially, we have a few bomb sites that are more suitable for the defenders than others, and we also tend to speak a little bit about that not operators, but teams have shown us unconventional map rotational spot rotations. Max, what is your go-to take for the very first, second, and third spot of this map?
I think, like I said, one of the key things is either the CCTV or the top east positions. Those are the two main points of egress that you want to be contesting as a defender and as an attacker as well. And I think it kind of depends on the preference of a team. You tend to kind of go for one or the other, depending on how the defense holds it. And I think throughout all of the rounds, it's going to be key to see what kind of side of the map they end up fighting for and where they will end up looking into trying to enter the map essentially and where they can work with. But we do have all of the plays back into the lobby, so I think we'll be moving into that very first round very shortly, and I'm definitely excited to see what we see here on Border.
Yeah. And by that being said, I think Airbus, sorry for you steering down the camera that long, but finally, we're in the map, we're in our zone, and maybe, only maybe though, for one last time of today's tournament. I won't say anything. I just hope I doubly jinx it that we will see more games. But of course here, first round coming in, we are top floor based. Clev Academy against Al Ula Club. That will begin in the defense. Meanwhile, Clev will have to find the very first answers in the attacks. And this match, if that wouldn't be a snack by its own, there fell off Max. He's grabbed some snacks of his own. Why are you making the Schalke cosplay even though you're not shown on cam?
I was going to say for after the game, I need to keep myself going. And this is such a good and high level game that I just needed to grab myself some popcorn to be able to enjoy this properly. And so I'm super excited to see if I can pull off kind of the Schalke gift. You never know. Maybe there's a rehost at some point. Maybe you get a little opportunity to show off my props as well.
All right. Enough fun and games so far. I already see myself in a few wording jokes. I definitely know that you do not see yourself within these, as this is the first critical kill as Valentino falls here through the roster of the very first round. Opening kill gained for Clev Academy.
I see these DMRs playing into CC very frequently because they can just play these kind of aggressive angles out on the rappels, which will be held here. We can see again that the team of Clev Academy will be working here towards kind of that side of the map where they can either choose between CCTV or top east. But Shenzo manages to pick up another kill here onto the player that's playing deep inside of CC by that run out door. And so now they've cleared that key position and they still have the Ela to worry about here. The Janka being cleared out while the Ela goes for the aggressive run out here, and it's a double kill on the side of Alula. So they managed to bring back down the advantage into a 3-3 situation here, laying behind the utility and falling back a little bit more. We still see the Ela here in an aggressive position.
The first gunfights are already gone down. Critical and Archery taken down on Clev Academy side. Alula has lost Valentina and Mager. Now we will see that Bazooka will try to prevent the entry from going in. Also has his teammate of Ghazi to go in and swing from Shenzo. Shenzo out of the board for this round as it spills in Traco. Left alone against 3 players from Alula, and Alula seem to have full control and be fully aware of their positions, and they have always one cheeky player coming out of a corner, and this time it's Crazy coming out of his corner, swinging in deep as he gets the call by Bazooka where the player is coming in, roaming in from all the way from deep east. Gets the kill on, will also grab himself the second kill when the player roams up these east stairs, and by that we have the first successful round for Alula as they take away the first round lead.
It was really well played at the beginning, especially from Clev Academy. They managed to get 2 of these picks onto the longer angles, but as the round kind of progressed, they saw that they didn't really have the info that they needed, and so despite getting these first 2 picks, they allowed the Ela to play this aggressive position here, allowing her to pick out the BB, and then the Tachanka picking up another one as well later on, and can continue to swing out here and play that aggressive break room position, just not quite bringing the correct utility. And later on in the round, it was just too difficult without the information and the crossfires being set up by Alula. And so we move into the second round here now, where they will be defending the bottom floor site here into ventilation and workshop. And we can see, as we discussed already, they're going to be going back to the top floor as well when they defend this site. Kind of be playing a relatively similar hold as well, because it's going to be so important to hold that verticality once again.
Yeah, verticality will always be one of the main topics here when we have these bottom floor spots that you like so often to play in multi-elevation holds. And that is also the case here by Alula. I wouldn't have called it any other way, as I thought that we would see this coming in from them either the way. Also here, the typical standard player that will hold the door from CCTV outwards to the balcony that we have seen. That is the so-called Noah power position, as I like to call it, because the power position that Noah played that way on the last SI was just phenomenal. What that man could bring as type of mayhem from that doorway is just pure insanity. And I think is here that Valentino is looking to bring the exact same.
And Noah obviously doing it on the Ella back in that fantastic round from the major in Munich that you were referencing there, I believe. You're seeing it slightly different here. Typically, you do play with the DMR just because you have the ability to deny these angles a little bit more, but we see the jump in from archery with the cover of the Sense gadget. So they managed to jump into Banana here with the mirror window being closed off there by the Sense. So that is a little bit of space taken here by the Blitz, but it is all alone now with a backup of Spills as well. We managed to pick up here the entry pick onto Maga.
Oblique kill being put in place, but Clav will be forced back though by the guys of Alula as maybe Crazy finds a kill onto Spills. That is the snake done and dusted. Also the re-roam here by Bazooka, able to find archery on the Blitz. That's also the player of the shield done and dusted for this round, and as Alula finds the right clues and gives the right answers, prompt 2 words.
Yeah, fantastically done here with the retake back into CCTV, and it's exactly what we expected before the game as well. They're trading punch for punch here. Really fighting for all of the control that they need. 2 of the players of Clav Academy have found their way onto site here, and Traco, he's going to start to put down that diffuser while the verticals are being punched. And they do have the angle onto him, and so the diffuse won't go down as Critical is also down. And now it's only Shenzo left alone. They thought they had the read, they thought they had the opportunity to go into site, but as he sees the mirror window in front of him, he decides that's not what I want to be challenging. He's already taken an aggressive position, and now he's isolated in that window here. The swing comes around from Bazooka, and it's Shenzo down as well, and another round here on the defense for Alula.
Yeah, 2-0 lead here for Alula, as Clav definitely needs to find some adaptations. But the gaps are just pretty much too wide for Clav to close a bit themselves. Alula always able to slip in between. But that being said, it is a definite matchup for Clav Academy to find ways to seal these gaps between their own players, and also they put themselves in a position where they can help out each other. And Alula need to be punished more for roaming in and also walking and re-rotating as much as they do, because right now Alula can move as much as they would like and as they please, because there's just absolutely no force coming back by Clav so far.
Yeah, the way that Clav are attacking at the moment, they're using those shields on archery as kind of the focal point and trying to work around the shield as well, which they're doing really well on the primary entry. They bring all the utility to be able to take into CCTV, but what they don't have afterwards is the position to hold any of those refrags that we spoke about at the beginning. And so while they managed to get the opening pick, Alula kind of just kept on fighting for the space that they'd already taken and managed to retake it back because there wasn't enough of a hold to kind of try and stop them from doing it. They didn't really have the cut angles. And that's kind of what's been holding them back so far. They found their way onto site afterwards, but they had none of the control above anymore because they had to give it up to be able to make that push down onto the site. And so now it's just important that if they manage to take some space, they also try and keep it and not just give it back up right back into the hands of Alula.
Pretty much just find the first clues. Valentino finds the first clue into Shenzo and shuts him down on the Grim. Now the next swing comes from Valentino. Valentino needs to commit here if he wants to have a chance to onto a double on Spills. Does fall back though. Doesn't overaggress against Spills. Also the deep angle swaps away in the wrong second, as he could have picked up another kill there on the deep angle onto the normal player on Takeo. But this time it shouldn't have been the deal. Bazooka coming close, trying to eager out onto Critical. Maybe Crazy finds archery. And we have 2 guys that are a little bit too close for my comfort. Fighting it out. Gwynzy finds Traco. Also will be up and available to help out his teammate. Concentrating themselves onto the gunfight against Spills, as Valentino's still in it to try and force him out. But yet again, it just looks like pure masterclass by Alula. They know for sure how to position themselves to be in given scenarios that they can help out each other in every single take committed by Clav. This way here, we're concentrating ourselves fully onto Valentino being blindsided by Gwent. Yet again, and that way we have a double kill coming in here by the Melusi player. Critical finds an answer onto maybe Crazy, finds a second one into Mager. Yet again here, as I spoke about it, these double angles, we know for a fact where Clav's player is coming from. And we try to isolate it onto multi-angles. Yeah, he finds a triple kill onto the Melusi as well. But then the Pokeball is coming from below, finds his call, gets the call. He's jumping in that window. Pokeball from below will seal the deal for Alula, and the state exceeds their lead and also expand it by yet another round, leading now 3-0.
Bazooka with an explosive kill there towards the end to seal the deal. It did give Critical the chance to kind of pull it back a little bit here with the LMG, but at the end of the day, it wasn't quite enough with a really nice isolation on Spills before that. They're just kind of feeding him ones there. It's the same kind of overconfidence that we saw in their first game as well, Alula. And obviously they did close both of these rounds out, so at the end it goes unpunished, but it is a warning sign for them that there is gun skill on the side of Clav Academy that they don't want to underestimate, and make sure that they close out these rounds properly. We won't be seeing a Mirror or a Nomad anymore, both of those operators being out by Clav Academy and Al-Ula respectively. And I would say, again, today, none of the bans have been super surprising, except for the rounds where the shields weren't banned against teams that really rely on the shields. And so once again, I'd say 2 understandable bans, Nomad just allowing them to play even more aggressive on the side of Al-Ula.
Yeah, and just having a take here out of the ordinary, we've seen it. A lot of teams tend to ban certain shields, or tend to ban only shields because they know, okay, we have an opponent that likes to play shields, or they have a significant, or better said, dedicated shield player. Next season, we're getting a gadget against the shields. How hyped are you, Max, for the meta to change? Maybe the meta will change so drastically that shields will not play the big role that they do currently.
All I'm saying is I think that there are a lot of people that are going to have to make a trip down to the drop center in a few months. I think there are a certain amount of players, both in T2 and T1, that rely so heavily on shields because they are so strong in the meta at the moment. But I think having those be removed, or at least a counter for them being put into the game, is going to make a massive difference to the way that things are played. You think it's going to make it massively more defender-sided, just because it's going to be so much more difficult to take control on the side of attackers if you don't have the ability to play shields as freely, or at least as aggressively, because then if you overextend as a shield, you lose your life because of it. You're really putting yourself in a bit of a troublesome position. Other people who are in troublesome position here are both Maga and Bazooka, who are playing this aggressive angle here on the main hallway, but it can be cut off so easily as well from that Raft's window.
Very intelligent use of utility there. They don't have a wall left that they can use for that, to protect Bazooka there on the soft wall. Gets a keeper barrier of his teammate thrown onto instead, so that way we have a safe ground given. Draco with a lot of HP drawn away from him, but he also has to reload a lot of his HP bar. Spills will be down, Draco will be traded out, Valentino will be dead for that round. No, it's the real question if we have a clue on the Gwens, or this could quickly be punished as well. This could potentially be a double, but the position should be known of that. Ella play, Ella swinging in, Ella is crawling down, also getting the next pin down. And that way we have a 3 against 1 scenario, and even that scenario will be closed pretty damn fast, I meant to say, by the Warden player. Holy, the day has been long, I already feel it. Concentration is not being on top, but which team is having a full scale of concentration level left is definitely Al-Ula, as they don't see this as practice only. They take this more than damn serious.
Absolutely, Al-Ula showing how dominant they can be. They already showed it in the first map, of course, but this is a whole nother tier of opponent as well. With Clav Academy having incredibly experienced players and really kind of playing below their expectations, I would say. That being said, I did already mention that this might not be their strongest map pick necessarily, while Al-Ula are definitely showing how comfortable they feel on this map. They can go for all of their aggressive plays. They have that coordination within their aggression as well. They're not just running around on their own. No, they're playing together really nicely. We saw it there with the Azami and the Tachanka together on that main hallway, for example. So it's not just the typical rank stack, because some people will look at this and they'll say, hey, I can do the same thing. I've been doing this in ranked for years. Why am I not playing in EWC? But I think a lot of times it kind of goes unnoticed how much coordination goes into these kinds of plays, and how well they're reading the plays that are coming in from Clav Academy and countering them with really targeted aggression as well.
Yeah, and it's also something different. Like when you play ranked, of course, it is always about these rank points. When you play comp and you're playing a qualifier, and it is about trying to qualify to a tournament where you can win prize money, in general money, it is a different type of pressure on your shoulders. Especially, you have expectations about yourself and your own, that you want to succeed, but you don't want to troll the expectations and also the possibilities of your teammates. And that is like the double pressure. It's just something different to play competition towards to play ranked.
Absolutely, and Maga's starting to feel the pressure here a little bit, and it's another 2 and make that 3 entry picks for the side of Clav Academy. Just kind of holding their patience here and making sure they're not overextending, because they finally realized that Al-Ula will swing into them when given the chance here. Bazooka manages to get another one. He's kind of trapped outside here. The Blitz has pings on him. It's going to make it an easy kill for him to pick up. And the last 2 kills are traded out as well, and it's going to be a very first round here for Clav Academy. This might be the lifeline that they've been looking for.
Yes, high hopes always comes for the fall, as we like to say. Here we had high expectations about Al-Ula's play, and Al-Ula definitely, for once, did not go through with a good solution. They overaggressed the entirety of the round, tried to force all gunfights to their favor, got it back on their own say, and as this want to be said, it has to fall in the hands of Clav Academy. Finally, the first round ever that we're gonna see Clav put in on this map, into this qualifier. But in general, Al-Ula has some struggling moments. Al-Ula definitely doing some, I would say, some actions that they definitely should regret. They have not only overaggressed into gunfights, but they are doing the fundamentals of Siege wrong. Now you see the gaps between the players were far away from each other again. Gaps were huge. There was no team play. 2 guys playing the same angle, or like pretty much trying to, one player is playing it active, meanwhile the other one is lurking for his chance to like capitalize onto a 2-in-1 scenario. So they just pretty much took away everything that they did well in the previous 4 rounds, and they tried to play it only aggressive. And playing it straight and only aggressive does not work against Clav, as they just pretty much forced it out and punished that to the pinch of the nail and said, okay, if you want to overaggress this, we will just wait it out and wait for you to commit into the scenes and take it on for our own sake.
Absolutely. Right after I complimented them as well for being so coordinated on the way that they're playing their attacks, they brought out this, and it really did look more like a ranked defense, or even in that round they were going for a lot of those solo plays, kind of overextending their peaks as well. Maybe they got a little bit too confident from the previous few rounds. Let's see if they can rein it back in here, where the Arch3 manages to pick up the first pick onto Bazooka. So that's going to be yet another man advantage situation for Clav Academy. But it's not the first one, as they've already failed to convert 2 of them in this game. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that the round is over, but the writing is on the wall here. The swing around from Maga manages to get a pick, but Shenzo trades out DWZH while Valentino picks up Draco. And while Spills is down, it's effectively a 3v3 situation, but they'll probably be able to go for the pickup here to resurrect him into a 4 versus 3.
Yet again, another round where Clav has the upper hand, the potential, yet another round where they can get around on the books for themselves, closing in on the scoreline with a better sake of having a 4-2 rather to a 5-1. Obviously, Shenzo finds the next kill into Valentino, also expands the lead up to the advantage point of man count. 4 against 2 definitely is a position where you, with the time that you have remaining on to Clav Academy, gives them a lot of potential ways to draw in to the bomb site, give them enough time to do the remaining build up for their final take onto the site. And it will be a lot of it will be definitely pleasant for Mager and also maybe Crazy to pull this back in their favor, especially when you see that both players are off-site. But Mager has rerotated back on-site now, but also the gaps between these 2 players are so widely spread away from each other that they are not able to be in position where they can help out each other. We're going for the aggressive string, but Mager does not be able to punish critical. It is a little bit unaware of that swing to be committed. Mager falling back a little bit, and maybe Crazy is just pretty much holding the most passive angle possible all the way deep into customs, waiting for someone to act in through that waiting area. He sleeps a little bit too long. Gets the kill on Deshanza. Good read there, but we're on side on critical. We're putting down the diffuser. 3 against 1 on side. Is of course Spills and Archery are both very low, and maybe Crazy is full on HP, but Crazy needs some insane quality of calls and finding out where these guys are positioned at. Critical downing himself more or lessly. Maybe Crazy finds Archery. Maybe Crazy finds Spills. Squad kill coming in. He has more than enough time. What are the players doing? Why are you aggressing in so much? Why are we forcing ourselves onto maybe Crazy? He has full HP, has a weapon that you definitely know for sure can make a lot of damage, and why do we give him these one-on-one scenarios? Even though I also don't understand, you have 3 guys close proximity, you can play triple cross angles. Why does Critical fall back and walk into Goyo canister, killing himself by that action? What is happening? It is so unnecessary. What is happening here?
I think I've really seen it all at this point. It was a round that was perfectly in the hands of Clav Academy. They really had everything they needed. And if you go into this in a 2-4 round swap, it's really not that bad. You can absolutely work with that. But in the 3 versus 1 situation, you can't be giving away kills like that. You can't be playing those prone angles. You can't be playing so passively off of one another. You need to be able to hold proper crossfires. You need to have good communication. And you need to stay out of the damn fire as well. Didn't think you would need to say it, especially not at this level. But it seems that sometimes even the best players need a little bit of a reminder that it does get pretty hot when you stand in those Goyo canisters. Clav Academy definitely feeling the heat here now as we go into the role swap, and they've got it all to do here. They don't want to face off against a Blackbeard or a Glaz, which I think is a very good read here as well. But nevertheless, they're going to have to pick it up here with the next 5 rounds.
Yeah, but in general, as we spoke about it yesterday, it's not a shame to lose against teams that have as much experience as they have. And also, Alula, we have said it multiple times already. We can say it even one more time. It's a team. They have qualified for EVC. They are the 6th team that will represent the EU and MENA region at the EVC. So losing to them should definitely not be a shame.
No, absolutely not. Al-Ula are one of the strongest teams, especially in the MENA region at the moment, coming 2nd in the actual MENA season, and also coming 1st in that road to EWC qualifier. So really a team that you need to respect and that you can stomach losing to, but of course no one wants to lose a game of Siege. If you're playing here, you want to make your best performance, you want to show what you can do, and sure, they're already qualified, so it doesn't make that much of a difference in that. But it's still never a nice feeling, not for the egos of the players, not just for their general well-being. No one wants to go off after a day of Siege on a loss. You don't want to think, we really just got dominated there. But it is what it is. They're going to have to try and figure it out here for the next few rounds as we see an aggressive push coming in, and we see a slight variation of the usual take here with Valentino jumping in the window, the smoke cover coming through from the Capitao. And they've got absolutely nothing to deny this plant. I don't know if they even know that it's going down. And the plant is placed with no damage being done to anyone before it went down.
Yep, and that happens when you sleep a little bit on your shift at work. You are not having your head on to the point that they are going for the plan. You are just certainly unaware of that's happening. And on the other end, you just let it happen. We're trying to overaggress into the Zine. We have all defenders falling back onto site now. Critical finds a triple kill. We can now go for the defuse. We will find one. Maybe Crazy will get Spills. Maybe Crazy gets Archery. Won't get Chenzo though. And Chenzo is just 1 split second too fast. We'll get the defuse done in 0.95 seconds remaining. That way, yet another round, Clive get into their own pocket and they can stretch it out one more round at least.
There's a really strong retake there. They almost let it go through here during the round. I was kind of worried there for Clav Academy for a second. It looked like they'd almost kind of given up hope for this game. They would fight back there with a fantastic round as well from Critical on the Jaeger, showing what he can do there on that retake. Getting that double kill on the window is so massive as well, especially when you have all that utility to work against. But at the end of the day, they've got another 5 rounds ahead of them before they can call the game theirs. But this is definitely the right way to start it.
All right. Round number 8. The day is definitely stretching in. to be a long one. And for the players, it all is upon the point where we begin to see focus is lacking. The mentality is high on one end's team. Maybe the team that has a little bit too much mentality fumbles a few rounds because they are a little bit too sure about themselves. But on the other end, we begin to see that these minor problems are coming into place because teams are losing focus. They are draining the last remaining energy that they have. And by that being said, it has been a long day. A lot of these players have been working partly before going online. So it has been a long day. In general, for a lot of these people, it has been a hot day with a lot of sun, a lot high temperature. So it is definitely taking down a lot of things on these players. So to be said on that point, none of these players are able to pull off a perfect play every single round coming in.
Yeah, they really need to show what they can do here, and that's not the way to start it off. The refrags come in here, and they manage to put it into their advantage, actually. And another one coming through from Archery as well. So while they lost the entry early on, they managed to turn it around super quickly, and Clav Academy finally showing signs of life. They're active, they're awake, they know what's going on here now, and it hasn't taken them until late into the round like it did the last time to be able to figure out what the other team are doing, what Al Ula are trying to bring to the table here, leaving only Magra and maybe Crazy alone now in a 2v4 situation. They've got it all to do here with the last 1 minute 45 seconds to go.
.1 minute 40 remaining, and Alula seem to have an idea, but they will have to work very hard for that idea to work out, as they have the disadvantage by 2 players, and also they have not really gotten much utility left to not only go for the plan but also uphold a post-plan scenario. Pretty much is more about the fact that Alula needs to pinpoint down 2 of the players and try and make it an even scenario out of it first before going into the commit into a final bomb set take. Archery with a wall bang, perfect into Mager, triple kill fashion save by Archery. Maybe Crazy trying to go in for the kill, but Spills has his cameras up and running, gets the sound, and we get the last kill via a C4, and that way we have done and dusted that round as well, and the lead of Alula is beginning to shrink. And I have a little bit of a deja vu feeling because we have seen this one before, haven't we?
We absolutely have. And while last time Alula managed to get themselves back on their feet and managed to close out the game, there was a lot more on the line then, and I'm a little bit worried maybe that Alula kind of letting off the steam here now. They had a really tough game in the round before this with an 8-6, almost maximum overtime being played, so they definitely have a lot of rounds in their bones, and like you said, it becomes very tiring towards the end of the day. You know, you've been playing here for up to 4 hours at times, and it does get quite mentally draining after a while. So now's the question if they can kind of keep it up for these next few rounds, if they can bring it back. All they need is another 2. If they lose the next 2, then it's looking all tied up, and Alula suddenly aren't in a great position anymore. And one of the most unlikely comebacks is starting to look more and more likely by the second.
Begins to look more and more likely, but on the other hand, it still is a long way to get things confirmed. I hope for Alula that they will, yet as they did on the first map, begin to wake up again and focus up, because else they could be able to give away that lead that they had. A 5-1 lead is nothing that you want to throw away that easily on a map like Border, because you know, before you've really recognized your problems, you've already thrown away your lead and you're finding yourself on the lower hand of the scoreline, and then the match is over before you have realized it. So on the other hand, it's important for Alula to pick up some more pace, get their heads back into the server, and find solutions on the playstyle Clav is bringing at the moment, because right now it looks like that Clav has the better reads.
Absolutely, and this is what we were saying about Border. It's a map where you can play so incredibly aggressively, and we're seeing that that's kind of just playing into the style that both of these teams want to bring, and that's why it's so difficult to get any control into the map. Seeing Valentino here falling victim to yet another wallbang from Critical out onto those Easters, and it's another kill that goes in the way of Clav Academy, another opening pick on their defense, and they know exactly when they need to peek, and they have the reads on the locations of the players from Alula. And so it's another round that they go into with a lot more confidence than they did before.
Oh, cheeky C4 there. Standing in close proximity, but doesn't get the hits through. No damage point gathered. But the idea is still there. Alula are in a slight disadvantage when we look at the means of man count. But they have all the odds in their favor when it's all about just having cameras able to gather some information. You have opened the breach. You have the cross sights towards the bomb site. You're already on it. You just pretty much need someone to hold your 6 so you can go for a plan. But Shenzo, he's just quicker. He's swinging by the bomb chassis and gets Margaret down. That way we have a double plus point for the guys of Clav. Meanwhile, that being said, maybe Crazy finds a trace onto Draco and shuts him down for the round. 4 against 3 scenario. Only one more kill needed by Alula to even out the odds with Spills. He's just fast as spotting out the line, putting him to sleep for good. So that way we're back on a 4-2 scenario. 2 guys advantage for Clav, and Clav is pretty much playing the odds. They're playing their safe metas so far. They know for their sake where Alula is coming from, and they're just waiting for the chance to swing on by.
Yeah, Spilliz managed to get another one here, and now it's only maybe Crazy left. He's been having a fantastic game here, but up against 4, the odds don't look stacked in his favor, especially with 20 seconds to go. We'll be seeing a peak here from Critical, trying to feed the ego a little bit. It's a wonder who will win this one. Both of them take a good amount of hits. Crazy just being betrayed a little bit there by the recoil of the F2 as he swings around with the pistol. Doesn't quite manage to get the shots, but he does connect in the end on the Critical. But Archery is there waiting with the SMG-11 to pick up his prey towards the end. And it's the 4th round for Clav Academy now. It is a 5-4 from 5-1. And Clav Academy are fighting their way back into this game. They refuse to give up.
Yeah, and as we see, Clav, they pretty much have a streak running so far, and it's all about Alula trying to deny that streak from expanding in the next round coming up, because round number 10 could be the potential round where Clav is able to make it an even 5-5 scoreline, and for Alula, that will definitely mean that they not only lost track of the match, but they're giving away their lead.
Absolutely, and I do have to say that I am positively surprised by Clav Academy. I'm really back. They managed to pull this back to this point already. And I don't want to cast a curse anyone here, but I would love to see it if this is the first game that we get that goes into overtime, just because we're seeing some fantastic, aggressive team play here from both sides when it comes to the defense. I just love to see it. I absolutely picked the correct game to make my popcorn for.
Yeah, you chose a Shaggy cosplay to the right moment, and I hope you will get your chance to eat your popcorn, because if this goes the same way, it is only 3 rounds away from Clav taking the win, and Alula has yet indeed the task to secure 1 more round at least to be able to go into overtime, and that will be a challenge by itself, because right now, momentum and also the goodwill and the good feeling of this map is definitely in the hands of Clav Academy.
Absolutely, and it's that 1 round left to swing the momentum. That Critical have an absolutely incredible game. It's him versus Crazy almost, who's been relegated to that Monty now. Not necessarily what you would expect to put your top fragger on when he's kind of finding a lot of success on those gun weapons. He has been a little bit more quiet on the attacking half since switching over. Archery taking a good amount of damage there, but managing to pick out Bazooka here. The sniper against the big boomstick, winning out there. And now Valentino is going to be rotating around to try and pick him up. You know, a bazooka, the big boomstick, archery.
Yeah.
It's not my best work. It's not my best work.
Nearly the same level as me, but on the other hand here, I just wanted to mention that you mentioned that you put your top fragate on a shield player. That is just Alamo reserve.
Yeah.
God damn, I can't speak.
You got
reversed. Reverse psychology. You have a bottom fragger that goes Ash and clashes it out. You have a top fragger that plays shield, and he will definitely bring you the round winning intel. I promise you that will be the case.
The thing is,
I've read the script.
Crazy. Oh, you've read that? You're leaking the script as well. I don't believe it. You can see the feet sticking out here from Draco, who manages to get away just about, and the Trooper is going to come out to try and refrag Maga, who also gets away with his life, both of them being traded down to roughly 50 HP, while Critical manages to confirm the kill at the end. Chenzo running out on GW as well. And Crazy and Valentino here, the 2 people left with it all to do for Alula once again. The Shield and the Zofia. The Zofia already managing to pick up 1 kill with her explosive charges, so she doesn't have those available anymore. You're gonna have to try and lurk around these corners here and find any kind of picks that are given to them. Spliz being the first point of contact here in 90, while the Shield of Maga is going to be pushing here as well. box, trying to see if he can find any deeper angles into Piano. Valentino taking the hits here. Spliz with a swing around, gets both. And it's a 5-5. The comeback is complete.
Oh, we love to cast a curse. We love. 5-5 is his new scoreline, and Clav Academy definitely have worked their way back into this match, and they are running up their streak. And right now, we saw Clav not having a single moment of momentum, and Alula just stepping away further and further with the lead for every round ticking down in the first half. Now we have the same thing on the opposite side in the second half here. Clav just pretty much running up the entirety of the matchup so far, bringing it back into the even scoreline. And now the big problem is Alula doesn't have a second half to do so, to run it up for their sake. They need to run it down for their own sake to bring on at least one more round to be secured into a potential overtime. And Clav, they just need to do the things that they've done privately because it works so damnly well so far in these defense holds against Alula. I think that Alula are pretty damn down with a huge problem that they need to solve.
Absolutely, and I think the momentum comes into it as well. You know, Clav Academy, they had it all to risk. They needed to make sure that they picked up those defense rounds, because otherwise the game would have been Alula's so quickly. That's kind of the risk that you put yourself in when you go onto, or when you start the game on the slightly worse quote-unquote side, especially against an aggressive team like Alula. But the thing is, if you do manage to survive as long as you need to and put yourself onto the defense, you then get to control the pace of the match, and that's exactly what they're doing here on this map, contesting everything, making sure they get their picks. And it is risky because all that needs to go wrong is 1 or 2 gunfights and it can flip back just like this.
Yeah, it is only about 1 or 2 singular scenarios that can turn around the entirety of the match, and it's pretty much all about, we have talked about the players that should begin to be exhausted. They should have drained a lot of energy and also motivation to pull this through and pull off the best that they can. But now it's pretty much about keeping your head up above water for the last rounds to be taken down in this matchup. And it's more or less really only about one thing, and that is the mentality of every single individual in the server. The team and the players that have their heads above water the longest with a great amount of mentality will win out this match.
We see the wallbangs coming through here from Bazooka. He has the ping, of course, onto the location. He doesn't know that there's a wall in between him and Zed Critical, while Valentino managed to pick up Spliz on the other side of the map, so that's the Valkyrie down. The info, of course, stays, and here beautifully pinched out with that nade as well. So Critical cleared out of his position too, and this is an uncomfortable position for Clav Academy now. One that they're not used to so far on the defense, where they've been so dominant, but losing 2 players relatively early here, and then needing to try and work back a man disadvantage they haven't had to do before, while Shenzo also gets picked up. Archery wanted to make some verticals, but forgot that there was a Goyo canister of his own placed there, and so he can't face down those verticals. And now with 1 minute to go, it's a 2 versus 5 in a way that we haven't seen it before in this half.
And it's a pretty dangerous scenario here. Also, now we are walking towards the side. Archery finds Bazooka, though. Slims the odds a little bit from Alula. 4 against 2 scenario here. Archery now on a double-digit number of name of kills. Trago, meanwhile, very unsurprisingly, not getting the kills that he deserves so far. It is surprising, but it's surprising me when we look at the scoreline. That's what I was supposed to say. But on the other hand, Archery, yet with another kill, finds himself now on 11 kills and shrinks the odds even further by Alula with a great angle now. I don't know if they are aware of that angle. No, they're not, as maybe Crazy will be down. Archery fighting it back all alone so far from Clavis. Draco is holding it on a very passive angle all the way deep, and they're definitely not aware of his passiveness so far in the name of Alula. Alula going for the plant, 2 against 2 scenario. They need to fight it back, and Drago finds the first kill in the most crucial scenario of this map so far. Drago will be down, though, against Mager, and Archery will be there to save the day. He will be there to be the hero of Clav Academy as they find a way back. 5 against 2 scenario. They fight it back down to a 2-on-2. Draco couldn't have found a better timing to pinch down this very first kill of this map and make it a 6-5 half with the help of a quad kill by Archery. Archery absolutely goes huge for Clav, and that way, well-deserved round win. And now we have the very first match point in round number 12. And by that being said, Max, round 12, all or nothing. Either Clav win it out 7-5 or Alula push it into overtime. How bad do you want this overtime, and how big is your belief for it?
I'd absolutely love nothing more than an overtime, but especially after a round like that. You were 5-1 up on the side of Alula, and you've managed to let it slip all the way back down to 6-5. And it's not just that you're losing rounds, you're losing 2 versus 5s. It's something that really can't happen. You're playing such an aggressive and such a dominant first half, and you played such an aggressive and dominant round as well. And you just let that verticality, that player in break room do so much damage. You can't contest him, you don't have the information on him, and he can just play vertical, he can deny the diffuser from above. And then later on, Trico finally finding his way into the map. It did take him 11 rounds, but he came when it mattered. And so now Clav Academy found themselves in a position that probably they themselves didn't really expect them to be in. It really just speaks volumes about the absolute mentality beasts that they are.
And I have to say, I get a few slight goosebumps here and there on my arms, because I also have another deja vu feeling. We have had this scenario before on Border, where one team steals it all the way in the first half, and there's zero hopes for a comeback. And then we have players like June, like Noah, calling it back on at SI on 4 Team Secret. I have a few goosebumps here because Clav, they're crawling and fighting it back as much as they can, and they're doing absolutely great while doing so.
We'll be seeing a push in here from the top east side. Already falling back from CC, even though it's not being too heavily contested, and we're seeing Crazy again on that Monty, rocking a 2 KD so far in this game. He's going to have to prove that it's not just all for show by winning this round here. We're seeing still a contest coming around the side of Armory. They have that vertical control down onto the site, and we're starting to see a little more rotate around here from Valentino, Maga, and the rest of them. We've kind of left alone that East-Airs position now that they've fallen back, and they're working together and working into the side of CCTV with the Monty here. Going to be pushing in for an aggressive push once again, clearing out the Valkyrie cams and the information to make sure that there's no vertical C4s as they open up this breach here.
Bridge will be open. The first visuals will be called by Alula, and Alula find the first opening engagement. Bazooka finds spills. Audrey fighting back against Bazooka, though. Fair trade by that being said. We can walk out. We will try to lure out and find our visual against Valentino. Won't be the case, though. Maybe Crazy comes to an assist. Oh, back again, the top fragger onto the shield. Crossing in, crossing down so far. Looking in towards Stocks. We'll see the head of Traco. I don't know if we are aware on the side of maybe Crazy that we saw the head of the Oryx there. Yeah, he was aware.
Ping's coming out as well onto site. Onto the position of Critical there, playing close on the door. He's going to try and run away, but gets caught by Valentino on the window. So now the site is being cleared, although Archer is going to be playing in an aggressive position here. 14 kills of his own, while GW gets taken out by Trico with his second of the game. So now it's a 3 versus 3 situation with only 40 seconds left to go, and no real control to speak of here for the side of Al-Ula. They do have one player deep in Armory who Trico will be facing here, and while he's still above, they have to deny that they need Shenzo with that all-important C4. Now there's no more verticality to be played. That means Trico can completely retake and deny the plant from above. Archery with the kill on Valentino as well, and it's all up to maybe Crazy, the star performer of Alula. He's on the Monty. He gets one onto Trico. He's 15 now against Archery, 15 of his own, but he needs to find another 2, and with only 9 seconds to go, he won't have the time to put down the diffuser. Shenzo finishes it off. And it's the most unlikely comeback here from the side of Clav Academy. From 5-1 down, they go flawless on their defense. And the EWC players of Alula fall to Clav Academy here on Border.
They fall and crumble under the pressure, and by that being said, Clav with a tremendous performance showcase, what they're able of pulling off here. I'm just pretty much hyped to see where this roster is gonna take us when we're going into the real season of MEISTERSCHAFT EU, because this was a showcase not only of power but also of mentality to fight back, of a 5-1 lead by your opponent, and fighting back the way they did. Definitely deserves some high cinema action. And as we speak about high cinema, Maxwell definitely has his popcorn.
Yeah, and 6 rounds in a row. Alula lose 6 rounds in a row to draw Border. And you guys mentioned before that map started that it really wasn't the best of maps for the side of Clav Academy. They have previously lost that map 7-0 to Team Vertex. And to pull off a comeback like that is just absolutely incredible, especially going into the next stage of this tournament is going to give them massive confidence and massive momentum. And now for other teams, you have to look at that map and say, okay, do we really think that that's just a free ban that they're just going to take Border away and they're not going to play it because they're awful at it? Or is that a map that they've practiced and worked on and gotten so much better on to show that they can actually pull that map out in a situation that you might not expect it to?
Like I said before, I think this kind of level of team, they definitely know how to look at their own mistakes and look at how they need to work to fix things on certain maps. So I am really glad to see that Clav Academy managed to pull it back on their defenses. I also think that the defensive side of the map is just something that plays into their strengths a lot more when it comes to peaking and it comes to the aggression of players like Critical, for example, and Spills as well. They're two players that have been playing together for a very long time together as a duo as well. And so seeing them back on this team together, they kind of have that synergy playing together. And also this roster of Clav Academy now, I think for a few months have kind of been working together, playing together, making sure they're fixing mistakes that are popping up. And I think a game like this really shows that what they've been doing has been working, that the time that they've been putting in has been pretty fruitful as well. And so I'm really happy to see that they managed to pull it back, because at 5-1 down, I was quite worried, I'll have to be honest.
I completely agree. And the mental fortitude to come back from 5-1 is absolutely, it's outstanding. But enough about this match. It was a fantastic match. But to go through our top 8 teams that have made it through this qualifier, joining the top 8 teams from yesterday's qualifier, both of the teams that just played, Clav Academy and Alula, both making it through to the next stage. We also have Deja Vu and Neponin making it through as well. The Spanish Inquisition, as well as Team Xiaolak, making it through. Kokosi and Fight to Win making it through as well, joining the other 8 teams through the qualifiers to make it through to the next stage, where the 16 teams will face off, and we'll end up having to say goodbye to some more teams, but we'll also get to see more teams make it through and see what happens in the following stages of this tournament. It's going to be absolutely fantastic to see. And Mighty, do you have any closing words for us?
I think that now that we have our 16 participants for the league itself, when we're going into the next stage, I think that we have a lot of great names within. We have the two Finnish teams that we've talked about earlier that will definitely bring an interesting style of play. They're very unpleasant to play against because it is a team that seem to adapt their play style from every single given match. They are having different playbooks and strategy books that they bring on as they read their opponent for the given map they're going to play against that opponent. Meanwhile, we have Alula with us. Alula didn't quite end it the way they wanted it on this last map, but still is a great team out of the Mana region. On the other hand, the other teams that we have seen proudly that they qualified on the other qualified that we had yesterday, there's so many great names, there's so much experience, also Good Intentions, a team that has been around with a lot of players that have so much experience. They have so many different facets to themselves, not only as a team but also individual players, that they can definitely bring some heat into these matches coming into the group stage of the next stage that we will have. But in general, I'm just definitely more than delighted to say that we have 16 teams that more than well earned their spots with hard work and dedication. And I'm just pretty interested to see how far these teams are going to go in the next stage coming up, because still the question is up if it will be the experience or it will be a few newer names that will rise upon the scene in the next stage.
Yeah, for sure. And I think experience is something that we've touched on so much during these qualifiers, and we've seen it come through quite a few times as well. A lot of the kind of older guard of these T2 teams making sure that they're showing what they can do. A lot of the teams that had qualified for Combine might not still be in that Combine, obviously that main T2 tournament that's going on at the moment, but definitely still showing that consistency across multiple T2 tournaments. And that's really how you build up as well, because 1 or 2 tournaments might not go your way. You might get an unlucky matchup into a team that just plays particularly well against you. You might have an off day and then you lose a best of 3. It can all happen for sure. We've already seen teams like Good Intentions kind of come back, kind of reform themselves, make a few changes in the way that they want to play it and the way that they want to approach things, come back and really show that they can still maintain this level. And I think exactly that consistency is what you really want to see across these T2 teams. And so I'm really excited to have another league with a lot of these teams showing what they can do, really trading punches consistently as well, and making sure that they show themselves from their best side, maybe with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder if a Combine or a recent competition like that hasn't quite gone your way.
Yeah. Also, one more team that I would like to mention out, because it's a team that I would say doesn't exceed the experience from the other teams. That is not what I want to point out there, but like the names, because there are players that competed in the said tournament that you just mentioned out, Combine. They played finals last season. It is also, I think, beyond the point, one of the favorites for the title of MEISTERSCHAFT EU 2nd edition. It is Turbini Karpus. We have to have that name deeply written everywhere, because the players, Hungary, Wrexham, Packball, they won out Combine last year. They have shown that they're able to play T2. They did not only win Combine, they won every single other tournament except for the T2 Grand Final, because they were not allowed to compete. So that is a roster with players that are not only experienced and playing competitive, but they're experienced to play these matchups where it's all or nothing to exceed and succeed in these tournaments.
I mean, it's not only the T2 experience that they bring, but they're also the roster with by far the most experience in T1 tournaments. We do have other players that have previously played in T1 on the side of Kokosi, for example. We have someone like Scyther playing, who does have experience playing in T1 as well. But this is one roster where we have several people that have played as recently as a few months ago in Pro League on Geeky, for example. And they really show throughout T2 as well that there is a big difference in that level still. And what I'm hoping to see is, while Turbini Karpus are such a dominant force in T2 at the moment with that recent kind of experience that they bring in from T1, is that we see more and more T2 teams that kind of learn to adapt to the way that they play and kind of use it not only as an opportunity to perform in T2 tournaments, of course, but also as a way to kind of learn how you play the game against T1 teams. Because the more we have these kind of teams that are flipping between T1 and T2, the more we'll see the level of the lower seeded teams, you can almost say, rising as well, because the competition is more challenging and more difficult. And so having players in teams like this isn't just good because we get to see fantastic Siege, but it's also good because it forces everyone else to raise their level. And that's how we manage to have better competition over the long term in these tournaments. And so that's what I'm really, really excited to see.
Yeah, but just want to say shout out to our awesome production staff, TD on the production, Vifi on the Observer. Thank you to all our admins behind the scenes, and Maxwell, Mighty. Fantastic job you guys did on the cast. It was a wonderful time. And for the show, we are done for today, but we'll be back in just 5 days, I believe, sometime next week, with the group stage for this tournament. Don't want to miss it, because it's going to get even more exciting from here on out. But for now, it's going to do it for us. Everybody have a great night, and goodbye.
Used round as well.
That is more than lucky. But the eyes, the visuals caught here by the players of Alula is just showing somebody gets Valentino. Will get swung here by the Deimos. Track is going out, so it's Bazooka alone. And Awesome here once again.
Play these shields. They have a really set identity. And other teams are a little bit more flexible with the way that they want to do it. And we can see here that Alula is making...
Here you see the perfect example by Alula. We have intel. We know for a sake where the persons are going in, and we're going after the intel and trying to act as fast as possible, not letting the opponent give any certain amount of time to read roam, and better said, and retake a better position as we Spills dropping in. Somebody gets Bazooka. Valentino on the refrag gets the Echo out of the board. Somebody low on the mid of HP.
It's important that the players for Nymph don't over-peek here. You know exactly where Valentino is. He's going to be just trying to swing around to get the picks, but
Standardized plant positions possible, making it both hard to not only enter the bomb site, but also gain access to potential bomb plants. Finally, somebody makes the odds better looking as he gets crazy. Mag finds somebody though, so we have the refrag on the base.
any weapon here, and we see the first pre-fires coming through. Swing now as well. That's Maga down. It's all up to Bazooka with the F2, and unbelievably play these 1v1s, but it's looking really, really difficult from here as the verticals being challenged as well. First shot's coming
Good eye
through,
for the
and that's
vertical.
Fliz down.
The kill that fell on somebody on the smoke, I think that was meant to be the Warden, as they pretty much just lined up and
The charge there into the fire. Fall back with Valentino picks 2. GW picks another. That's the Clash God, and they have all the control that they need. It's now they've got the 2 plant and eye operators left.
Valentino
with another beautiful shot. Somebody alone against 4.
and somebody
Shot. Somebody alone against 4.
And somebody tries to uphold it as much as he can, like pretty much trying to bring some force against, but Mager is there, rocks into the room as he did privately in the That's also the player of the shield done and dusted for this round, and as Alula finds the right.
By the plant from above, Archery with the kill on Valentino as well, and it's all up to maybe Crazy, the star performer of Alula. He's on the Monty, he gets one onto Trico.
With a lot of HP drawn away from him, but he also has to elude a lot of his HP bar. Spills will be
Being putting on is being felt, but a beautiful swing from Nordes manages to pick out Maga, but Bazooka with the refrag straight away. His long angles clear anything out, but Valentino here with the very first kill. The entry onto Mirix, that's the Azami drop down. Meanwhile, GW is down as well.